Okay. Um, so yeah, I was gonna go back to what Foundry is really. So if you haven't used Foundry at all, or you have no if you haven't explored the tool, it's a basically a platform that provides enterprise AI operations, and the foundation of the tool is basically to provide production grade infrastructure. The user interface is really friendly, and it basically enables any kind of developers or AI engineers or data scientists to focus on building applications rather than just managing infrastructure. So it has like different interfaces like agents, models, and tools into a single unit. And really it's built in for enterprise readiness capabilities. Like it has tracing, monitoring, evaluation, and customizable enterprise setup. So I'm gonna give like a demo later on, but like this is like what basically Foundry is. So if you don't know or haven't explored, this is what it like really means. Now, when we talk about Foundry, you also would want to know what specific things it can do for you. So firstly, obviously building some generative AI applications and AI agents. So it has like an inbuilt infrastructure where you can build any kind of specific applications. You can also build your own agents. It has different model capabilities available through which you can start to build that. Second is you can explore, build, test, and deploy any kind of AI tools or ML models. You can do everything with it. Like you can build it, test it, and deploy it. So this is really like I would say a good part of using the tool. The third thing is like it collaborates with your team, which I personally really like because you can collaborate with a group of people. So if you're building something in which your team is involved, it basically provides you a full life cycle of application development, and then you can work across different model providers. So basically it has everything. It has GPT to Claude to Mistral, like literally all the models that are you can possibly imagine. So you can obviously use and work across different models as well, so which actually also makes it look really easy and really simple to use. Then when you talk about models, you can also explore the models. So I have seen a lot of times that people don't know which model they want to use and why they want to use it. Like they don't really know the differences. So this tool also gives you some insight into like what tools or what models are really there and how do you decide which model to use. So it has like that a leaderboard which gives you all the different elements of like how do you discover, evaluate, and deploy very different models. So as I said, like it has models from Microsoft, OpenAI, DeepSeek, Hugging Face, and Meta, and obviously a lot more. You can also compare and evaluate the models side by side. You can deploy like and fine tune those models for observability and responsible AI. And then again, like you can integrate it seamlessly in your Azure services. So I would say like it gives you really good in depth of like what different models you really have. Now, this is like obviously I show on the platform, but this is how normally the model catalog how it looks like. So this is like the older version of Foundry. Now there's a newer version also of Foundry available. This is like a leaderboard. Like you will be able to see like the different performance criteria like quality, safety, cost, and throughput. So a lot of people they really care about getting qualitative outcomes, and sometimes some people care about really like, hey, my throughput should be great. So this will help you to recognize what kind of model you want to use, and then you can search it by the name and filter it by the name as well. And like it's pretty interactive as well, so it gives you like a graphical image as well to see which model sits in where, like what the criteria is. Now, this is like some of the models that are provided. Like there is GPT 5.2, there is 5.1 series. There was Sora until like recently. There is like GPT OSS. Then there is 4.1 series. There's like a lot. There's embeddings, image generation, and so on. So every model comes with different types of capabilities and different kind of offerings. So you can experiment with the model and also see like if you want to use it and that it actually meets your need. So before we go, let's go to Foundry and see a little bit. So this is the interface of Foundry. If you see on my screen, if I click on overview section, which is basically like where you will see all the basic steps. Here is your define and explore section. There is a build and customize section and observe and optimize section here. And there is a protection government. So you can see there, it's a newer, like this is an older version. If I click on the new Foundry looks a lot like this. It's like a lot like this. It has like a very modern look to like it, and you can obviously use it for like building anything. So I will use older version because I've been using it for a while, so I'm gonna use that one. But let's take it from the model catalog now. So this is the model catalog that you see. You can see any kind of announcements on the top. You will be able to see like what new models are coming every now and then here. This is the leaderboard that I showed you. So if you browse to the leaderboard, it opens something like this. So it will show you, for example, ranking by each model. So what is a quality index? And then like, for example, if you're using Claude Opus, what's the index? So it gives you like a pretty much, I would say, detailed information. If you scroll downwards, as I said, there are graphical information as well. For example, why and which model has a better quality index or success rate, for example, in measures or benchmarking course or like throughput. And then there is a trade-off chart, which I think is really, really nice. Like it gives you like a very good detailed chart of like which is the most attractive quadrant to pick up the model. So obviously there will be Cloud Opus 4.6 and then there will be GPT 5.4 here. But then you can see these different charts. So it will give you a pretty detailed structure. I want to emphasize that you can obviously pick the models here. Like right now, I've picked a couple of the models, but you can obviously pick and select. So you can see the chart keeps on changing, like the more models you add, and you will get more detailed information. You can compare between the metrics here as well. For example, if you want to know about general knowledge, you can see what the general knowledge is for different models or question answering capability. If I deselect it and I select reasoning, for example, so I would say it gives you pretty much like a detailed info. You can also like check for different axes like benchmarking or latency, or for example, safety as well. And then like you can also like you can change these accesses interchangeably and see which one you want to use. And if you want to add a new model to compare, you can also add a new model to compare from here. Like for example, if you are adding something new, I'll just pick randomly O1. And then if you want to like add that, so it gets added to your list. And essentially, this is how normally you can like try and test out different versions of your model. Uh, go back. So this gives you, this is all the models you can see in the bottom. Like there are a lot of models you can use, and you can like explore which ones you want to go for. I really want to emphasize that like if you're building an enterprise grade application, like you will obviously apply a lot more different versions of engineering. For example, you will fine tune some parts of your model, or you will also use context. So you can, I would say, even if you're not picking the latest version of the model, it should be okay as long as you are very clear in like how you're gonna engineer it in your like in the backend. And make sure you pick the model using some of these criteria because it really simplifies that version for you. Now, the next thing is basically these playgrounds. But before I go on to this, I want to go back to my slides and cover some bits. So I want to discuss about fine tuning. Like it's a really important thing because some of the sessions I've attended in the past and like some of the other events I've been on, I've seen like a lot of people like they don't necessarily understand or know that like why they need fine tuning. So if you haven't explored it enough, fine tuning is only needed if you are improving a pre-trained LM, which is your language model, and then it makes it very adaptable to perform a specific task or instruction. So if you're building, example, your application for a public sector service, right? And you have a very, very targeted use case that maybe you're trying to address housing inquiries or you're trying to address waste related inquiries. So it has a perfect like a pre-designed use case to it. And that is a use case generally where fine tuning has a larger application. You can obviously use it in other areas, but a lot of times I've seen like fine tuning is thought of something like which can be used like everywhere. So I think like it's a case of like being very, very specific because it improves your accuracy and relevance. Definitely has a lot of efficiency and cost savings involved because like you don't want to use an application which wouldn't be like reliable or relevant at all. It's very scalable also and it's very specialized. As I said, like if you have a very specific data set you want to use, then I would say like use fine tuning. You can also use RAG and like make sure that you have a like that you are basically addressing like what is the need of your model. Then I want to talk about some use cases. So for example, this is an example I worked on in the past. Like, so can you tell me about tax? Then there is a second word which is tax, and there's a third one. So the first one really is your optimized output. In natural language processing, this is classified as an optimized output. And this one that you see tax, it's more like a terse input. When we call it terse input, it means like anything which is so small, like it's probably one two words that it's almost really hard for someone to interpret what it is. This tax can be income tax, housing tax, council tax. It can be really anything, right? And this one, this particular query has three intents from the user. The user wants to know about tax. They also want to like pay for the tax. They also want a receipt for the tax, which is basically descriptive or verbose input. Now, obviously, large language models can pretty much deal with all three of them. I think the bigger question is like, when you have input like this, right? Like large language model is going to answer what a tax is based on its understanding, based on the data it has. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to give a right outcome. So in these cases, for example, fine tuning becomes like a really big game changer, because in these examples you can tune the model to actually know, or maybe build like a recommended system which basically helps the user to define what kind of tax they're using. um, I worked on a voice agent application in one of my previous projects, and one of the bigger issues we faced was that every single time the user was asked, "What do you want to ask about?" They said like something like this, and obviously the agent wouldn't recognize a tax now. So what we did was we basically implemented like a system where we give them options to pick from based on like their previous history. So make sure like when you are building an application or using fine tuning, you know where the use case sits effectively, and you're able to deal with that use case effectively as well. So how do you start? Some of these things I've already shown. So you make sure that you use a new Foundry toggle if you are not using it. Like you can use older version, but I think I would recommend using the newer version now. From the landing page to the model catalog, which we have already seen, you can select any model that you want, that you like. I'm currently using two of them, but you can obviously pick the ones that you want. And you can basically select the model and connect that and open that in your playground. So which we're gonna see now. So this is essentially the four basic steps that you have to use if you're trying to build an application there. And in this one, before we go to content understanding, let me show the playground. So this is your playground basically, if you see on the left. And in this section, you can see there's like a huge bunch of things. Like there is a chat playground, a video, images, audio, and so on. Like there's a huge things. So we're gonna take some examples and then we'll drive. So for example, let's talk about the language playground here. So if you see the language playground basically has a lot of stuff. There's analyze sentiment, there is conversational language understanding, there are some custom named entity recognition, and so on. So let's take an example of analyzing sentiment. So this is your configuration that it looks like. So you select an API version here. So I have taken currently, for example, the preview version. I can also take some older version as well. I've taken the latest one for now. You can select the model version. I've taken the latest one that I have built in at the moment. You can select any language. So there's a huge list of language here. So if you are somebody who wants to also explore the languages, by all means, feel free to use the language and see what it does for you. Now I'm going to select a sample data. For example, there is a product review I'm taking. Now the product review is this. I've taken, for example, I've given a product review, which is basically something around a product which is of a smaller size, it fits perfectly, and I'm giving some detailed feedback about how it's working. But then I didn't like something about it, like for example the zip I didn't like, or something around the dress. So this is just like a simple product feedback, and now I'm running this outcome. So once I run it, it basically is gonna give me like all the sentiment. So the green stuff that you are seeing on the screen is basically positive, and anything which is red is negative sentiment. So on the right side, you can see the overall sentiment. You can see that there is 70%, 75% positive score. There is a 25% negative score. There is nothing neutral, so it's zero. Um, if you if you scroll downwards, you will be able to see sentiment by sentences, which is by one. So first sentence, this one that you see, it's perfectly positive. So 100% positive sentiment. Second sentence, you see this one is not so positive. So there's a negative 100% sentiment here. And then the third one that you see here really has again positive, and same fourth. So it basically also calculates not as like an overall, but it also sees sentence by sentence sentiment as well, which is very detailed. You can see the JSON version as well here. If you're trying to use this in some other application, you can use the JSON version, which is basically looks like this. And it essentially helps you to ensure that you are like you're getting all the right kind of information around like how do you evaluate sentiment. If I click on enable opinion mining, you can see that the values, like if I run it again, second. Opinion mining basically will show you more like target assessment. So in this one, like you can see that there is this target. It is given basically like that this particular item is being classified as difficult. So this is an opinion about that particular item, which I would say is really cool. Again, like you can see this target color. and they're expressing that the color and the material is basically good. So these two items are being assessed, and that's how the opinion mining is done. Two different items are taken, and that's how you can check that what's the assessment given for those two different items. Like if you like don't want to take opinion mining, you can uncheck it, and like again, like you can run it again, and it will basically give you. So now if you want to run something which is more detailed, like a social media post or maybe something like a complaint, so this is like a customer complaint. If you run it again, it will probably give you like a lot more detailed output. So in this one, you see like there is a 24% positive scoring and there is a 74% negative scoring. And similarly, it has broken it down by sentence in the right. So it's one of the example and the capabilities of what you can do. I know that a lot of businesses that work on a very customer focused outcomes, like for them, understanding user sentiment or user behavior is really a key thing. So this is one of the example of how you can use it. The next thing is gonna be content understanding. Like in content understanding, you will be able to do a lot of different things. But let's go to the slides again and then discuss about it. So content understanding is basically it uses generative AI to process different types of content like document, images, videos, and audio. And it basically is really like a key to a user defined format. So content understanding basically helps you to check streamline your workflows. You can do field extraction. You can also improve accuracy. You can also have confidence scores and grounding. You can have classification. There's a pre-built analysis. It has actually quite a few things. So one thing I want to mention is this confidence score and grounding. So confidence score is what? You have an input, you have been evaluating an input and you got an output. Confidence score is a numeric value you provide to it. If that numeric value provide does not meet the benchmark, like let's say your confidence score baseline is 45%. If it does not meet that baseline, which means it's not good enough. The outcome is not good enough. It cannot be trusted. So it is used very largely in applications where you want to understand how confident or positive the outcome is. So if you ever worked on a data science project, you would have heard of false positive, false negative, true positive, true negative. It's something like that. It's not the same, but it's something like that. Like you are taking a baseline value and ensuring the outcome is correct. So let's see on the screen, like there is this is the framework. You have different inputs like documents, images, videos, and audio. In the center, you have an analyzer section where you provide all kind of content extraction like your scale, format, orientation, and layout. Then in the second section, you have segmentation where you have categorization, routing, and splitting. And this is your output section, which is basically where you get your JSON schema or your markdown. And in this bottom layer, you have all your models and any kind of foundational embedding you want to do. And here, like this is exactly how you basically use content understanding. So now we'll see an example of how you can use that in Foundry. So this is like your window of your Foundry experience. So if you see on the screen, like there are different sections. There is document, audio, and video. So let's start with one. So this is an example of insurance claim. So you see on the screen there is this document, and if I scroll down, it has a lot of info. Now, normally what people do is like they will run through this document, use some data science algorithm, extract some field value, and they will be able to like see what is going and happening around with that. But let's try it out and see if it's gonna work. So this is one of the example I gave. I gave an example of a document I had. I want to run analysis on it, so I ran analysis on it. So let it run for a couple of seconds. It will take a while to get outcome. So now if you see, it has highlighted all the important bits in yellow color. And then the result you can see outcome on the right is in the JSON format. So text, for example, and then there is a table format. So for example, it will show you what different documents it contains, what fields it has. You can see there are cross on some of them, which basically means that this is ticked or crossed off in this document. And you can see like it basically extracts all this information in the outcome. So this is really important, like because normally we would not be using any kind of automated services to do that. But like if I zoom it, you can see like how much information it contains. So for example, let's take inventory. Where is inventory? So this is inventory of household items. It's basically, there's a black dot here on the left. So basically it's kind of crossed off here on the right, which basically tells you that exactly it read the way it was supposed to be provided. Now, there's an example of invoice. Invoice is a very common use case. So, invoice, for example, contains like example of like some services or things purchased. Similarly, if you run analysis on this one, it will be able to extract any kind of needed information from this particular document. And it's like, again, super important because normally like people would run different algorithms to do it, but this service basically make it super easier for you. So you see, if you see on the screen right now, like it highlighted different values in different colors. So for example, if you have customer ID, it's a green color, so that you can identify which field has been extracted, and it becomes easier for you to flag it up. So like for example, here all things are similar, they belong to a similar category, so they are in same color. And anything which is very different category like amount, previous and weight balance, they're all in different colors. So it's like super easy to interpret like what is being interpreted versus what is being provided. So it's a really, really useful tool. You can use it for any kind of document extraction. There's other things like, for example, there's contract, you can run the same way. There's a post call analysis, which is basically if you have a voice recording or a customer service recording, you can use it for analyzing. I mean, we can run the analysis, but like if you want to take a real time example, just browse a file and upload a file, and you will be able to run it. And like this is how basically custom content understanding works. There's a custom task you can create, there's an analyzer list as well present here, you can build your own. And this is the overview section where you will find everything that is generally available. Going back to the slides again, we're going to be discussing some new things now. So let's discuss first thing about Foundry tools. So Foundry tools are basically tools that helps developers and organization, they can create rapidly very like responsible applications pretty fast. And when we talk about Foundry tools, we have a lot of pre-built and customizable APIs and models in that. So for example, in this one, you can create things like speech or translator or language converter. You can also use Azure AI search here. You can also use content safety and document intelligence. And then there is immersive reader as well. So there are a bunch of tools, obviously. So I will be covering a few of them, but obviously, like you can try Foundry and like explore a lot more of these capabilities. Um, let's talk about Language Foundry. So Language Foundry basically it's a cloud-based service. It provides natural language processing feature for like understanding and analyzing text. And some example of that, for example, there is a named entity recognition. So we can see an example of that. And it's super useful to use because it really like it makes interpreting your language data easier. So going back again, let's go to the playground. So we will find it here in the language playground. And let's say this one is the like the custom entity recognition. This is the conversational language understanding. Okay, it's taking a few seconds to load. Let's try. Let's try this one. So this is, for example, an example of like language detection, right? So for example, if I want to detect a particular language in my data set, how will I do that? So let's start with a simple example. Let's first take English, simple, straightforward. You run it, it will just say it's English. Okay. Now, if you want to run mixed language content, so this language, this content, if you see, this part is English. This I think is Spanish. And this again is a mix of Spanish, I think, or French. So now you can select again all your parameters like your API version. I've already built one, so you will have to build one API version for yourself. It is picking that this language type is probably like American English. So once you run this, it's gonna start uncoding like what is the language being used. So it's basically Spanish. It has a code, the language code here. It gives you a confidence score. Confidence score, like which means it's 100% sure it's Spanish. Then what's the script name? Then what's the ISO script name? Example of like how it works. Then if you want to take, for example, Chinese language, or for example, you have French language. So it will start running, it will start to give similar outcome for that. So it's really, really, I would say, simple and easy to use to make sure that like it helps to like for you to interpret if you have any kind of speech translation services that you want to check. Now Let's talk about extracting, for example, if you have some health information data, like this is a short prescription, or we can take a patient report. So if you see there's a patient report here in which like it has given a bunch of examples of like history of patient and then illness and so on. And you can select the paradigms here. So once you run it, it basically will give you information about like what kind of elements are present. So for example, what is the date and time of the report? It will provide you information on the diagnosis. So this is the diagnosis of the patient. Then what kind of administration details are available for it. Then again, if you go back, it will give you details about the patient history, like age, gender, time of the condition. And then it will also link different elements together. For example, if there is an examination, then why that examination diagnosis has come. So it will give you details on family relations and then everything. This detail is also present on the right side. So you can see like there's different like sections in which discharge or like every single detail is present, so you don't necessarily like need to worry that I only have this. You can also get that information from here, and it's super like clear like what details it has. You can verify it and check it also if you need to. If you want to hide relationship, you can clean like click this one, it hides relationship for you, and you can obviously check different facets as well. Now I also want to show one other thing, which is like extracting named entities. In this one, I'm gonna take example of like an email review. So, like this is important because entities are present in every text, and you have to categorize them to know like what is the predefined criteria. So in this one, if you see there are more configurations, so you can also include different types of entities you want. Like if you want to see address, age, computing, products, like what entities do you want? If you don't want to see any of them, you just like deselect them. Then like see how much is the overlap. Like do you want overlap to happen or do you want to match like completely 100%? So pick those things depending on your use case, right? And like if you want them the values to be normalized, you can use it to normalize the data as well. So once you run it, you will be able to see the outcome here. It will give you like every single detail of like extraction. So sir and ma'am that's written on the top is basically they're saying it's a person type. um this is like the name of the person, so they have classified as person. And I would have thought of like being classifying that as more like name, but person is also okay. Then you can have location here, then there is a spouse name here, and it basically picks up everything, the location, you can see the structure, the restaurant details here, it can give you a phone number. So every single entity you pick, you can select it and decide which entities you care about, which entities you want. You don't have to take the entities like just randomly. Okay, pick the entities you need. Another thing I also want to show is the PII conversation extraction. So, like this is an example of a customer service chat agent. So in this one, if you see, right, like you can see like there's a customer and an agent, they are conversating about a product and they're complaining something about the product. Now in the left again, like you can see there are different types of entities. What I really want is I want all these things to become anonymized. I don't want them to be seen by other users because it's sensitive data or sensitive information. I want a character masking. You can also do entity masking or no masking at all. And then you can specify the redaction parameter, which could be anything. Generally and normally people use asterisk. So that's it's what I'm gonna use as well. And if you have any specific values you want to be like it's okay to have it, I don't want them to be masked, you can like add that value here and add that simple. And then essentially you run this whole thing from based on your information. So for example, it's gonna start finding like what kind of PII data there is present. So there is a name which is present, then there is like a phone number which it is identified. It is basically identified any kind of address which is present. And then like in the end, if you see there is a name of the person again. Now if I want to hide PII, I will click the toggle button and you can see it becomes asterisk. Basically all the personal or PI data is now no longer like visible. Very selective users will probably have information to see that kind of information because it is associated to an individual's like details, like their personal information. So this is again really important, and it really helps you to like ensure that your systems are safe and reliable and governed basically. um, You can also use summarize conversation, which is also really useful. So summarize conversation, right? Like if you're building conversational AI agent, right? And you want to feed the data back into your agent in the form of a context, you can use this feature, which is really, really effective. So in this one, it's like you can take a very like big conversation. So now if you scroll downwards, you can see there's a conversation between two people and they're chatting about anything related to like multimodal models and the introduction of chat GPT. Like this is the example. Now on the left, the language is English. Feel free to try other languages. Like there is a lot of different languages you can use here. Then I want my data, this data to be summarized, having a recap, chapter title, or narrative. If I don't want narrative, I can unselect it and I can basically run this. So what it will give me are two things. It will give me a recap of the entire conversation and it will give me a chapter title, which basically segments the conversation and generates the title for each element. It will take obviously a couple of seconds to run or more because it's obviously a lot of information to process in a single go. And then once it runs, it provides you the information or details on the right. So it has run great. It provides you a recap of the entire this long thread of conversation, which you probably will have taken quite a lot of time to read. And it tells you about that they are discussing about the multimodal models, including the chat GPT. And like essentially they're trying to figure out what's the ability to create prompts and like the prompt flow. So if you want to summarize, it has given like a chapter title. So how can this conversation be divided into different chapters? So for example, the first one will be this, the second one will be this, and so on. So it's really like it's really just to summarize all the information that you have. It will recap for you, so you don't have to read every single thing line by line. It's I would say super cool, and I think it's something you can also use as a part of your like context management as well. If you want to feed, the previous conversation of a user back into your system, you don't need the like line by line detail. You can just use summarize conversation. That's like enough to use it. So these are some of the capabilities. Now, like let's go back to the slides and like let's see a couple other bits. So apart from the language foundry that I showed, obviously, and like the PI thing, there are like obviously there's key phrase extraction, there is summarization, which I showed as well, there is sentiment analysis, which I showed, and there is language detection. So these are some of the additional features you can use. Language detection is used like if you want to find which language you want to know, and key phrase extraction is basically like if you want to know main concepts, like unstructured text, and like make them in a form of a list. So that these are the two other use cases you can try, like if you want to see the feature. Now, PII, which I showed you now, is like super important piece because it helps to remove any kind of sensitive info. And you can not just remove PI from conversation, you can do it from text. You can also configure your own redaction policies. So if you're working for a company in which you have specific data that you classify as PI, you can also configure that. And you can also detect entities and confidence score on that. The fields that you generally will find is like entity, category, offset, length, and confidence. These are the things that you will find. And you can specify policy parameter to define that redaction policy with the text. But normally, like I've seen most people, they use only these 7 8 things for redaction. But of course, like if you have anything specific, feel free to like, use the redaction policies parameter to like provide that info. Now, when we talk about summarization, as I said, like this is a really, really good piece if you want to use for not just summarizing info, but also just for like using it as a part of context management. So in this one, you don't just summarize conversations, you can also summarize call center and text. So they're designed to recap the entire convo or like any long meetings that you have. They're designed to also recap any kind of calls or customer issues, and then any kind of extraction of key information. Like if you are like, I want the key information out of this conversation, which is probably thousands of rows, you can just like use summarization tool to find the key info and move on essentially. So it's like for that. The other thing that you can also use is speech service. So like speech service is basically speech to text service. So you can like if you're talking, like right, for example, we are conversating, it will convert that into text. Now in this one, I want to say that I use this as a part of my previous project on a voice agent. So there's a resource in Foundry that you can use, and you can transcribe your speech to text with higher accuracy on that. And make sure you also check the transcription score, like how good it is. Like it should be somewhere like 95, 96, 97%, because if your transcription score is low, that means you need to see why it's not giving you the right outcome, because like different words have different meanings in different languages. So transcription needs to be quite accurate for it to work to make sure it gets the right outcome. So you can create an application using the voice live directory in the Foundry services for the real-time voice agents. If you want to use, it's a separate service and you will have to use it to ensure if you want to implement it as a part of your application. There's a translator as well. So translator, as the name suggests, it is a cloud-based machine and it basically transforms or converts text and document. And translator basically helps to make sure that all the different tools that you use, like you can like transform that from one to another and like use it in any other language. Now, there's an agent service also, which I'm going to go back to show in like Foundry. But agent service is basically, it's a type of automation system that can understand any kind of structured data that you have. So LLMs, they can drift, they can be incorrect sometimes, they can also lack accountability because if you're not monitoring that. So agent service helps to provide like a practice where business can monitor what's happening. So Foundry is basically designed to change that. It's a platform that would combine different models, tools, and framework and governance as well into that unified system. So it enables to make sure that your agent can be also checked across like development, deployment, and once they are like in production. So obviously RAG is a big part of it. I'm sure everyone would have heard of it by now. It's like the technique that is used mostly for like combining any kind of large language models so that your responses are grounded enough in the data. And like in this one, generally, you will see there is a question, there is like a data store, there is like a matching result. You will have a prompt, LLM response. So let's go back to the Foundry and let's see some of the stuff. So firstly, let's see if you want to use speech playground. This is your speech playground area. In this one, you will find a lot of services around speech. Like this is a voice live service that I have mentioned. So you have to record a word here or upload a file that is a recording of what you are saying, and that's when you will have to configure here using whichever model you want. Like there's a bunch of models that I currently use, but it will obviously like it costs a service, so make sure like you pick the model that like if you're paying it for just for demo that which service you want. If you're using for a customer service or you're using a casual chat, so you can just like say the word and it basically records and transforms it. So this is a button, you can say the word and you can start transforming that. There is a video translation on this one, and there is a real time encryption as well, which I would say is really nice because real time transcription is good for like not just like transcribing meetings, but also like it's good for like when you want to transcribe a conversation that's happening between, let's say, your customer and your agent. So it really helps to make sure that you can use it for those capabilities as well. Now going back to this, there's a translator playground as I showed on my slides. So if you have anything you want to translate, for example, like if you want to like translate, for example, hi, this is ABC and it is, so we have given like a random statement, and I want to translate that, for example, into some other language. Let me pick a language from here. So let's take it into French. Let's translate that into French. So basically, hi, it has converted that into bonjour, and then it basically just like uses the same words and it translates other words into some other language. Let's try if it works well for the language. Let's stick Hindi somewhere. Let's try what it gives for that. So basically, like it basically converts whatever language you give. You can also try document here. So you can upload a file in this one and transcribe that into some other language. So it's like a very straightforward, simple service to use. You have to use it as a part of your application to make sure that you can try out like what it offers. So if you want to play with agents, so this is the agent service on the left. So you can see I've created already two agents. The third one I'm still building. So these two agents are basically to ensure like you can build your agent end to end, and like you can see your threads here on the right, like how many times you have done or made some changes or creation. So for example, if I open this one and I show you, so there is an agent ID which comes by normally by default, but you can also give your own agent ID if you want. You can give an agent name as well. And I've taken a deployment version for GPT 4.1, but obviously you can create a new deployment and take a new version also. In this one, you can provide description, and here I've given like a knowledge base file. So if I click on it and I click on manage, you can see that I've given two sample files, which is like in a format it can interpret. Please make sure that if you're using any files, you're using the supported file format. You can also use Azure AI service, but this is just for a demo. I've used a sample data. Then in the bottom, you can see there are model settings, ultra important, like temperature and top P. If you want to reduce randomness of your outcome, you can use the temperature settings. And if you want to make sure that you want to like be very specific about your outcomes, you can use both of these settings. If you don't know yet what temperature and top P means, you can just click on this icon. It will give you that detail that what's the purpose of these metrics so that you can make effective use of that. So it's like pretty, I would say in a way, like it gives you all the details. So if I want to use it, like I've already built this agent, right? So this agent basically contains a file that has some analysis on the A/B testing I did on some random, I would say random product at this point. And let's say if I start chatting with it, it will start to conversate with me and start giving me like it will ask me questions like how am I and so on. And then I ask it, can you um, so now like once I start like running it, like it will start like to check what kind of information it will need, for example open rates, click-through rates, and so on. And it will ask me like firstly generic question around like what kind of overview do I really want from that data. So what it normally will do is like I will check, I want to know, for example, so let's see what it gives us. So now what it goes, it basically, one second, let it run first completely. Okay, so it has run. So I asked it about in-mass performance. It's basically from the file. So what it does is like it will start looking into the file that I provided. This is a summary from that file, that email campaign that was run. It was giving me information about email sent from campaign A, then what was the open rate, then click rate, and so on. It is giving me analysis and insight. If you see, it has also picked up the file that contains that information, which is the sample data file I gave. And if you want to see the run info, it will give you all the run info here, like any kind of input that you need, any kind of output, what is the metadata that you have used here, like your name, context ID, trace, any evaluations if you have run. So by default, it runs some evaluation, for example, AI quality, which is like intent resolution. Intent resolution means what is the user's intent when they're running an application. Okay. So it ran it, it shows the status completed. The score it has given is 5 out of 5, which means that the agent response is meeting the intent that I had at the time of the query. It's really straightforward in that. Next one is AI quality, which is more about task adherence. So the task I gave my agent, was that completed? So it has rated itself not, it has given itself 0 out of 5 because it didn't exactly meet the need that I wanted, simply because it only gave me some material, but it didn't run an extensive analysis on the top of it. It basically runs these two metrics by on its own. You are not asking it to run. So it is by default. Another thing I also want to show is like and this one is like you can see the thread logs here. And then obviously like you can also create a new agent, or you can also view the code if you need to. So this is like the code, and you can also open this in VS Code if you need to open. So it's in a way it's like pretty extensive like in what it offers to you. And you also have voice mode if you see a small icon on the bottom. So if you want to run the voice mode, you can use this to run the voice mode as well. And simply like this is how normally like your agent will work. If I go back again like here and on the left, so there is on the left you see the fine tuning. So fine tuning you can use like to like ensure that you are basically tuning your model. It will generate some metrics like token and accuracy. So I did fine tune some of my models. So it will show you like, for example, how the training has happened, what are the steps taken. And like if you scroll, it will also show you token accuracy for each of those steps taken. So it's like more to understand the system performance. You can also see the logs here, step by step when the logs were done, or for example, any checkpoints that were made. And like it will give you pretty much detailed information if like anything has happened or failed, what is the batch size, what is the learning rate multiplier. So yeah, pretty detailed in terms of giving details around that. Other thing there is, which is pretty much, I would say, important, is like using evaluation processes. So you can go to the evaluator library here if you want to see the evaluation. In this one, you can see there is a rouge score evaluator. There are actually quite a few, I think 25 or 30 different evaluators here. And in this one, you can check, for example, around like groundedness, F1 score. It's very popular in like people who are working in data science, and then coherence, which are really like natural language processing metrics. You will need them to explain to somebody how good it is, how good it is performing. You can also do AI red teaming in the left one, and then there is some automated evaluations you can build. So I have built one for relevance here, if you see. And if I open this one, and I'll show you like how it basically shows you. So see, this is in the data section. This is the data I gave. I gave, for example, a couple of examples on the council tax Q&A, and then the council tax questions it has asked is here. This is the answer. This is the rating it is given. It has failed one of them. It has given pass on four of them. Okay, and I want to understand, for example, why this one has failed. So I can go and hover my mouse over it, and it will show you that the question and the answer. The answer does not address the question being asked, and it provides like the rating rubric basically, which is like a way to measure your relevance in a numeric form. Okay, and if you want to see the logs here, it will give you the JSON L file here. It will show the results on the right, and then user logs as well on the right. So it gives you all the info you need. So if you're looking for JSON version, you can use it. One thing in this which is very interesting is also shows you sample usage of your tokens. If you see, I have highlighted a line. So it will show you the prompt tokens done, the completion tokens done, the total tokens done. And it will also show you the model version that you have used, for example, for that. So it has all the like system related info so you will need for like your for whatever you are testing. On the report page, which is supposedly like the page where you get the high level info, right? Like you can see the status, which is like completed. It will provide if tags, if anything, it is who has created, when it was created, and so on. So you can see it has given, for example, relevance 80% passed, and it will explain to you also what it means, like what relevance stands for. So anytime you are in a like a space where you want to evaluate more things and you like trying to figure out what different metrics I would use. So you can use relevance, accuracy, coherence, groundedness, and things like these, because these are standard metrics and like they can show someone that how good or bad, for example, your system is, how it is running, and like how it can be used. You can also export the result if you need to. So you can see it exported the file as well for me pretty quickly. And like if I really need to like run another one, I will just go to evaluation again, and I will go to the evaluator library, and maybe I'll pick something, for example, like an F1 score evaluator. And like from here, I will start configuring it like whatever I want to use. There's always gonna be like some level of like config settings you will have to do to obviously run it, but I would say more or less like it's very fast and it gives you the information that you would need to run it. So yeah, I would recommend everyone to like try it out and like explore a bit more about like how you can use evaluators. So if you see, I've also given a toggle that it only shows Microsoft's evaluator. If I hide it, it will show like some other evaluators which are not necessarily by Microsoft, but like some of them are basically like from the partners evaluators. But I generally recommend using these ones because they are more reliable, and then you can use it for like building any kind of evaluation metrics that you need to. So going back to the slide again, we have discussed about these things. So this is how the general structure is of Foundry. Like there is a set of development frameworks. You have a Foundry SDK, there's a semantic kernel, and there is a auto and gen framework. And like these are the three things which sit in this framework section. You have LangGraph, LangChain, Llama Index, and then CrewA as well if you want to use it. For Foundry observability, you already have tracing, logging, monitoring, evaluation, which I already showed you, and experimentation. In the agent service, you will find like orchestration, threads, and network isolation. So this is for like the side where like you are doing orchestration and integration. I have a separate talk on this Foundry, like detailed talk on a agent service Foundry, which like if you want to see, I can share the link with you. Then in the Foundry models, you will be able to find like any kind of fine-tuned models, models by Microsoft and other companies. As I showed, like there is from Anthropic, there are models from OpenAI, Mistral, and all the other companies as well. And there are knowledge tools, which is, for example, you can use like some API tools or Azure AI Search. and there are some integrations. And at the bottom of this section, you will find like Azure AI content safety, which is like content filters, cost management, and governance. So this is like the overall structure of how like Foundry really works. Um, Now I will have I think 2 or 3 slides just on context engineering, just to give you a very, very high level detail of what it is. If you have already done it, then it's great. If you haven't, then hopefully this will give you some high level insight of like what it is. I have another more detailed talk on this one. I think 2 talks I have on this one, which are different from each other and they have more like depth. But it will be more like a checkpoint for you. So if you're building a production grade system, how you will start to use context as a part of it. So if you see on the screen, like context engineering generally sits as a part of your entire application, like outside that. And then you have like a lot of different components, like you have structured output, there is memory, there's prompt engineering, state history, and RAG. So these different elements, they're a part of the system, and context is everything outside it. And what it does is like it helps you to build a dynamic background that will guide your LLM's behavior in simple language. And it is the reason you people use it is because it is more accurate, relevant, and that's the main reason. You would not want to build an application which is not accurate, like, and like it's not reliable, because it will not reach production stage. It will be in POC and that's it. And I have seen a lot of time people think LLM failures happen due to the like model flaws. Actually, it happens a lot more because of the missing background context. It's not just the model flaws essentially. And to use context, you also need a memory, because if your AI does not remember any prior conversation, it is not possible for it to like deal with it effectively at points in time. And right now, I know like there's a lot of different terms, but like normally people would say there are 2 types of memory, like STM and LTM, and it keeps track of your ongoing conversation. It is very session based, the STM, and LTM is more like there are knowledge, there are preferences across different session. So if you don't have memory, AI will reset every single time. With memory, it is more adaptive and it's more like personalized and human like. So that's why using memory is kind of important if you're trying to build context. And to also use context effectively, you also need like a context window. So in this one, like if you see on the left, like mathematically, this is how it looks like. So every gray word, for example, will be your context, and everything left and right is a part of the big picture. It's not in the window. It's how you look at it. So example is like this. So there is a n number of tokens, like infinite tokens, and this is your target window. So you have built an agent, for example, that is addressing 5 main topics. Okay, let's take example of 5 main topic, like there is council tax, there is housing, there is waste and recycling, there is bin management, and let's say there is let's say the third topic is, for example, public transport, okay, or travel card. Now these 5 things are your 5 main things you want to deal your agent, but your context also contains additional other things. Okay, now I'm asking a question around just around housing. I am not concerned about other things at this point. So my context window should set the target token, basically, which is housing. So if I provide every other information apart from these 5 topics, it is not easy for LLM to figure out. It will take also a lot of time and latency to get the outcome. So using very specific and targeted tokens really, really helps to set the right context window. And so if you read at the bottom as well, a larger window enables to process longer inputs, and it enables to have a greater amount of information, but putting irrelevant and outdated data will not really solve that problem. So if you are building an agent and you're wanting to make it, I would want to make it a production level agent, make sure like have a great like have a very selective and great context management, and like also how to manage that effectively. I would say like you will have to have your engineering team, and then obviously like some other members of a team constantly like making sure the context management actually stays the way it is. So to conclude my session, some of the key takeaways is like by this session you should be able to understand about Foundry, the components Foundry offers, how do you build applications that you can use, what are the key components and models, for example, different kinds of services, and then agent building service, and then how you basically evaluate that. And then lastly, a little bit about context engineering as well. If you want to know more about any of the particular topics, you can feel free to reach out to me or connect with me on LinkedIn. I am more than happy to answer your questions. Thank you. I think we have some time left for questions. If you have anything, feel free to ask. Feel free to ask any questions if you have. Like, can I see some questions on the chat?
Hello,
Okay.
ma'am.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, ma'am. We have a question in chat box.
Yeah. In the production AI systems, how do we decide? Yeah, I'm just reading the question. I think there are 3 questions on the chat.
Yes, ma'am.
So the first one is around how do we pick a good model using Foundry when we should use fine tuning instead of just choosing a better model? So when you talk about picking a good model, I think what we really mean is like, see, when you work in an application, there are different constraints. Sometimes, like latency, for example, or throughput is not an important factor, for example, or sometimes you have too much budget. I mean, it really happens if people have too much budget for a project, but let's say you have too much budget available, or for example, your quality of output is not important. So picking the right model is a different thing versus fine tuning the model. Picking the right model is about, do you want to have better quality, better latency, or throughput? Fine tuning is about what your outcomes are gonna be. Fine tuning is about like if you are gonna if you want to train your model on a specific task. So they are not exactly the same things. Model has this different aspect. Okay, when you pick a good model, you want to ensure that I'm picking the model that best meets the need of my project, which is like I'm building an application, maybe just an agent, or maybe like it's a part of a bigger application. So for me, if I just use something which is basic, it's fine. I'm gonna fine tune it because I'm gonna provide some information. But for my application now, if only like using a basic model is not okay, it should also have a great throughput. So I would want to prioritize that model and then fine tune that model, right? I wouldn't want to just go on and like use something which is not gonna give me great throughput. So this is how you decide which one to pick, which one to use. Fine tuning is a different concept altogether. And picking a good model is a different thing. They're not exactly the same thing. So that's the first thing you need to understand. The second question is around in the enterprise AI systems like Azure AI Foundry, how do teams decide between RAG and fine tuning and select a production ready model using signals like quality cost? Is there a standard evaluation framework? So, like a lot of times, like some of the projects I've been and some conversations I've been, people tend to use a combination of RAG and fine tuning for most part of their application work. How do you select a production ready model like using signals? See, you have to like first before building the project or start rushing into building it, understand the key requirements, right? So right example, like I worked on a voice agent. The key primary goal for the customer is that in that voice agent the user should get an outcome within 5 seconds. They will not wait 5 minutes, which is what they don't want. So for me now, like having a faster outcome becomes a lot more important. Now, if I want to retain like the relevance of my answer, I will fine tune it. I will build a RAG for it, which is additional step I will do. But that doesn't prevent me from using whichever model I have, right? So the framework, like normally it starts with understanding what the user actually cares about. Like user means the end user will need and what your customer cares about. So it's a combination factor. Now, if I'm building just a chatbot type of thing or like something like a live agent, something, now there, okay, maybe like the user can wait a couple more seconds or more. So maybe like I will use a model which is cost effective for me as well, but can also give right outcomes. And I can fine tune that model as well. So you decide based on couple of paradigms that, hey, these are the 3 paradigms I have. Now I find a model which meets my cost, which meets my latency needs, and it also can be fine tuned effectively. So fine tuning, as I said, it's for making your model better in targeted approaches, like which is like I have a specific area to crack on. I'm not building a generic agent which is gonna just answer generic question. It's not some Google Chrome that I'm gonna chat it and like it's gonna give me an outcome. So you have a very specific use case. The third question is in the production AI system, how do we decide whether to rely or build on evaluation metric or build our own custom evaluation method for domain specific accuracy? Yeah, this is a great question actually. So see, it is great. You can use built-in evaluation metrics 100%. You can obviously build your own custom evaluation methods if you are domain specific. So if you are working in finance, banking, regulated industries like insurance, or you're in healthcare, I would say use a combination of two. Use some of the standard metrics that are there and then also build your own, because like I was previously working in like for public sector clients, and obviously we built a lot of standard metrics for sure because that's how we measure our systems. But in those certain use cases, because we had so many categories to deal with, I think what we had like 21 different categories worth of data and so many articles. So we built some specific domain specific metrics to deal like to make sure we are providing like more contextual evaluation as well. So yeah, use a combination of two. Some cases you might not need. If it's very generic, you can just go with evals, or you can also use things like LLM as a judge or agent evals as well if you want more like detailed metric evaluation. I do have a separate talk on evaluation of models, but that's like a different topic. It's a very big topic, but I would recommend using a combination of custom and standard evaluation metrics for your projects if you are working in a very specific niche industry. The last question is around light on data security and Foundry. How to ensure the data is not utilized by the model vendors? Is there anything setting that apart from web grounding? So in Foundry, like it's again like a separate section of like a separate talk I have. So there is a section for governance and guardrails where you can ensure that your data is not being utilized by the model vendors. You can like you can prevent. You can basically there's a grounding mechanism in which you can prevent that from happening. So it ensures that your data is secure, and that is like the reason why like it is more like friendly for using in production grade systems. Like you can also ensure some additional guardrails, like you can also build in some additional guardrails to ensure that your data does not transpire or goes into, for example, any kind of vendor model that you use. You can also use some sort of encryption to ensure that. There are other approaches as well I know that people can use to like ensure the security of your data. It's not about just like using, for example, Foundry, but in general also. Again, like anonymization of your data, like making sure in which tenant your data is sitting. So there are a couple of things you can use to ensure that it cannot effectively utilized by your vendor model or partner model. And that will ensure your application is actually safe, because I know that safety and security is a big measure, like or big consideration right now, and responsible AI is also like a big part of how you build. So yeah, I guess these are all the questions I have. Are there any other things anyone wants to ask?
Ma'am, we have one question in chat box. Would request you to kindly put some light on data security in Foundry. How to ensure that the data is not utilized by the model vendors? Is there any setting for that apart from web grounding?
Yeah, I actually answered this question already. So Foundry already has, as I said, like governance and data security measures in like there's a separate section on it. Like I can give you the link of the talk if you need to see the details, but you can use grounding mechanisms. As I said, you can also use you can make sure which tenant your data sit in. You can also have encryption methods, make sure data is anonymized. Like there are a bunch of measures you can use to make sure like not like web grounding is not the only way to do it. And I know responsible AI is a big consideration for everyone who is basically trying to build a large scale application. So you can use that. I can give you some details on like on what data security measures you can use if you need specific details around that. So yeah, I will share the
Yeah.
resources for sure. Okay, cool. Oh,
Thank you
okay.
so
I
much for
think
answering the questions. Yeah. It was a wonderful session. Thank you once again.
okay, thank you everyone. I hope you have like you have the rest of the amazing sessions as well, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Cheers. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Hello, everyone. We have another session.
Hello everyone. So can we start?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's session on Microsoft Fabric, building the OS for data from analytics platform to AI intelligent layer. It's pleasure to introduce our speaker, Mohammed Adnan. Adnan brings over 18 years of experience in Microsoft technologies with a deep expertise across industries including healthcare, manufacturing, supply chain, and construction. Over the last several years, he has been actively working with Microsoft Fabric and has spent more than a decade specializing in Power BI and enterprise analytical solutions. In today's session, Adnan will help us understand how Microsoft Fabric is evolving beyond a traditional analytics platform into a unified intelligence layer for analytics, governance, and AI driven decision making. We'll explore concepts such as one lake, shortcuts, mirroring, direct lake, semantic models, and the future of AI powered enterprise architecture. Please join me in welcoming Mohammed Adnan. Sir, you can start.
All right. Thank you for the intro. My voice is clear and my screen is visible, right? The PPT is
Yes, sir.
visible.
Perfect. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good evening. And hope you're enjoying the sessions since the morning. And this is the two-day conference which is going on. And this is the fourth time which we are running up successfully, thanks to the team. And so this time they have given a challenge code as well so that you can win DP600, DP700 and Amazon gift vouchers. So you can scan the QR code on the screen and then participate to win the challenge. So we are going to start with this initial thought about Microsoft Fabric. But before going into detail, let's little bit talk about myself. Even though we got introduction, but something which I just want to highlight here is I'm a consultant and architect of data, BI, and AI solutions. And like I said, I have like almost 2 decades of experience in various Microsoft and other platforms. So I'm an author of 2 books, which you can see it on the screen. And I have a GitHub resource, which is on PBIP Studio, which talks about, which can help you to automate some of your Power BI enhancement work. And I'm a YouTuber as well. I have like 2 channels, one channel which is on Tech 18, which is primarily focused on Microsoft Fabric, Power BI, and self-help. And I'm a Microsoft MVP and MCT as well. For more details, you can reach out to my website, tech18.com. Okay, for this session, I'd like everyone to wear a hat of architect because whatever we are going to see today, it's all from the perspective of architecture. So if you are an architect or if you are an enterprise architect or if you are still a developer, but still for this session, you just wear a hat of architect. Because seeing things from this architect perspective is entirely different from the features perspective. So that's what we are going to look into that in detail in today's session. So first we'll understand the reality of modern enterprises. So many enterprises, whether it's a small or large enterprises, they have already heavily invested on different technologies because these are the technologies which was evolved and it's still running up and fulfilling some of the purposes of the businesses. Like for example, if you look into SAP, it's really good in terms of ERP. So many companies are actually using up still till now ERP because it is actually giving them the full-fledged whatever they need for the business running purpose. And some of the companies, they are actually using, even the same company actually using multiple tools and technologies. For Oracle, they are using for finance related stuff. And they may have built some legacy application, which is from 30, 40 years before, like VB6 or VB.NET, they have developed those applications, which is fulfilling the particular purpose of the business requirement. It can be some offline work that they want to do, which is running fine. They're running the smooth business on that one. And it cannot able to expose anything over the internet. It can just give you the CSV files from that ERP or system, whatever they call it over there. And every business is having up an Excel file. If anyone says that we don't have any Excel file, then I don't believe at all. Because without Excel, no company will run in this world. That is for sure. Wherever you go, you just need an Excel. Because Microsoft brought up Power BI, it's been a long journey for Power BI. It has given us full-fledged requirement, whatever the business need, but still the business user need export to Excel feature because people are really comfortable using Excel. So that's the reason Excel will be a part of a source for any company wherever you go. And now what they are doing up for the reporting purpose, they are moving everything into a data lake, warehouse, for example, Snowflake. And from there, they're actually building up their data analytics solution on top of that. So this is how the reality of modern enterprises. And the main core problem for this one is whenever we want to do things for analytic purpose, let's say for example of moving into Snowflake, we just need to move the data from one source to another source, from SAP to Snowflake, from Oracle to Snowflake. This is how we need to do because we need to bring our data into one single place. That's the main objective. And because of that, we need to build a lot of complex ETL processes over here. Because the structure, what is there on SAP, on Oracle, or maybe in the Excel file, may be different what the business need for their data analytics purpose. So we need to build a complex ETL pipeline. We need to have a maintenance for that. We need to do a lot of complex joins and all the pipeline we need to build. And this purely depends on high latency issue. So whatever data is moving from one source to another source, it purely depends on latency. If there is any slow latency issue kind of thing, then we may get less inputs so that we may not get the latest complete transactional data for our analytic purpose. And most importantly, if you are particularly into healthcare or financial or government industries, then governance is really plays an important role. Even though your existing systems like Oracle or SAP, they have set up the beautiful governance setup over there so that operational peoples are actually using up as per the business requirement. But when you move the data from those systems and put it into a different place, in that case, whatever data has been governed is actually exposed unless and until you are clearly satisfied with this governance requirement, even on the target platform. So there also you need to keep again the maintenance of the governance, security, row level security, all those stuff you need to keep an eye on that one. So as this is a challenge of moving the data from one place to another place and the governance and all those stuff, if you have not set up anything properly, then whatever information we feed to the AI actually will give you the response based on that itself, right? Like how generally from Microsoft Arun used to say, if you garbage in, garbage out, the same way. So you need to give the clear context and the data to the business for the AI, then only it can give you the right responses for that. So at the moment, what most of the industries are actually doing, we are just building a system to store the data, but not to understand it. This is the main core problem. And this is where Microsoft Fabric comes into the picture. I'll just briefly talk about this slide now, and then we'll go deeper inside to that. Why Fabric I talked about is because Fabric has main feature of one lake, which is unified layer for all the data. Wherever the data is, you can bring up here into one single unified layer. And from there, you want to do whatever you want to do. Every business people, different teams, like data engineers, data scientists, or data analysts can able to use those data without moving from one system to another system. And they have main features of shortcuts, which we can just directly point to the data where it is available. And we don't need to bring the data into Fabric. We can directly access those data from there. And after that, we also have mirroring capability that we can replicate the data from one source into Fabric again. And then we can do the further reporting on top of that. To do all this stuff, we have the capability of data factory. We can use the data factory functionality about it. We can build the pipelines. We can use data flow gen 2 for these things in order to bring the data into Fabric. And then we have a Microsoft Power BI on top of that, which is for analytical purpose here. So we can bring the data of analytics into Power BI. And finally, we have the Copilot assistance so that it can help in different ways where user can ask natural language questions, it can give the response out of it. As looking into enterprise, industry, whatever they need, everything covers here. But still, we need to figure it out whether this is possible or not. So why I'm saying that it is becoming the OS for the data. So when you look into the OS, whether this is for Windows operating system, Mac OS or Linux, generally we have like file systems in the OS. So similar to that, we have it in Fabric as one lake. We can store all the information on drive, C drive, E drive kind of thing. Similarly, we can store all the information in one lake. Now, when it comes to shortcut, we can create network shortcuts in our drive. If you want to access any network drive within our system, we can create shortcuts here. Similarly, if you want to access any external data, we can create shortcuts also here in Fabric. And also we have an option about Okay, and also we have an option about the background sync, which is we can do it on our systems, and similarly we can also use mirroring in order to replicate the data here. And in OS we can build multiple apps like Excel, Word. We can using it. Similarly, we can build multiple. Sorry. So similarly, we can build Fabric workloads also here. Like we can build a notebook, we can do the spot job, we can build Power BI, we can also create one lake and all those other stuff. And in terms of permissions also, we can define it our operating system as well as the same permission security we can also define in Fabric also. And also we can use the common language PowerShell we can use on operating system to do some of our stuff. Similarly, we can also use here Fabric CLI, and we can also build a semantic model to understand the data better quality manner. And also we have an assistant in the operating system. Similarly, we have agents or copilots in Fabric here. This is the reason I'm pointing it out. This is going to become an OS for the data. Now, this is a typical architecture this will look like, even though we are at the beginning of this session, I just want to give you a glimpse about it. So we have the source here and we ingest the data, we process the data, and then we build the semantic layer of the data and then finally consume the data. So this may not be easy to understand for now, but once we go through all this process, at the end, I will revise this again. Then you will have a clarity about what actually it's all about. So let's talk about one lake. So one lake is a single logical layer which is in Power BI. Wherever your data brings into Fabric, everything is going to be stored on data packet format, which is going to be one lake. The benefit of that is everything is going to be in single logical layer. We used to call this as we have one drive for data.
शानदार प्रोडक्शन है, शानदार परफॉर्मेंस है आपकी बच्ची का, बहुत ही स्पीड और बहुत ही खूबसूरत, माशाल्लाह। अस्सलाम वालेकुम दोस्तों।
All right, so this is one single lake here. So we can use all our data into one single place. And there is no data silos here. Like we discussed on the previous thing, we are actually moving data from one source to another source for our analytic purpose. But this time we are actually not moving data. Every business uses like data engineer, data analyst can able to use the same data and do whatever work they need. And the same data, they can write it back to the one lake storage. And the return data can be consumed by other departments as well. For example, if you have any unstructured data, the engineers can able to take those data and then refine those data. And the refined data can be consumed by data scientists or data analysts for their further reporting purpose. So that's the beauty of having unified one lake storage here. And now we'll talk about one lake shortcuts here. And every feature in Microsoft Fabric currently, even though this looks like a good feature, but it has some limitations as well, and it has more capabilities as well. So we'll talk about that as well. Now, when it comes to shortcut, if you have a data in one lake, if you want to bring that data into another one lake, you can also use that. Similarly, the external data like AWS Gen2, Azure blob storage, or also if you have data in GCP, Amazon S3 bucket, these are all the data, if it is in text format or it is in CSV, JSON, semi-structured data, if you have those things, then you can bring all this data into as a shortcut in Microsoft Fabric. Shortcut means it's not going to bring your data into Fabric. It's just going to point the data in Fabric to the target location. So if you have any data on S3 bucket, then you just need to make a pointer here in Fabric. Whenever user wants to access the data, at that time is going to go and fetch the data through the shortcut directly from the S3 bucket. So that's the beauty of the shortcut here. So you just need an access to get the data from that whenever you need here. That's the main policy here. So it means it actually helps the business don't need to waste existing system, whatever you have. You just keep existing scenario which is there. We just need an access to that so that we can access those information and build further reporting or analytic purpose, whatever it is. So that's one thing. But here the main check is if you delete the entire shortcut in Microsoft Fabric, then it's not going to delete anything on the target, which is on S3 bucket or Azure blob storage. But if you delete any file and if you have a read and write access in Fabric, then it's going to delete also the files in that location, which is on S3 bucket or Azure blob storage. So that is really a risky point that you need to make sure that you are giving the right permissions to the right people so that you can have a better data out of it. Now, out of all these supported sources so far, only GCP is a read-only access. Even though if we have a read-write permission on Google Cloud, But when you bring the data into Microsoft Fabric as shortcut, you are just going to have only read permission itself. There is no read write permission here. So you can just ingest the data in metadata into shortcuts. Now, the new feature add-on to the shortcut is file transform, and then we have AI transformation. So what does it mean? Like, if you have a semi-structured data in shortcuts, and when you bring up here, you can directly use the transformation options in OneLake, which is it's going to create a shortcut as well as going to transform your data directly when you store the data into Fabric as a Delta Lake table. That's really cool, right? You have a data over there, it's going to sync your data automatically, and then it's going to load as a table in Microsoft Fabric OneLake. So AI transformation, on the other hand, if you have a textual data, if you want to summarize those information, like if you want to extract any PHI information, if you want to summarize the data, or if you want to do any translation, sentiment analysis, all those stuff, you can also do through AI analysis here. So that is called as AI transformation. So this AI transformation currently support only the TXT file format, but the file transformation can support you CSV, JSON format as well. Another good thing which I liked about is if you have an Excel file sitting out any of the sources here, when you bring up into Fabric as an entire Excel file, you can have a schema as well as the tables inside to an Excel file. For example, in an Excel file, if you have a name and then you have 10 sheets, then when you bring into Fabric, it's going to create a schema out of that Excel name, and 10 sheets will be a part of 10 tables in OneLake. So that's a good thing. So this is what OneLake you can bring up for. And also you need permissions accordingly so that you can get access and do whatever you need to do here in shortcuts. So there is no data movement happening here as a part of OneLake shortcuts here. Now comes to the second part, which is a data factory. And this is really a game changer in terms of Fabric here. Because in Fabric, we have data factory, which is a best in class connectivity. Just give me a second. Yeah, thank you. So in Data Factory, we have 170 plus connectors, that's best in class. And the three main things that we need to do as a part of Data Factory. One is the data movement, orchestration, and transformation. So in terms of our architect perspective, we need to check how, what, where we need to use this one. And everything, whatever we do in Fabric, always remains on OneLake. So when we want to move our data from one source to another source, we have few options. For orchestration also, we have few options. For transformation also, we have few options here. So in terms of this, we can decide or discuss on one by one here. So first, we need to check on the part which is on to move the data. So we have an option about copy activity, which is nothing but if you have a data in any storage location, and if you want to copy that data with a structured and also do the transformation on the way to load into a destination in Fabric, then you can use of the Fabric copy activity option. This is really helpful for those processes. The copy job, on the other hand, if you have any data and you just want to do lift and shift migration from one source to another source, at that time, you can just use the copy option. This can actually be really fast if you want to do any copy from one source to another source here, which is from destination. Now, the good part about this one is this is going to be really quick information. And if you want to do any incremental load based on the chain detection also, it can also help you to do the job of copy job activity here. Being an architect, you need to be aware of all those features. Then when you can able to decide which functionality you need to use for which kind of processes here. Right? And the next thing comes up here in terms of transformation, which is like data flow Gen 2. This is a powerful tool which Power Query backed by, and it is loved by the citizen developers, not by the core developers. Core developers will like definitely the Spark job transformation itself because they are fond of writing Spark job notebooks and Python language or SQL language, whatever they are comfortable with that. But citizen developers, they preferably go with the data flow Gen 2 itself. This is a Power Query user interface based transformation that you can do. And also the good part is we have data destination as well. So you can just ingest data from one source, do the transformation inside to that, and also do a destination out of it where you want to load the data. It can be inside the Fabric or it can be outside the Fabric as well. And the next thing is the event stream. So the real-time data which is coming up from your event house or IoT Hub or real-time Kafka, all those stuff, whatever the sources is there. If you want to do this real-time streaming, then you can use event stream for the transformation to extract some of the information and then load it into either KQL or you can load into Lakehouse as well for the further reporting purpose here. So that is one of the reasons for event stream. And the Spark job is for the pro developers, those who are already aware of Python writing languages, they can definitely go with this approach. And if you want to really do the bulk data processing, then definitely this is the recommended one to go with that one. So in short, if you need a data batch movement, then you can go with the copy activity. If you need a quick copy from one source to another source, then you need a copy job activity. But if you need a low code UI-based transformation, then you need to go with Dataflow Gen 2. And if you need a real-time transformation, then you need to go with streaming, Azure streaming event stream. And then Spark is going to be advanced code-based information here. So now let's talk about mirroring here, because this is the only piece which was pending from the data factory side. So mirroring is basically going to replicate the data from one source to another source. So now you may think about, initially I mentioned about Fabric is the thing which is going to keep the existing system as is. It's not going to move the data here. But mirroring is actually copying the data. That makes sense actually. But here the checkpoint is shortcut actually, if we have any semi-structured data like JSON CSV file, that you can point the shortcut here and then it's going to bring the data inside the Fabric for further analytic purpose here. On the same concept, if you have a relational data, which is on like SQL Server, Azure SQL, PostgreSQL, those data you can bring up here as a mirroring into replicate into Fabric. You don't need to build any pipelines for that. That is the real benefit out of it, right? You don't need to build any complex thing. You don't need to maintenance for this schedule job, all those stuff. You just need to mirror things here. It's going to replicate all those things for you. And another good thing which I like for this one is whatever capacity you are in, if you are in F64, then you will going to get 64 terabytes of capacity in order for you to do the mirroring purpose. And if you are doing have 128 F capacity, then you are going to get 128 terabytes of capacity. So whatever data is going to come from source to your data, and all this process which is running behind is not going to consume in your capacity, is going to be taken care by Microsoft itself. It just need to bring the data from source to the Fabric here. And one thing I just want to highlight here is in terms of the limitations. So shortcut has the limitations of 100,000 shortcuts that you need to create on a Fabric item. For a one single path is a 10 path only we can able to create in a Fabric. When it comes to mirroring as well, you can see there are 3 different mirroring options we are available. Okay, so there is database mirroring, metadata mirroring, as well as open mirroring here. This is really important to understand what are these 3 things are. So mirroring actually going to replicate the data. In most of the cases, if it is more than 1,000 tables, there is a limitations of mirroring to replicate the data. There are some other limitations also based on the sources, like Azure SQL has a different limitations, Oracle has a different limitations for these things. So you need to make sure that when you're using that particular source, you understand the limitations of Microsoft Fabric. And also you need to make sure that this is in preview or generally available or it's in roadmap, or you are in private preview with Microsoft. You need to decide based on that whether you want to go with that option or not. Because it has a lot of flexibility in Fabric, but we need to, being an architect, need to make sure that whether this will be applicable for us or not. That's one thing. And there is one more important thing which I'm going to talk about at the end of this session, which is really critical in terms of decision making of architect for this one. Okay, now when it comes to database mirroring here, so these are the sources which you can see on the screen. It's mostly on GA. Mirroring is basically from source to Fabric. That's one way itself. There is no bidirectional mirroring happening here. Like when you copy the data, it's going to copy here in Fabric, which is near real time actually is going to happen. There is no latency. It can say like 15 seconds, I can say, or maybe more based on the network latency issue. But this is going to make a near real time replication from these sources into Fabric here. So that's one thing. And you're not going to write back any data to the destination, but everything is going to happen on one lake Delta bucket file storage itself. Whether this is Azure SQL, whether it is on-prem SQL or PostgreSQL, everything is going to happen on near real-time itself. Even if you are using a Fabric SQL database, even though this looks like a SQL database, but behind the scene, this is actually replicating the data within the Fabric, not in our own capacity, but this is taken care by Microsoft. And this is replicating and storing the data into one lake as a delta parquet file format. Yeah, that's happening on the behind the scene. Now, you may hear about Microsoft also claim or Snowflake also claim that there is a bidirectional relationship between, bidirectional sync between the Snowflake and Fabric. You heard it right, but that thing is actually a different file storage. Typically, when you look into the format, we have the Parquet file format, and the storage of that we have like Delta Lake as well as Iceberg file format. So whatever we do it on Fabric, everything is on Delta Lake file format itself. This is the common platform, which is used by Databricks as well, and Snowflake also used initially. And then this is common platform used by many other data providers also here, which is on Delta Lake. And Iceberg is a recently introduced one adopted by many other database providers as well. And even Snowflake is also provided Iceberg here. If you have any data stored on Iceberg, that actually is going to have a bidirectional sync between Snowflake as well as in Fabric. If it is in one lake storage, then it's going to be just one-way sync from Snowflake to Fabric. There is no write back to Fabric to Snowflake here. Similarly, these are all the database mirroring options. It's going to mirror your metadata, schema, tables, as well as the actual data inside to the Fabric here. That is database mirroring. Now, when it comes to metadata mirroring, here right now we have only two sources, as you can see it on the screen, Azure, Databricks, and Derimo. So these are all is going to sync only the metadata inside to the Fabric. So metadata is going to sync on near real time in the Fabric, and whatever the data is actually going to be stored on that particular location itself on Databricks itself. So whenever user wants the data, when they query these things, then it's going to go and fetch the data from the Databricks and then give it response back here. So that is metadata mirroring options available in, which is also in preview, that you need to make sure that this is available generally or not whenever you use to these applications. So it means the data, actual data is not going to be synced into Fabric, it's just going to be metadata itself. Then how does it work? So metadata is actually working on a mirroring capability, and the actual data is going to work on a shortcut methodology. So when you query something, then it's going to use a shortcut link and then extract the data from Databricks and then give it back to you. So that's metadata mirroring here. Now, the third option, which is here, open mirroring option. This is something really interesting. So there are lots of applications which is there, like I also talked about initially. We have legacy application which can able to extract only these things. So in such scenarios, what you need to do is you can create a landing zone in Microsoft Fabric in the lakehouse and then use that link. You can also use your own APIs to create your custom application to extract those CSV and then load it into via API into that landing zone. Once you load the data into the landing zone, after that, Microsoft Fabric will take care about to sync the data inside to those tables here automatically. So currently, Oracle has an option about, Oracle has two places. One is database mirroring as well as open mirroring. So Oracle Golden Gate, if you are using some other versions of Oracle, then you can use that methodology. And also there are some other third-party providers like you can see it on the screen, Click, MongoDB, CData, Stream. These are all the providers that if you can also connect with them, or you can also build your own APIs and then just land your data into Microsoft landing zone. So once it is there, then it's going to mirror your data automatically for you. And this is also one way it can have even in future. But future may change, but that's the current capability here. So everything is depends on the latency. If you have a database in a different region and Fabric on a different region, definitely it will take time for the mirroring purpose. If it is within the same region, then it can have a less latency issue here also. All right. So now, again, so far we discussed about mirroring, copy job, activity, event stream. You are clear about those things. And also when we discuss about the pipeline, which is we want to orchestrate something. So whatever we discussed here, like mirroring is going to replicate the data into Fabric. Copy is also going to do the same thing. Activity can give much flexibility about that. Event stream is for your near real-time data. Now, if something comes in other than that, in that case, you can use the pipeline. This is really good functionality that you can do your own script, you can do your own SQL for that. You can do your transformation languages over there. You can use data flow inside of the pipeline, you can use Spark notebooks inside of those pipeline. Or if you have any Python languages, you can also use that as a notebook part and use it within the pipeline. You can also use Airflow jobs for that as well in order to orchestrate your streaming process, the data movement process here. And finally, for transformation, as we already talked about, we have data flow Gen 2 and notebook for that. So this is all about how you can use the ingestion strategy in Microsoft Fabric. Finally, we'll conclude that at the end of this session, how and what we need to use that one based on our requirement. Now, the next challenge comes up here is the data storage format. So we have multiple storage for in Fabric, even though everything is going to store on one lake as data bucket format itself, but still as a user interface for other accessibility purpose, Microsoft has given few options. Right? One is event house. This event house is best for real-time data. If you are getting in data from Kafka or Azure Event Hub kind of thing, then you definitely need to store the data into event house. It's going to be a Kaggle database, and then you can replicate the data into one lake or lake house kind of thing. Fine. And then you have the Cosmos DB. If you have any A applications running up and there is no SQL and vector sets required, in those cases, you need to use Azure Cosmos DB. That is really helpful for your fast processing of the data movements here. And the next thing is SQL databases in Fabric, which is if you have an OLTP databases, daily transactional data, which is people are entering on multi-million records on a daily basis. In such cases, you definitely need to go with either Azure SQL. If you're talking about within Fabric, you need to go with SQL database in Fabric itself. And then for analytical purpose, if you have an OLAP analytical data warehouse you want to build for that, then you definitely need to go with the data warehousing purpose because it has a SQL built in. You need to have the flexibility of data warehousing concept, although functionality of those things, then you'll definitely go with data warehouse here. Now, the next thing is the most useful thing, which is Lakehouse. If we have a best for big data, machine learning, unstructured data, whatever data you want to bring up here, you can just bring up into Lakehouse and then you can refine it over there based on your requirement, and even you can use directly also there. But based on this specialist requirement, you can need to convert our data into these destinations for the further conversion processing here. But everything is going to store on one lake as unified data store itself. Now, this is a big misconception about the people using Lakehouse and warehouses, which and where we need to use. So Lakehouse is best for Spark job kind of transformation. If you want to do, you can also use Dataflow Gen 2 as well, but Spark also you can use that functionality and can be useful for structured and semi-structured or unstructured data as well. And generally, it is used by the engineering team for Medallion architecture, which I'm going to show you at the end of the session. And it has a SQL endpoint, which we can use for real-time analytic purpose here. That is the one when you need to use the Lakehouse here. Now, when it comes to warehouse, it need to use if you are a SQL guy and if you prefer to go with the SQL functionality, you are good at writing SQL conversions, and you want to do this be a warehousing for data analytic purpose as well, then you need to definitely go with the SQL warehouse here. So in short, Lakehouse is equal to flexibility, and warehouse you need to go with SQL first, enterprise analytical purpose here. So we have talked about the storage, we have talked about the data movements, and now let's talk about the analytic parts here. Because this is crucial, and after that there is one more part, and then we'll decide on the overall architecture. So direct lake is the recent introduction from Fabric once they launched this Fabric, which is typically in Power BI world, we have only two modes, imports and direct query. Import is blazing fast data movement because we have data in Fabric, you can interact smoothly. But direct query depends on the latency and the volume of the data which you are required, but it is slow in terms of that. So there are those two collab together, it's now direct lake. So if you have a data in one lake, you can directly access into Power BI and the build report on top of that without losing any performance impact. But this has a limitations. Obviously, every feature has limitation. So direct lake is when you run any big query, whether even though if you're accessing any interacting the report and all in the production, if you have millions of records, then it may be chances of switching into direct query. Because data is not stored on Power BI, it's going to store as a cache memory for that. In that purpose, if your volume is getting high, then it's need to switch into direct query mode in order to get the data and give you the response back to you. That is one of the disadvantage here. And if you're using an analyze in Excel feature, then it's going to give you the similar performance which you use during MTX client support period. Now, when you're using direct lake mode, if you're building any report in Power BI desktop, then you may not be able to publish this into Power BI workspace. You need to use Power BI project as well as you need to use your VS Code CI/CD pipelines in order to publish the data into a workspace. And typically, I also feel that is the easiest way and that is a proper way in order for us going forward to build any development in Power BI desktop and publish it actually through the CI/CD pipeline itself. In terms of architecture perspective, that should be the right manner as well. Now, in terms of data supports, works with one leg permissions, which is the row level security and object level security, whatever we have. And this need to be casually defined how we going to provide the access to the business user, because it is directly going to hit the one leg, which is may not be a structured, refined data for the business reason, but you need to make sure that you are giving right level permissions for that. And there are some features which is available and some of the features which is coming up in preview, which is on calculation column in direct lake view. And you can also deploy other things which you require. And the next thing here is semantic model. This is day by day, it is getting bigger and importance for the business because of the AI and all, it's even getting more important for this one. Because usually until Power BI, we just had a metrics relationship governance inside the Power BI data set. And then they introduced about adding an import and direct query, multiple sources. This became the semantic model of Power BI. And that's a beautiful thing. And after that, they introduced the AI, and AI can understand the business terms when we define, enrich our semantic model. So that's really good thing. And this is going to be a trusted business layer. Because whatever we have so far, like one leg, warehouses, transformations, mirroring, medallion architecture, everything, this is going to be used by data engineer or data scientist itself. But from here onwards, this is going to be consumed by the business users, those who may or may not, majority may not have any experience on data analytics world. Because they are much focused on the business operation, they just need the data output of it so that they can trust for that. And semantic model is going to be the single source of truth for them. They can consume this semantic layer either in Power BI, they can use it on Excel, PowerPoint, or even they can connect with Copilot as well as data agents, so that they can ask any questions in a natural language and it can give the response back to them. So this is really critical nowadays, because if people are not dependent on the semantic model as a single source of truth, then the business terms, the metric relationship and governance plays a major role for these things. Unless and until you build proper semantic model, the business may not get a right response. So the trust factor may have an impact on that one. And even the AI agents may not give the right responses for that. And that's the reason Microsoft has brought up Microsoft Fabric IQ. On top of whatever we built on semantic model, Microsoft Fabric IQ as a new introduction to Microsoft Fabric family, they are actually given advantage of that, increasing the capability of an AI agent so that it can give the right responses based on the business context here. This is really required because I've seen in many companies, if you're talking about revenue, it may be a different concept. And for another company, it may be a different concept. So how the agent may know about, for this company, this is the question, and for this company, this is the question. We need to understand, make the understand of this one. So making a training for the model is really a tough job. It's going to be a long process for them. So instead of that, we can just build a context memory for that. And we can build a graph out of it, our data. We can create ontologies for our Fabric IQ here, which actually creates a relationship between the tables. We can also give the business knowledge to the AI, whatever the terms and definition, and it can also build the relationship between the lineage and tables. And it can also understand the cross-domain knowledge as well. On top of that, this is backed by Fabric, and you need to be accessible to your semantic model or lakehouse. Then whatever permission you have been assigned to Fabric semantic model as well as the lakehouse is going to adopt the same governance also here. So that's really a good thing. But this is still in preview. I don't say we need to adopt this one, but this is still in preview, but this has a really good feature based on how it actually provides here. The next thing is Fabric, Copilot in Fabric. This is really good thing. It helps in two ways. One is Microsoft has introduced Copilot in every layer of Fabric, which can be data engineering, data science, or data analyst, or developer, Power BI, admin. Everybody can consume this Copilot as a part of the development scenario. Now, even for the business user, if they want to ask any question, they can directly ask the Copilot for the direct questions. This is also really a good thing. They have introduced the Copilot here. So it can help in both the ways. For Copilot and Fabric is really helpful in terms of developer perspective and in terms of business user perspective as well. And the next thing, I think is the last thing, which is on AI agents in Fabric. So generally, AI agents are really two things in Fabric. One is data agents, another is operational agents. So data agent is actually backed by the same thing which is on Lakehouse, or it can be a semantic model. And with the help of Fabric IQ ontology, user can ask any questions, and based on their requirement, based on its understanding, it can give you the response back to them. So that is an important thing, and this is also really critical. Now, if you think about what is the difference between Copilot and data agents here. So Copilot is, even if you're talking about only the business user perspective, Copilot is actually, it is consumed within the Microsoft Fabric ecosystem. So you can either use it inside your Teams or inside the Microsoft Fabric itself or Power BI. But whereas this data agent, you can also expose this to Azure AI Foundry or Copilot Studio, or so that you can use this into external applications as well. So that's the beauty of AI agents here. And this is really important for you to govern your data if you're exposing the data through your AI agents here. And next thing here is operational agents. So whatever is happening within the Fabric, all the process which you have set up here, if you need any kind of operation analytics, I mean operational triggers and alerts kind of thing, then definitely you can go with these operational agents for you. Then it can give you some of the operational automation here. If you want to do something, you have to do these things. Everything you can define it here in terms of operational agents here. And this is really critical part, which is governance and security layer. Without this thing, if you are again in hospital, which is a medical field, or if you are into healthcare, or if you are into finance or government sector, this plays a really major role here. Because whatever you do, even if you're exposing it through semantic model or lakehouse or warehouse, everything, you need to define the security here. Fabric has really good security. One is your intra-ID security, that's the bigger layer. After that, you have your workspace level security. After that, you have item level security. And inside of the item, you have the object and row level security as well. So that's the beauty. It has a multiple level of security available, but we need to use those functionality here. I think recently, 1 week before, they have announced this security is generally available. So that's one thing. If you have Microsoft Purview governance tie up with this one as well, so that you can have a bigger picture for your management of security and governance. And every item in Fabric, you need to have a sensitive labels, protections, compliance issues as well. You need to follow if you are really into definition of following the governance practice here. And now when it comes to Microsoft Power BI, so you need to share only the golden semantic model itself to the business users. So that if you're enabling self-service semantic model that they can build report on top of that, then it is must for you to certify the data set in the Microsoft Fabric so that they can be trusted and they can be consume those data. Either it can be to build the report or it can be to connect to chatbot like Copilot and all those stuff. This is really required and you need to adopt this layer in security for one leg here. Now, the additional part, apart from these, whatever we have faced, and this is also one of the roles we need to understand being an architect, is MCP servers. This is, I really like it. Personally, I have tried these things and really like these cool features of MCP servers. If you're using up in Cursor or if you're using up in VS Code and if you have a GitHub Copilot license, then definitely you need to try it out. Whatever it is hosted here, which has two different versions. One is a core of MCP servers, which is on preview, and there is a pro developer, which is on open source, which can be downloaded onto your local machines here, some files. So this is then hosted on cloud, and this is on Fabric REST APIs, which you can build. You can ask any questions for the agent to do, then LLM can able to do the job for you. That's really good thing. And it's backed by rule-based access control as well, which is best for your organizing your workspaces, items, permissions, everything you can do. Being an admin as a developer, if you prefer to go with code first approach, then definitely you need to go with MCP and CLI as well. And now, in terms of pro developers, if you are running any modelization in Power BI, if you want to write any SQL queries, then you can definitely use this as well. It can help you write those SQL queries or model your Power BI. I really tried the Power BI thing is really good actually. So it can build the Power BI semantic model in really quick, fast manner itself. So you need to install some of those and you need to just download from the website and can give the CRUD operations as well wherever it is required. The permissions purely depends on the core and pro, whatever you choose here. And next cool thing is Fabric CLI. This is really admin friendly. Those who want to go manage their Fabric entire tenant within the code base, because some of the people, those who really love to use the CI/CD pipeline as well. I mean, the code first approach. This can help you automate some of the things. You can use your CI/CD pipeline. You can deploy this thing within this code CLI itself. These are the really cool actually. If you want to do things to manage your admin tenant and everything, you can use Microsoft Fabric CLI as well. I recommend you to try it out because this really cool feature to create a workspaces. And even I tried creating a workspace, item, lakehouse and everything through a command line itself. It actually gives you all those information which is required. And it actually creates those informations as well if you are using the codex as well. Now, coming back again to this architecture here. So this is going to be now makes sense, I hope. Because if we have data in multiple different sources, like structured source, streaming sources, and unstructured sources, we have an option to ingest either through Data Factory, which is for our structured sources. We can use mirroring and shortcuts even for structured sources. And event stream, we can use it for real-time data here. And for unstructured also, we can use the shortcuts as well. So once the data is ingested into the bronze layer, that's the physical first layer, and the data, we need to use medallion architecture. This is what we used to call here. So once it is landed into, this is the bronze layer, and then we need to refine those things for the business requirement and just remove the unnecessary field, remove the duplications, all those stuff we need to do, rename the columns and stuff, which is going to be a silver layer. And that silver layer can be consumed directly by your data science team, or it can be consumed by data engineers for further refinement into the gold layer. And the gold layer, it can be a separate lakehouse itself, or it can be domain-specific warehouses here. So it depends on the business to business how they want to align. It's purely depend on them. Typically, if you're running a large enterprises and it has a multiple departments, you need to have a master data separately. You need to have a sales, inventory, finance. Everything has to be separate data warehouse itself. Based on the purpose requirement, you can refine those data and then give the response, give the data for their further business reporting purpose. So for all these things, for transformations and all those stuff, you can either use notebooks, SQLs, data flow, and orchestration, the pipelines for the transformation of those conversion from bronze layer raw data into golden, unified, rectified, and modified data. And finally, these things can be consumed in Microsoft Fabric semantic layer, which is on Power BI semantic layer, where you can also define your row level security. It can be used for direct reporting purpose, or it can be used for further self-service analytic purpose for the business so that they can build a team report on top of that. And this can be again consumed in analyzing Excel feature, Copilot for conversational teams, and PowerPoint embeds the Power BI reports. And for all this functionality, they can use the MCP servers as well. And most importantly, everything, whatever you do here, it has to be secured in governed manner. That's really an important thing. Now, architecture is more than the feature. Whatever we discussed so far is actually all about the features and the business problem. Initially, we discussed about that. But when it comes to architecturing this, and if you really company wants to adopt this thing, first we need to check the feature fit. So far, we discussed about the feature fit. Whatever it is there, what is in preview, what is the limitations, and all those stuff, some of them we have discussed at high level. Now, the next thing comes here is the team capability. If your team is really not on a Spark friendly thing, like they are not aware of Python, Spark job, and all those stuff, then taking a decision as an architect to have a Spark running up the processes, because you also need to understand the data volume as well as you need to understand the team capability here. That's really crucial. Because if you have taken some decision that you want to go with the Spark at any point of time, but you don't have any resource here itself, then how will you adopt Microsoft Fabric into organizations? But Fabric uses other options as well, like we have the mirroring, we have this shortcut, we also have the option about data flow Gen 2 and second writing SQL queries. If your team is capable of doing all those stuff, then I prefer to just go ahead with that approach itself. On the side by side, you start making the learning curve for the team to learn also the Spark job here. Because hiring people is definitely an entirely another discussion for this one. But keeping up an existing team, what we have, we need to decide the capability here. If something which is really not possible, then definitely you need to go with hiring any people for the team so that they can do their Spark job definitions for that one. I mean, writing a Python notebook for this one. But if something which is possible, then you need to definitely choose the other options, and then you can start give learning to the team so that they can adopt these things on the side by side. They can also learn things here, because technologies these days are moving fast. If you're just waiting for people to be aware of this technology so that I can implement this thing, then the technology will be gone. So this is what it is changing up recently, day by day here, right? We are seeing Fabric is that it is introducing many things rapidly here, and even on the AI side, things are changing very rapidly, fast here. So we need to make sure that we have the right features, right people, right options to select here, and then adopt into our organization. So that's why the best architecture can be a business fit, platform fit, as well as the team readiness. That's what it has to be the option. So why everything is matter? So why I'm saying that Fabric is becoming the OS for the data is because it has a faster insights. Wherever your data is there, bring up here, and then we do the analysis here. There is no less duplications to be said. We have a data bringing into Fabric and then do the work for data engineer, data science, and data analytics. Everything everybody can use the same copy of the data. So there is no fewer pipelines on this one. And obviously, Microsoft is taking care of most of the cost for mirroring for the data. There may be lower in terms of cost. In terms of if you look at the big picture, the usage of the user, the option they will get, the benefit out of it, everything will be compared to other vendors. It can be lower in terms of cost. And this is AI ready. It can be used in Copilot on data agents. We can use everything as a part of AI ready here. So what is the takeaway for this one? So at high level, the overall picture is like Fabric is not just another tool. It's basically entirely a platform fit that you need to make sure that if you're an architect, how you need to decide of your thing here. So we need to semantic layer is the main key for business reporting purpose and further data agents and all those stuff. So you need to make sure that you build, govern, and secure your semantic model as on when required based on the business need here. So the final thought here is basically we need to use this Microsoft Fabric is not just another data platform or another reporting tool. It is becoming a unified foundation for data engineering, data analysis, and governance, and AI can work together. So build successful architecture is not about every feature. It's all about choosing the right team, right product, and right feature. With those limitations, we need to discuss with Microsoft. If you're a large enterprise, they can also enable you the private preview for those functionality. So this is where Fabric is becoming more than a technology. It becomes architecture for the future of data, AI, and BI. So let me know your thoughts as well. So if you have any questions, please let me know here. I'm not into YouTube or other channel. I'm just into Teams channel here. So let me know your questions here. So I think there is one question here. In enterprise system using platform like Microsoft Fabric or Snowflake, how do we ensure that AI models always use fresh and properly governed data without adding latency or breaking existing business workflows? Okay. So this is where the access part comes into the picture. So the AI models, for example, if you are using up data agents and if you are giving that to semantic model, then you need to check the refresh period of your semantic model. So let's say a scenario. You have a data coming up from a different source on one leg, and one leg is actually connected to your semantic model as a direct link option, and directly is connected to your agents. Then it means all the data is actually in near real-time approach itself. So in that case, the data will be a live mode itself. If it is not, then you need to make sure that you set a business rule, how you need to transfer your data on a daily basis or a 3-hour or 4-hour basis. Based on that, you need to make sure that it is getting the data into the agents here. Yeah. Thank you, Lakshmi. Thank you for the session. What is the relevance of other tools as Fabric is getting noticed? Yeah, that's a good question. So, like I said, every company has already heavily invested on those technologies. Those are all not actually at cheap cost. They have a different licenses, can run for years together. and they're also evolving on a daily basis. So these are competitors. Fabric is not a replacement for those things. They are the Fabric is mainly a kind of you bring data into Fabric and then do the further processing. That's the main objective of the Fabric so far, but may not be sure how it will go in future. But if the other providers like Snowflake or Oracle or SAP, if they evolve on a other in near future, then definitely again people may think about having a different platform together for this one. And then how can we, question from Shubham, how can we define the capacity of our license based on the data set available? Is it based on auto scaling or do we need to change the capacity once the data is increased? Okay, so based on my experience, I prefer to start with F8, F8 actually. If you are a small company, if you are an enterprise company or if you are already using P1, then definitely you need to go with F64 itself. If you are doing it for your own purpose, then I can you go with trial or you need to go with F2 capacity because Fabric now have given all the functionality features started from F2 itself. Previously, there are certain features which was only available for PPU or premium license capacity, but they have avoided all those things in now in Fabric. So even from F2, you have those functionality. But typically for every industry, I prefer to start with F8 itself as a minimum. From there, they can scale based on that needs here. Okay, if there is any other questions, please add here in this Teams chat. Okay, Jai Surya. So when an existing client just Pro wanted to go with Fabric, when they consult to find what is the capacity they can go with for Fabric. Okay, that's a good thing. For this thing, first we need to understand where the existing data is and what is the volume of the data. If the data is in CSV file format is not big, then they can start with F8 itself. If the data is into like SQL Server, they're already using some large enterprise data. If the volume is going beyond 10 GB or 1 GB kind of thing, definitely we need to go with F8 minimum and still F16, F32 or F64, I can say. Typically for an average performance, we can go with F64 itself. But ideally, I still want to start with F8 itself personally.
Like Monday को भी interview है. Yes, sir. 9 o'clock.
Super. Follow?
Okay. All right. If you have any questions, please let me know. I will be here in the chat for another 5-10 minutes. Please let me know as well. And you can reach out to my social media accounts. It's there. Thank you everyone for attending this session. I hope you have got some information about this session and this is useful for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks, Adnan. Welcome, Lakshmi.
Hey, Amit. Hey, guys.
Moderator, are we ready?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think Lakshmi is already there. We can start with the introduction. Lakshmi, you can share your screen while we are
Sure.
introducing.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome today's session on prompt engineering strategies, getting better result from AI. It's my pleasure to introduce our speaker, Lakshmi Ponnurasan. Lakshmi is a Microsoft MVP in data platform, a certified Power BI data analyst, and currently working at Missouri University of Science and Technology. She is passionate about Power BI, data storytelling, and helping people turn data into actionable insights. She was also a finalist in the Microsoft Power BI Database World Championship in both 2025 and 2026 and is a regular speaker at conferences and community events. In today's session, she'll share practical prompt engineering strategies and demonstrate how Small improvements can lead to much better AI results. Please join me in welcoming Lakshmi Ponnurasan. Ma'am, you can start.
So much. Hey, Emmys. Great. First, I want to welcome all of you to the Global Microsoft Analytics Community Conference. I personally have been attending a lot of sessions, heard a lot, saw a lot, and I'm full of ideas right now. A quick plug-in about the challenges that are taking place. Do participate in these challenges. You might win some examination vouchers and even Amazon gift vouchers. You'll find more information about the challenge in the comments, so keep an eye out there. Well, with that being said, I have a quick question for all of you, right? I want to know how many coffee lovers do we have right here? So maybe just put it in the chat, say hi. That would be great. I would love to know. So basically, waiting people to comment. Great. Nice. So for people who do not drink coffee, don't worry. The story that I'm going to tell you is still going to be applicable, right? Okay, let's imagine this. It's Monday morning. You are all dressed up, ready to go to work, and you go to Starbucks. That's my favorite coffee place. So, Starbucks. And then you say, "Can I get a coffee?" That's it, right? Just a simple sentence that says, "Can I get a coffee?" And then what happens? A few minutes later, you get your drink, and honestly, you do not like it. Either it's too sweet or it's too strong. But technically, the barista did exactly what you asked for, right? You asked for a coffee, you got a coffee. Now, let's recreate the scenario. Another Monday morning, you are all dressed up, ready to go to work, and you go to Starbucks. This time, you say, "I want a tall iced vanilla latte with oat milk, one pump of caramel, less ice, and no whipped cream." So, this is exactly how I like my coffee. And then suddenly, magic happens. You get your coffee, you take a sip, and you're like, "Wow, I like it." What just happened was it was the same coffee shop, the barista was the same, but you see how the result was completely different. The coffee did not improve because the barista becomes smarter or talented all of a sudden. The result improved because of your instructions. It became more clearer, and that is prompt engineering in daily life, right? Most people use AI like make me a dashboard, analyze this data, give me a presentation. And then you're just disappointed when output is very generic or not up to your standards. So, one thing you have to understand is the quality of output that you're going to get from an LLM often depends on the quality of instructions, basically, the quality of input we give it. With that being said, I want to welcome all of you to my session, Prompt Engineering Strategies. Can you get better results from AI? Today, we're going to talk about how AI actually reads these prompts, why the wordings in the prompts matter, and some simple techniques that you can use to dramatically improve your results. Perfect. With that being said, quick introduction about me. My name is Lakshmi, and I am one of the finalists of Power BI Database World Championship 2025 and 2026. Also, I am a Power BI data analyst, Microsoft certified. Any questions about PL300, do drop it in the chat. I'm also a Microsoft MVP in the data platform, specialized in Power BI. I love playing with Power BI day in and day out. And I post a lot of tips and tricks on LinkedIn, and you'll also find a couple of my blogs on Medium as well. On a professional level, I am a data analyst at Missouri University of Science and Technology. So I play with Power BI all day. On a personal note, I'm a dog mom, so that's my dog Casper. Both of us love adventures, both of us are foodies, and I'm a huge advocate of diversity and inclusion. Also, I love making dashboards less frustrating and more fun. So Power BI is all what I do all day. But now I've been recently dipping my toes into AI, and something that fascinated me was prompt engineering. And I feel that it's very important for everyone to know how to write good prompts. I wanted to share it with you. With that being said, I want to before we begin, I want to say a huge thanks to the organizers, the moderators, and everyone behind the scenes for making this event happen. Perfect. Let's start with a simple question, right? We're going to talk about prompt engineering, but what are prompts? So, exactly what are prompts? We already saw it with the coffee example, right? The user gave some instructions to the barista about what she wanted. That instruction described what she wants, what is a requirement. Based on that, the barista provided the result, which was the favorite coffee, right? Now, similarly, when we use AI tools, AI tools like ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, whatever it is, the user gives instructions. These instructions are called prompts to an LLM. And what we get is the desired output. So if your prompt is going to be clear, the result, the response is going to be clear as well. One thing you have to remember that AI is powerful, but sometimes AI takes things very literally. What you say is what you're going to get. Now, before we begin on strategies, you need to understand why prompting matters, in the sense, why are we even talking about it, right? First, everyone uses AI differently. I maybe tell AI, write a blog about time management. There's another person who says, give me straight tips to manage my time better. There's another person who says, list all the time management strategies. You see how everything is about time management, but everyone asks it very differently. Next is the same tool can use the same model, but completely give you a different output depending on the way you ask. Quick example, when I say write a blog about time management, I'm going to get the output as a general blog post. When I ask about give me some tips, you're going to get basically some practical tips in the form of a list. If you say list some time management strategies, you will get like structured strategies. So the same AI can give you different results based on what you ask and how you ask. Next, you will notice that some person gets like a very vague answer, another person gets something very super structured and clear. Now, this is where the classic rule comes in, garbage out. If your input is unclear, messy, incomplete, do not be surprised if your output feels the same too. And I think garbage in, garbage out like sums it all up in a single sentence. Two things to remember is the better your prompts, you will get better answers, you will get better insights and better outputs. Your prompt is the starting point of using an AI. So make it count. That's very important. But how let's take a look behind the curtains and see how does AI actually read my prompts? It actually breaks it into three things. The first thing is tokens. AI will not read your sentence exactly like a human does. What it does is it takes your text, breaks into smaller pieces called tokens. Now, these tokens can be words, images, parts of words, punctuation, symbols, anything. Then the AI will process these tokens one by one and then predicts what should come next, right? This is why even like a small wording difference in your prompt can make a huge difference. Now, this portion of token can itself be like a complete whole session. We're not going to touch too much into that, but you need to know that how it works. Next, AI reads prompts using context. Now, you have to remember that AI relies heavily on context. Understand what you actually want. Now, these contexts could be details, any background information, examples about the audience, or any previous conversation as well. The more relevant context you give, the more accurate results, the more personalized results you get. Next is instructions. This is the most important part. What exactly do you want AI to do, right? Do you want AI to explain something, summarize something, compare, or generate an image? So instructions are basically the directions it follows. To sum it up, you need to remember that AI will break your prompts into tokens. It will use context to understand what you want, and then it will follow your instructions to generate the best possible response. So keep that in mind always. Let me quickly take a look at the chat if you have any questions. Perfect. Great. Now let's talk about, like, I keep talking about good prompt. But what is the anatomy of a strong prompt? And there's a simple framework which is called RTCFC. I know it's not easy to say, but once you start using it, it really make your task very easy. We're going to learn about this anatomy right now. First is R. R stands for role. You are going to tell AI who it should act like. Examples, a data analyst, a teacher, a recruiter, whatever it is. This sets the mindset of an AI. The example right here, what are we doing is I am telling AI that you are a marketing strategist. Next is task. You're telling the AI what do you want it to do. You want to summarize, create an image, explain, whatever it is, be very specific. Like here, I'm telling, give me a 5-point content strategy. Then is context. You need to give the background to AI. The more relevant details you provide, the better you get the output. Here is an example where you can say, our product is for small business users in the US. So you're giving it context. Next is F, which is format. How do you want the answer? You want it in form of table, images, like an email, whatever it is. The structure matters. So here I am asking AI to give it as a table with strategy and proper descriptions. Then comes, this is like optional, but I highly suggest you to use constraints. Add boundaries, limits, or rules. Like it could be word limits, it could be like do's and don'ts. This keeps the output focused and really helps you optimize the token that's being used. Like here, you see how I clearly said, like, keep each point under 20 words. So this is an anatomy of a strong prompt. To sum it up, when you include all 5 elements, role, task, context, format, and constraints, your prompts are going to be much clearer, more complete, and will deliver better results. Keep this prompt in your mind. Now we're going to see a quick example of everything together. R stands for role. You are a professional HR manager. Then you're telling the task, write an email to schedule a team meeting. Then you're giving the context. What is the meeting about? The meeting is about discussing the Q to performance, and it will have 8 members across different time zones. So I'm giving context. What is the format? I want a short professional email. What are the constraints? I want to keep it under 120 words. I want the tone to be polite and a subject line to be included. You see how using that particular framework of RTCFC, you are able to describe what you exactly want, and trust me, the output you will be satisfied. Next comes the most interesting and important part, which is prompting strategies. So there are a couple of strategies that people follow, and I want to share it with you. You need to know these terms as well. First, let's start with a very, very simple, basic one. And I am sure most of us here do this. This is called zero-shot prompting. What is it? How it works? You give the model a task. No examples, nothing. Just straight instruction, right? No training, no examples, nothing. It's basically like, here's what I want. Go figure it out. That's what you're telling the LLM. Quick example. I ask my LLM, explain quantum computing in simple terms. And then you get 3-4 lines, depending on the LLM, right? So that's the output. And when should you use zero-shot prompting? Now, this might look very basic, but I really like using zero-shot prompting for quick tasks where I am like, I know the model knows what it has to do, like simple tasks or even brainstorming stuff. When I'm creating Power BI reports and I'm like, I don't know what graph I should use, what chart should I pick? Zero shot prompting really helps me. I go tell my LLM that, see, I want this. Can you please tell me what are the type of charts that I can use? So for very basic tasks, this really works. To sum it up, zero shot prompting, great for getting fast, straightforward answers. Really helpful when you don't need like specific format of your desired output, right? So this is called zero shot prompting. And like I said, most of us do it. Taking it a bit up, a level up, is few shot prompting. What is it? Now, instead of just giving instructions, you're going to give a few examples to the LLM as well. So what happens is the model will learn the pattern from all the examples that you provide, and then will continue in the same style, right? It is very similar to saying, like, here are a couple of samples, now predict what the output might be. Very good example is, you see the prompt right here where I put hello is bonjour, thank you is mercy, good night is bonne. Now translate see you tomorrow, and you will actually see the desired output. You see how I did not mention what language this is, just gave a couple of examples, and the LLM was able to give me the required output. When do we use few shot prompting? I tend to use few shot prompting when I want consistency in some format or in the structure, right? And it's really good when you want to classify things, you want to do like quick data extraction. To sum it up, few shot prompting is really good when you have examples, the examples that guide the AI, and it will lead to more accurate and consistent results. So few shot is basically, you're not telling AI what to do, you're showing it how you want the output. Now, because of time limits, I cannot really, I wanted to show you the live demo of what results I get, but I took a screenshot and put it out for you. So I asked ChatGPT a simple question, like translate the following. You see how I gave examples and then gave it a task, and it did do a great job. And the main thing here is, you see how I didn't write like translate the following into French. I did not have to say that the LLM was smart enough to figure it out. That was a quick example. If you want to try, go ahead and try a lot of things, like say you're talking about emotions, you say happy is a positive emotion, angry is a negative emotion. What is laughing? What is anxious? You will see that the LLM gives you quite good answers. The next is called chain of thought. And this is where things really get interesting. And I think this might be like probably one of my favorite ways of prompting the AIs. Excuse me. What is it? Instead of jumping straight to the answer, you are going to ask the model to think step by step. So the AI will not just respond, it will actually show you the reasoning process. And I really like that. Quick example. I am asking AI that if a train travels this much kilometer in this much hours, then this much kilometer in this much hours, what is the average speed? Let's think step by step. So that particular word, the sentence, let's think step by step, matters a lot, because you will get an output like this, where it does like a total distance, gives you total time, calculates the average speed. So you see how it breaks down its thinking into steps. When do you use chain of thoughts? Mostly when I use is when I have like mathematical problems or some decision making or logical reasoning. Basically anything where the process will matter to you as much as the answer. That's where you should be using chain of thoughts. Quick key takeaway from here is chain of thought is really helpful, and it helps the AI reason through complex problems. Like if you have a huge problem, the chain of thought actually breaks it down into smaller parts. And that's why it's my favorite. And another quick example right here, you see on the screen, like I said, I did not have time to do a live demo. So I threw in an example. I asked ChatGPT the same question, this much kilometer in this much hours, this much kilometer in this much hour, what is the average speed? and mentioned, let's think step by step. You see how AI first started with the sentence, let's go step by step, breaks down every step, step one, step two, step three, and you get the final answer. This, I mean, reminded me like when I was back in school or college, you know how we used to have step marking, even if the last answer was wrong, we used to see the steps to understand where we went wrong. So, that's the reason why I really like this method, chain of thought. Next comes prompt chaining, and I've been exploring, and I think this might be my second favorite method, and I've been using this recently. Let's talk about it. First, let's talk about how it works. Now, instead of doing everything in one big prompt, what you're going to do is break the task into smaller groups, or I would say smaller prompts. So each output becomes the input for the next step. So what is happening is it's not a big instruction, it's like a sequence of small connected steps. Here is a quick example. I have step one. I'm giving a prompt that generate 5 blog post ideas about productivity. Like very simple, right? Just ideas about productivity. And this is the output I get. I get like list of 5 ideas. Then I use this output as the input, pick idea number one and create an outline. So I pick idea number one as morning habits and I get an outline. Now the output of this is going to be the input of this. Now, since I have idea one, I have an outline, write the full blog post based on this outline, and then I get like a full blog post. So you see how each step builds on the output of the previous one. So that's called prompt chaining, like chains. When do I often use it is when I have complex tasks, right? Like some report writing or some documentation, or even when content creation, a lot of people tend to use prompt chaining. Basically, anytime you need structure or you need continuous refinement, this really works. To sum it up, think that prompt chaining is basically thinking of AI work like a workflow, not like a single command. Like breaking big tasks into small steps gives you better control and better clarity of the desired outcome. So this is about prompt chaining. Now, again, I have screenshots for you where I asked ChatGPT, simple question, generate 5 blog post ideas, gave me 5 blog post ideas about productivity. You see how just the title and a quick one-liner about it. Then I went ahead and asked, could you pick an idea, pick the idea number one and create an outline for me. And then it gives me an outline. You see how I have outline, I have subheadings, and so on. Next, what I did is I asked AI to write a full blog based on the outline it gave me. So you see how it wrote like a beautiful blog based on all the outlines that we have. I mean, this is not the entire blog, but just a screenshot of it. So you see how like the output of one was the input for the other, right? So this is very important to keep in mind. And let's proceed further. Now, sometimes what happens is we ask AI a question and we do not get what we want. Why? Because the prompting method was wrong. AI did not understand what it wants. It cannot read minds, right? It needs to understand what is the requirement. Let's, instead of just talking about what are the solutions or strategies, I wanted to highlight what are common mistakes that we do, because if we solve our mistakes, you will be able to get the desired output. The first thing is the prompts or the instructions that we give the LLMs are very vague, vague in the sense very plain. For example, you see how it says like write about marketing. When I say something like this, the AI doesn't have enough material to understand what does this person want. What do you want? What do you really want to see? What is a better approach is be specific. Like you example here is instead of write about marketing, tell it like write a blog post on digital marketing in the year 2024. Sometimes what happens is we ask AI a question and we do not get what we want. Why? Because the prompting method was wrong. AI did not understand what it wants. It cannot read minds, right? It needs to understand what Yes, I just muted the person. Great. Okay, sorry about that. So, what is the better approach is give them more topics, more about the topic, like write a blog post on digital marketing trends in the year 2024 for small business owners. So, this is really important that do not give very vague prompts to the LLM. Next is we do not specify what format we want, right? Like we just vaguely say, give me some key points. Now, what happens is key points, the AI may give you long paragraphs instead of like simple bullet points. So it's very important to specify the approach you want. Quick example, give me the key points in a bullet list. So when you give the particular specified format, it makes things easier for the LLM as well. Next mistake we do is we ask too much at once. For example, write a blog, create a title, design images, and so that I can post on LinkedIn. Right, you're throwing a lot of instructions. What happens is you're overloading the prompt. That will confuse the AI. Might lead to incomplete or poor results because AI is trying to figure out a lot of things together. What is a better approach is remember chain of thought or prompt chaining. Break those tasks into smaller steps. Like first, write me a blog, then let's talk about the title, right? Like that way, what happens is even AI is not overloaded. It takes its own time to generate content for us. Next is giving no examples. Say, like a quick example is write an ad copy. Like I want to publish an ad, just give me an ad copy. What happens is without examples, AI might miss your style or the tone or the quality that you expect. It might not be as personalized as you want. What you could do to avoid this is provide examples or references. For example, write an ad copy similar to this and throw in whatever you like. Or something that I've been doing recently is telling AI that I want it in a friendly tone, a professional tone, semi-formal tone. And sometimes I even tell it, please make it funny when I'm really, I want to make things interesting. I just tell AI, like, this is what my requirement is. Or I just tell, like, this is the example, this is what I want. So giving no examples is a huge mistake. Next, very important is no iterations. You ask a question, you get an answer, and you're very happy. Do not do that. The one thing you have to remember is the first result is rarely perfect, right? If you miss the process of iteration, it means you're missing better results. What is iteration? Is reviewing, refining, and improving. For example, I get an output. I just simply say, make it shorter and more professional. Right after the entire output is generated, I'm reviewing it, I'm refining it by giving more instructions like make it shorter and make it more professional. This is very important. I'm going to highlight point number 5, that something very important is iteration mindset. When you're working with AI, LLMs, prompt engineering, something that you have to keep in mind is iteration mindset. Keep this mind, like I have it printed out and put on my wall, that your first prompt is rarely your best prompt and your first output is rarely your final output, right? So keep that in mind. Working with AI is not like a one shot activity. It's supposed to be a conversation. You try something, you see the result, you refine your prompt, you try again and improve it step by step. That is what is basically iteration mindset. And honestly, the biggest difference between a beginner using LLM and someone who gets like great results from AI is not the tool. It's not that I'm using ChatGPT or you using Claude. It's basically the willingness to iterate. So do not aim for perfect prompts. You should aim for better prompts, one version at a time. So keep that in mind. Always remember that when you're giving the first prompt, it's not going to be best, right? You're going to keep building on it. And the first result that the LLM gives you is you're never satisfied with it. I am never satisfied with at least. Now, a quick example that I want to show you here is what I did, attempt 1. Like, let's say this is like a POC that I did. I gave LLM a very vague request, like write an email asking for a raise. What my LLM gave me was a very robotic email, and it sounded very desperate, and it failed. Why? Because it had no context, right? I just gave like a very vague request. What the problem was, the email that I got was too generic and weak, and it was easy to figure out that it was AI, and none of us want to do that, right? So that was my attempt one. Then what I did for attempt two, I added some persona and context. Example, as a confident professional, I want to write an email to my boss. The name is Sarah. I'm asking for a raise. Also mention that the project Omega that I launched was successful last month. So I'm adding persona like confident professional. I'm adding more context on about the requirement. What AI did gave me much better result. It had the right tone because I said confident professional. I had the right facts because I already mentioned that I led the project Omega team. However, I saw that the result was like 3 paragraphs long, lot of words in there. So the result was, it was better than attempt one, but lot of words in there. Then what I did, iteration, I refined it using constraints. This is something a lot of us avoid, and I really suggest you to start following it. It helps make your result focused, is refined with constraints. Use the same prompt and just added the word that keep the email under 100 words and keep it very direct, right? I don't want 3 paragraphs with a lot of stories in it. So within 100 words and very direct. And the result that I got was perfect, what I expected. So you see how from attempt one to attempt two to attempt three, that is called the iteration mindset. To sum it up, I want all of you to like start very simple. Start with a basic prompt, add details to it, refine it with constraints, and each iteration will get you closer to the perfect result, right? You see how from a very generic email, I went to a better email, but was too many words, gave it some constraints, and I got a perfect result. So I want all of you to go back and try this. Like instead of just giving prompts, add in a constraint. Tell it that I want it just in 2 paragraphs. The best part about that is it helps in token optimization as well. And like I said, that's like a whole new session that I could do together. But having constraints really helps optimize your results. With that being said, I'm towards the end of my session. Just want to go ahead and see if I have any questions, comments, feedback in the chat. Are there any questions? Oh, I see a comment. I follow you on Medium. Thank you, Nadia. Great. No questions so far. And I think you will get questions when you start trying it. Just want to put in a quick plugin. I am delivering a Power BI session tomorrow. Like it's breaking the limits of native Power BI visuals, same time. What are we going to do here is we're going to understand like the standard Power BI charts. We're going to take those charts, the tables, the KPI cards, and we're going to push them beyond their default capabilities. It's going to be a live demo. I am going to build things on Power BI. So please do come and attend. With that being said, I want to thank everyone for giving your time and attention. I hope that this session gave you like simple, practical ways to think about prompting. It was not a deep dive session, not complex. I just wanted to give you quick examples, quick strategies on how you can make AI helpful. Feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn if you have any questions. Drop your questions in the chat. I am more than happy to read it. There is a question by Shubham, how to use Copilot on a semantic model to get an accurate answer. So you can use Copilot if you have Fabric and Copilot enabled. You just ask questions to Copilot. It'll give you answers from the semantic model because it's in the same tenant. There's a lot of settings related to it. And accurate answers, again, like I said, it depends on your prompts. What you ask is what you get. If you're expecting to see the total sales of the northern region, but if you're going to say, Copilot, give me total sales, you're not going to get an accurate answer. You need to be very specific. So remember the role framework that I just shared, right? Let me pull that up. That really helps. This particular framework that I showed you, that really helps. Give a quick role, and obviously you do not have to use the entire RTC FC together. You can even use TCF, or you can even use CF. So that's how Copilot is going to give you an accurate answer. And it's not just Copilot, right? It's anything. It could be Claude, it could be Gemini, anything. A lot of comments. Nice session. Thank you. For prompt engineering, what platform you refer? To be honest, I would say like try to play around with different type of LLMs to understand prompt engineering. So what you saw today was like very basic, I would say, information about prompt engineering. What are prompts? Why do you need prompts? What is prompt engineering? But once you start using these in your day-to-day life, it's very important. Now, for people who stayed till the end, I have like a bonus tip for all of you. What I do is I create folders in my desktop. For example, a folder named research. I save my prompts in there. Like I do my RTCFC, I get a beautiful prompt, I get my desired output, I copy and paste my prompt in there. So next time when I'm doing a research, I don't have to start from the beginning, right? I open my folder, copy, paste the prompt, edit the details in there. So having that sort of structure is going to help you learn prompt engineering more. So that's my suggestion for you. And there is a question, which is better AI for office work like Power BI, development, AI integration? That's a great question. So I wanted to put a slide about LLM comparisons, but again, it depends on your usage and your views, right? So if you ask me, I use ChatGPT all the time when I want quick information, like quick brainstorming ideas. So, say for example, I'm creating a Power BI dashboard on finance data. I have no idea about it. I'll go ask ChatGPT quickly. Like I have these columns. What are the reports that I can? What are the visuals that I can generate for the CEO of my company? So you see how I'm telling the context. Like I want to generate a report for the CEO. CEO means just numbers, right? And then it gives me quick information. But say I want to create images, Gemini is my go-to. But if I want to do like deep search, like go very in depth, Claude is my go-to. So what I suggest is take a prompt, paste it in different places and see what works for you. So what I just told you was my preference. A lot of thank you messages in there. I'm so glad all of you liked it. Any questions, please put it in the chat. More than happy to talk about it. Any other question? Thank you for the comment, guys.
No, ma'am.
Yes. Any question?
Any certification, so it will help. Like, would you recommend any certifications?
There are no like proper like dedicated certifications for prompt engineering yet. Not that I have taken either, but I think Microsoft is coming up with a couple of prompt engineering related certifications. You can follow me on LinkedIn. I'll keep you posted there. And to be honest, like I said, like prompt engineering just helps you make the usage of AI better, right? Like people keep telling that you're going to lose your job, you're going to lose your job because AI is taking over. I honestly do not believe that. If you know how to use AIs, if you know how to give prompts and use those AIs, you can be successful because use AI to help, to guide you. And one quick information I want to give here, like I kept talking about tokens, complete new session. I really want to quick information about that is you see sometimes when you're playing around with ChatGPT or Claude, you put so much information, it gives you so much results. And at one point, sometimes it says that you're out of tokens. Like, that's all. Come back to me tomorrow. I cannot give you more information. This happens like most of the time, right? So this is where the part token comes into place. For example, when you put an image or you're uploading an Excel file and you're telling the LLM that read this entire Excel file and then give me this. What happens is that entire Excel file is going to be broken down into words. That is going to be broken down into tokens and it's going to take a lot of token consumption. But say you're going to put like a small screenshot, it's going to take lesser consumption. So understanding that token consumption is also very important. So when you're talking about prompt engineering, go ahead and go in depth to understand what these tokens are. That really helps you. Now the presentation that I put together, the ideas were mine, but when I want to give like a beautiful, like you see those images that I created, that was obviously using AI, right? Like the images of the cafe with the person entering, that I got perfect images. But you see, when it gives me results, it consumes tokens. So it was like I prepared this presentation over 3 days because my tokens kept expiring. So keep that in mind. It's very important. There is a question by Rajesh Shekhar. Quick question, problem with my mic, no worries. How can multi-agent prompt or RAG, chain of thought, minimize hallucination while maintaining low accuracy in enterprise scale? Yeah, that's like again, I could keep talking about it. To be honest, when it comes to an enterprise scale level, right, we always go for enterprise systems. That's because, say, let's talk about Copilot, right? Copilot resides in your particular tenant. So it understands the data inside your tenant, does not have to go to web or go to an external source to find things out. So it's really important that when you're using those enterprise scale level, use the Gen AI systems accordingly. And RAG is basically like how grounded your systems are, grounded in the sense where they're going to get their information. So that is how it works. Kavita has a question. Is it good to provide our information or any other personal information on different platforms? To be honest, no, do not do that, because most of the AI, what it does is fix your information, trains itself to give output for others. Now, if you're going to give too much information about you, others are going to see that too. So you can do like a quick activity, go to ChatGPT and ask, like, do you know Kavita Arora from so and so university or whatever you have on LinkedIn, and you can actually see how much the AI knows about you. And I think someone did that. It was pretty funny to see that it actually found out which school she was in and went back, like all the way back. So yeah, that's a good experiment you could start with. You're welcome, Rajashekhar.
Uh,
I Yes, someone is talking. Go
yeah,
ahead.
Lakshmi. Suppose we know how LLM works and we are giving the prompting to LLM to get the
Correct.
answers.
Correct.
Suppose as a noob or older guys, means older people,
Hmm.
how can they get the about detailed explanation from the one thing in all there means that characteristics. Suppose one thing that has those characteristics and that is a summary. How can they dig deeper in the topic?
That's a perfect, great question. And it doesn't apply only for older people. I would say anyone new, right? Take me. Now, I moved to the US and I'm like, I have no idea about like just things here. For example, tipping culture. Like, you know, how after, like in every restaurant, they give tips here. When you do not know something, right? How I use LLMs are, I go and tell, like, I want to learn the concept of tipping culture in USA. Explain it to me as if I'm a 5-year-old kid. What happens is you're giving it a role. The LLM is going to think you're a 5-year-old kid and it will break down the answer in that level. So it gave me an example like you are in a toy store. Someone gave you a toy. You're very happy with their service, the way they treated you, and you give them money in return. That is the tipping culture. So you see how like the same, the RTCFC helps you. When the older person says that I want to understand the concept of AI, but explain to me like I am a 5-year-old kid. LLMs and they do a great job of breaking things down to bring it to a level that the older people can understand too. I mean, even you could try, like, just go and ask ChatGPT that explain what are prompts in simple words. Like, remember, I gave you the coffee example that I started with. Was like that's how I started to learn how what are prompts, how do they work. So explain it to me like a 10-year-old, a 5-year-old helps. Hope that answered your question. Perfect. Moderator, I'm not sure if there are questions on YouTube or elsewhere. I am only active on the Teams chat. Please let me know if there are any other questions that I need to answer.
Questions are
Uh, Whoever is talking, you're breaking up. You can put the question
There
in
are
the chat.
ma'am, all questions are cleared, ma'am.
Oh, perfect, perfect, perfect. Thank you. Yep, I think I'm going to wrap up my session. Any questions, please reach out to me via LinkedIn. I'm going to drop my LinkedIn profile link right now. Also, if possible, try to attend my Power BI session tomorrow. People who play around with Power BI, you're going to have a lot of fun, and you will be amazed to know that there are so many things you can do in Power BI. Dropped in my LinkedIn chat. And there is just one last question before I wrap up from Rashmita. In enterprise AI systems where multiple LLM models are used, how do you design prompt strategies that remain consistent and reliable across all the models without affecting the structure and accuracy of reports? That's a great question. And I think there are like different answers to it, but like from prompt engineering perspective, I would say having a proper structure of prompts will give you proper consistency. Did you see that the entire slide deck of mine was purple and pink in color, right? Because those are my favorite colors. You see how it was consistent? Because every time I wanted to create an image, I would tell it that use my particular preference. Another part is there's something called skills. Again, this is like AI agents, a little complex topic. I'm not sure if someone is talking about it. You can create skill files. So you can go ahead and Google like Claude skills. What happens in skill files is basically you tell everything like I am this, I like this, I don't like this. What happens is it gets stored at a central place, and whenever LLM is creating outputs, right, it will take help from that skill file. You can have 3 to 4 skill files, and it's going to give you output based on that. So in like I mean like yeah in that's how it maintains like the consistency or the structure. Coming to the accuracy again, like AI, I would say like AI is not always accurate. You need to keep checking it. Like quick examples, when any Power BI folks right here might know, when you ask AI for DAX, right, if you do not give exact things like this is my table name, this is my column name, these are the filter contexts, you're never going to get a proper output. You're going to get incorrect outputs. So accuracy of the outputs with prompt engineering comes with the iteration mindset. Like I said, you need to keep reviewing, refining, and then improving your prompts. Like I asked the DAX, my DAX is not correct. I have to go and check if there's a filter context. Tell the DAX there's a filter context or there's a row level security in there. And then it will change the DAX accordingly. So the iteration mindset is how you go to get like accurate results. And that was a great question, actually. Yep. Jaya Surya has a question. Most of the times, AI or LLM agrees to a point, then being in a positive state, then replies, giving honest replies. How to make it more honest and reliable? That's a great question. And to be honest, to make it more reliable, right, is how you train it. Like that's where the iteration model comes into place, right? How you train it. You give more, like there's this popular meme that's going on. Like you ask how many R's are there in blueberry, it gives you a wrong answer, and then you're like, no, this many is there. Then what happens? It goes and thinks and tells, oh, yes, you're right. So you see how that iteration takes place, right? That's how you can make it more honest and reliable. So I think that's the thing. And try to use this prompt technique, RTCFC. You will see that you will get a better reply than by asking vague questions. And you know why I started learning prompt engineering is I know AI is going to be the future. I want to use AI in a better way. How do I do it? Like I want to be faster than Jayasurya. Now, if I have to be faster than Jayasuriya, more accurate than him, what do? I need to have better prompts. So that is why I keep telling you that prompt engineering is very important. Hope that answers your question. Rashmita has a question like, how do we decide what should be handled at the data layer, what should be added at the AI layer to get the best balance between accuracy, cost, and maintainability? The answer to this is it totally depends on your team, your organization of how we do. In my organization, we don't really have a medallion structure. It's pretty simple, right? So all our AI stuff is handled just at the very last layer. We do not have any semantic modeling. We do not use AI for semantic modelings. We just go all the way on the reporting side. So to be honest, that the decision depends on your data modeling. The structure of how your entire team is set up. That's really important here. And another question by Rajashekhar is, if AI can internally validate or iterate on responses, why does breaking a task into smaller interactions often produce more accurate outputs? That is because I'll tell you, something that I noticed is when I break tasks into smaller questions, right? AI tends to give me more intelligent answers because it has time to go ahead and think, right? That's why I say if I ask AI a question in 3 to 4 steps, and then if Rajashekhar asks in one huge prompt, you will see the quality of difference there. I am giving AI to use the output of previous as input to other. Use the output of previous as input to other, giving it a little more time and space to think better. But when you give like a huge prompt, right? AI is like, let me finish it quickly, throw in what I have. And it is going to be very generic. I think that is one of the observations that you will see when you use large prompts. Like, to be honest, you see on LinkedIn, a lot of people having similar kind of post. Why does that happen is people are like, I want to post about data visualization on Power BI. Give me one LinkedIn post. If you do like that, you will see that you will get very similar questions, similar output. But if you give better prompts, like break down the prompts. I want to talk about data visualization, specifically Power BI, only the visualization area. Give me a couple of LinkedIn image post ideas. You will get different results. So that's really important. Like, like to get I would not use the word accurate output. I would say the desired output. It's very important. And that's a great question, Rajashekhar. And any other questions, guys? Oh, I see Chris is here. Hi, Chris.
Hello.
Perfect. So, yep. Thank you, everyone, for attending my session. Any comments, feedback, drop it in the chat. I'm going to be there in the chat for 10 to 15 minutes more. And do reach out to me via LinkedIn. And hope to see all of you tomorrow in my Power BI section. Thank you. Thank you, Amit. And thank you to the moderator as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, everybody. How are we doing today? Doing good?
Hi, Chris.
Hi, so
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to see everyone. We're going to get started in just a minute here, but come off mute, say hi, come on camera if you can. Love to see everybody this morning. Come on, this is a social thing. This is our weekend, right? We're having fun today, right? Am I crazy? Don't say that I'm crazy. I hope I'm not crazy. What is going on? Yeah, if you want, turn
Cameras
your
are
cameras
not
on.
enabled for the attendees.
Oh,
so
it's
that's
not.
why they are not
Okay. You know anything crazy going on? I got it. Well, it's so great seeing everybody here today. I am so excited. Excited to have you guys here. Good morning. We're going to get started in like 4 minutes. Yes, drop your message in the chat. Let me know what questions or items you have. Like, let's turn this into a conversation. Like, as much as we can. Want to talk with you guys more than we could. Yeah, how is everybody doing? Crazy evening with easily digestible knowledge by great speakers. Oh, that's fantastic. I am so excited to hear that. So I spent this week like working with some people at Microsoft, recording some stuff that's going to come out next week. Or maybe the week after. Apparently there are some bugs that they're trying to sort out, but I can't wait to share some of the stuff with you guys that's coming so soon.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How are we doing? Where is everybody from? Like, is everyone like Ohio or like Wisconsin or like Michigan? Where is everybody from? Atlanta. All right. I was joking. I didn't think there's going to be anyone from the States here. But great. Happy that you're here. All right. Good to see everyone. Hyperbad. Oh, Mumbai. India. That's pretty general, but okay. Isha. I mean, this is the India like thing, right? So, but it's good to see you guys showing up, popping in. We're going to be getting started in just a second here. India. So what sports season is going on in India right now? What's the big, like, if this game was on today, we'd be watching that game, but it's not. So we're here learning cricket. IPL.
IPL is ongoing. Yes, we are competing with IPL in the evening.
Oh yeah,
the match is supposed to start in another hour. Yeah.
Okay, well then I'm under the IPL gun, huh? All right. Well, it's good to see everyone joining, hopping in. Is everybody a subscriber to my YouTube channel? I hope so. If not, like, subscribe, leave a comment, do all that stuff. I don't have as good of content as Amit, but, maybe someday if I keep working, I can catch up to you, Amit. Like, your content's fantastic.
We are all learning from you, Chris.
All right. Okay. Well, there we are. We are at the bell. So we're going to get started because we got a lot to get into today. I want to have room at the end for questions, comments, or items, but do feel free to ask questions as we're going on this. I really want to talk with each and every one of you guys, like, because I am here for you, not for me, right? Like, I know all these things. So like, don't hesitate to drop questions in chat. I've got it right on the screen here. I can see if there's questions there, and like the moderators, please like hop in, interrupt me if you see questions that I'm not answering. I want to like help get these things out there. Okay. Okay, right. Yeah, you're prioritizing this over cricket. I here's the funny thing about sports. They play it like all the time, and like they'll play the same game next year and the year after. It is shocking. But I'm not a sports ball guy, so I love technology. So let's go ahead. Let's get into this. I've got some slides. I've got some recordings. So I'm going to like run through this stuff. Hopefully we can do this live, but if not, we're going to get in and I'm going to show it to you there. All right. Here's the deal. For most of my career, I've been in tech for a long time, for 20, 30 years or whatever it is, over 2 decades. We've been building we've been building applications and meeting, the challenges our companies are dealing with in the wrong and this old-fashioned way that was really broken. Okay, if we get down to it, there were these applications would get built. They'd be built with OLTP databases, i.e. online transactional process databases, designed to process transactions quickly and rapidly. That data was all moved over into warehouses, and we would build, data models. We'd follow the star schemas, and we'd follow, these patterns for building this stuff out where we dimensionalize it, and that's still a good practice today. And then business intelligence would sit on top of it, so that the only way people would get information out of their applications was once they went through this convoluted translations and processes, and then they would, build reports that would sit on top of that. So there was this big disconnect in this entire process. This became even harder because there are huge walls between these two, between all of these environments, right? The app team was a different team. Data would have to actually physically move off of the app team's area into a data warehousing area, which was managed by our data warehouse developers. That means the data warehouse developers would have to, anytime there's a source system change, they'd have to go and get the data and bring it in and then model it and shape it and do all of these things to make it ready for the BI developers. This created all sorts of inefficiencies. It creates a long cycle time for data to move from the ingestion to the consumption. And frankly, it creates all of these systems that, while necessary for a variety of legacy reasons, is fundamentally very challenging inside of our organizations. For example, some place would be like, oh, to skip the data warehouse layer, they just put BI on top of their transactional processing systems. Well, you know what that would do? It would create this huge drain and even knock out these applications. Well, that just didn't work. That's why the warehouse system got put into place there. So there were legitimate reasons for this, but it still creates challenges for the business. All right. And I believe that this is a fundamentally flawed lie, basically, that organizations should not be working and operating like this. These segmentations, while they've been necessary in the past with the technologies that we've been in place, they're not what we need to do in the future. Before we go on and we talk about this, I do want to thank each and every one of you for joining us today. I really appreciate that you're here. Thank you for taking time out of your lives, away from your family, away from your friends. I want you to know I recognize you. I recognize that you're here doing that, and I really appreciate it. I do want to also send out a big thank you to all of the people who put all this time into building out and maintaining this conference. So Amit, every one of you, and your leaders, thank you so much for everything here. You guys have really put together a great thing, and you do this on a regular basis. So thank you for doing that. All right. But we're not here to just thank everyone here. We want to get into it. All right. Now with the cloud and with Microsoft Fabric, we have the opportunity to create a unified architecture around Microsoft Fabric databases, okay? Now, what this does, and hang on, I want everyone to say that, come off, can you guys come off mute? Yes or no? Can you come off mute? I want everybody to come off mute and say it with me now. Best day ever. We're having the best day ever. All right. Come off mute. Let's do this. Best day ever. Whenever we see this. That's right. Best day ever. Come on.
Best
Anyone
day
else?
ever.
Best day ever.
Best
Yes,
day ever.
good.
Best day ever.
Yes. Yeah.
Best
yeah.
day ever.
Yeah. Best day ever. All right. Good. Every time you guys see that, I want you to come off mute and say that with me. Best day ever, okay? Now, When we talk about Microsoft Fabric databases as the unifying architecture, we're going to look at this from 3 very specific personas. And I want you to do this anytime you're looking at making an architectural decision. And best day ever. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go. All right. We want to look at and evaluate these solutions from these 3 lenses, okay? We want to look at from the lens of a CFO. You know, he's going to be very business result oriented, i.e., why are we doing this? What does this give us as a business? Okay, that's a big deal. All right. Then we're going to look at that BI director from that advantage point. Like, why, how does this help our analytics and people consume the information more, right? Everything that goes on inside the organization needs to be manifestable or trackable or visible in order for it to be managed, right? If you cannot see it, you cannot manage it. And the only way people can see data is if it's available inside of a business intelligence report, or there's some sort of analytics on top of it that allows people to see that or access it. Or increasingly, AI can help us with that. But I got to tell you, AI ain't ready for numerical evaluations of data, and will not be until you have good semantic models and good business intelligence in place to begin with. So, you know, that hype is real and out there, but like, don't just fall for that. Like, we got to get these things in place, okay? And then the last persona we're going to be looking at is that DBA. DBAs could be worried about security, control, governance, management. We want to make sure that any solution that we have or any platform that we're taking on addresses these 3 personas at a minimum. Now, there's some others that are out there, and you know, if you have another persona that you like to think about when it comes to making architectural decisions, drop it into the chat. We want to see that. But we only have an hour, so I'm just going to be using these 3 to evaluate it, okay? All right, so where does SQL Database in Fabric fit inside of your solutions? So it's great because Fabric SQL is Azure SQL. Azure SQL is SQL Server, right? These code bases are 20, 30 years old, or however long it is that SQL's been out there. They are tried and true code bases that are incredibly scalable, incredibly flexible. They are fantastic for your transactional structured data. It gives you a familiar T-SQL interface. This is great for building applications on top of. It's a fantastic tried and true solution. We are not talking about some new bit of technology that some intern whipped together over the course of like a couple weeks, you know, in order for Gartner to be happy with some sort of functionality that's out there. This is 40 years around. It's still reliable, right? This is a tried and true solution. It's just been integrated into Fabric the way all the other components that Microsoft has been integrating into Fabric. So it's a fantastic solution. That's right. It is their flagship. It's available out there. So SQL databases in Fabric, it gives you that relational engine. It's directly integrated into that system. That means, and here is the big deal for lots of companies. I'm going to admit, I am on a project right now, and you know, I've been working on this project since December. So where are we at? 6.5 months. My bill rate is not insignificant. This was a priority for the company. This project was a big priority. I had other team members working on this as well. And because they were not fully in Fabric, because they're in GovCloud and they can't use Fabric yet, in order to stand up a SQL server and to get the networking in place and to get everything up and running, it took over 4 months of meetings and reviews and architectural conversations and configurations to get that up and ready. 4 months of time is a massive investment in costs and expenses when it comes to running a classical non-Fabric related solution, even in the cloud. Add on more time if you're talking about like standing up a server, right? So that integrated in Fabric is a big freaking deal, okay? And the reason why it's a big deal is that means it's directly already integrated for your analytical and AI consumption. It's directly integrated, so when you put in your governed and scalable security on top of that, your Power BI reports, your Copilot, your AIs that run on top of it are already integrated into this. And it's crazy, presuming I don't talk too long here, you're actually going to see me build out all of the components necessary to have an end-to-end solution inside this training. And so in less than an hour, not 4 months, in less than an hour, you could have this stuff all built out. All right? Now let's talk about when you should be using Microsoft Fabric inside your solutions, okay? Because use SQL databases in Fabric. Because there's some situations that are great for, and you should use it, others are not, okay? So this is great for when you're trying to take like a workload that's either on SQL Server on-prem or in the cloud that is that you want to directly migrate it in. It works out fantastic. You can use your same code, your same stuff. I mean, it is Azure SQL. It is SQL Server. So any of your functions, any of your stored procs, any of your triggers, your whatevers, you want to run in the new SQL environment, you can do that. Okay, so it's super easy. This is also really good when you're looking for any solution that needs a tight integration with Fabric. So if you're looking at building out a metadata-driven framework, which if you don't know what a metadata-driven framework is, I should have a video on that. I think I do. If I don't, and maybe I don't, you should watch a video on it. Like, figure it out. Get those in place. They're amazing. They're incredibly great. They're also really good for applications that you're building out. Using a Fabric SQL database as a backend on an application is incredible. It means anything that goes into that application becomes immediately accessible for your analytics without you having to lift a finger. All right. And that actually leads us right into the number 3, which is that relational and analytics all in one platform. This is your target goal. This is when you use this stuff. All right. Let's quick hit on when you should not use Fabric SQL databases, okay? Now, when you are talking about a large-scale OLTP workload that you're currently running, and let's say you've got 10 geo-replicated SQL Server databases that are maxed out in Azure or maxed out on-prem with hundreds of processors and terabytes and terabytes of memory in order to handle your workloads. Don't do that, right? Like, that's a highly customized solution. You keep doing that highly customized solution, right? Don't do that. Now, that is sub 1% of all solutions that are working in the world. So, like, hey, that's means like 99% are potentially a viable solution for you. Number 2, anything where you're looking for large scale data needs, i.e. if you're bringing petabytes of data into the database, stay with your existing solution. The other solutions are size-wise a bit more scalable than Fabric SQL is right now. So just keep on with that. Same thing with anything that's mission critical or systems of record platforms that have like regulatory backend compliance issues. Again, this would be something where you have like a failover server or multiple failover servers because you just can't legally have any downtime, and processes are that important for you. Okay, again, if you add up the number of applications out there that meet, that fall into this do not use, you're really sub 2%, 1%, somewhere's in there of all applications in the world fall into these 3 categories. Otherwise, often you are already good to go with Microsoft Fabric. Okay, databases, like, it's fantastic. This is a great path forward for you. Okay. All right, let's keep going. Now, when we start talking about the real world considerations, how does this like reduce our total cost? The big thing that, and this is where the CFOs are going to come in. They're going to want to know, how is this going to like save us money, save us time, save on our investment? Number one, by migrating everything into a unified platform, you eliminate that platform sprawl. So instead of having all of these different services running in these different subscriptions, or on Tom's laptop, or that one workstation that's still running SQL Server 2008 over in the corner, you can bring everything into one space. This reduces your overall platform cost significantly, because there is a whole bunch of additional costs that are nearly impossible to manage or understand, because they're hidden inside of the embedded support cost for the organization. And it's why the cost of IT just continues to grow and grow every year, is because of that sprawl. All right. Kirsty is mentioning data moves from OLTP systems to data warehouse through heavy ETL processes, which often cause delays and complexity. How does Fabric reduce this gap while still maintaining governance, performance, and separation of concerns? That is a great question and comment, and we're going to answer all of these throughout this presentation. I'm going to first, we're going to get to that throughout the course of this presentation. So that's a good question. All right. Fabric SQL here is immediately available for your applications for transactions. It's immediately available for your Power BI and your Copilot consumption. Because the data is already integrated in one lake, data engineers can make use of shortcuts from that information. Data scientists can run at scale Python scripts on it without having to impact Fabric SQL at all. It is fantastic when it comes to your overall platform. Okay. Forrester even put this this ROI on Microsoft Fabric. There's a 379% ROI over 3 years over investing in Microsoft Fabric based solutions, because of this integrated nature. This is a big deal that other companies will tout similar, similar types of things, but they don't truly have that end-to-end integration the same way that Microsoft does. Because while on this screen I'm showing you the Fabric platform, think of what's outside of here. All of this, or like Copilot and Power BI, is integrated in Microsoft Teams. It's integrated in Excel. It's integrated in PowerPoint. It's integrated in Outlook. Like, the integration levels here are pervasive across the holistic system, and Microsoft does an incredible job of this, which no other competitor ever will be able to do, right? Until they own the OS, until they own the Office Productivity Suite, until they own the controls at the edge systems, they'll never have this degree of integration capabilities. So this ROI is a very true number. And frankly, I would contend that they are actually, the only reason it's so low is because they only put a 3-year timeline on it. I bet if you look at the longer term solutions, longer term ROI, it's much, much higher because of that integration. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going, because we have lots to talk about here. I feel like I got more time, or I need to keep going here. So let's talk about speed. And the question, the BI director is going to say, okay, well, I'm actually going to remove all my reporting here. Well, let's get to that. Now, when we talk about operational analytics, okay, and this is a new term to many people, is we're going to separate out your enterprise analytics from your operational analytics, because your enterprise analytics will have everything consolidated. Your operational analytics is just limited to what the operations of that application are. Okay. Now, what Fabric SQL does is it creates near real-time reporting into Microsoft Power BI and Copilot with zero additional engineering efforts from you to maintain pipelines, to maintain refreshes, to maintain any additional efforts, okay? So once the data from any application, and here I'm showing a Power App, but I'm just using that as like an icon to represent any app, is any app puts data into this ecosystem in near real time, that information is replicated out for analytics, your AI, and into OneLake for broad scale integrated consumption and analytics. No other solution allows for you to do this degree of integration. I think this makes Fabric databases the most powerful and impactful solution that you have out there at your fingertips today because of this, okay? Now, the great question here is like, hey, how if we're doing near real time, is that going to impact how fast my applications are running? Am I going to actually take that down if I have a poorly running query or AI starts to crawl over all of this? And the answer is absolutely not. Fabric SQL allows for the direct integration and creation of an OLTP and an OLAP solution all in one place, all with zero additional engineering, all with a basically a logical workload separation that really separates your transactions from your analytics. And this is a hugely powerful thing because you don't have to worry about that report writer who's trying to dump everything into it, take down that database out there. Kirsty is asking, how in Microsoft Fabric databases, how do we decide which data stays in OLTP systems and what should be used for analytics and AI in OneLake while still balancing security, consistency, and performance? That is a great question. Now, for the most part, I'll go back to this and say, because if we put it in Microsoft Fabric databases, we maintain that same level of governance and same level of consumption all inside the same ecosystem so that the reports, the AI, and the OneLake can make use of it. Now, natively, there'll be everything in here as well as the security constraints for access to these things. But that's where we really start to evolve into the concept of an ontology where you become selective of the items that go in. That's where like a report writer is still very good at coming in and saying, okay, hey, on top of this, use these items. This is also where like an AI skill, which we're not going to do a demo of in this. We're not going to get into AI skills. Fabric AI skills come into play, but that's where you could actually like write specific queries that would generate the proper results for those AI skills, on top of that Fabric database, so it would run and give the right information to them. Great question. Well timed. All right. All right. This is exactly what so many business intelligence professionals are looking for, is getting this together without having to worry about that stuff. All right. And Krishi, you're going right into like who owns security in this framework. This is a great thing that's automatically built into Fabric databases. It's automatically integrated with Entra ID, so you can easily put in row-level any role-based access controls that you've classically done inside of Azure SQL. You can do that same thing here as well. Right, you can maintain that it's enforced at the SQL level. It's also maintained at the workspace level, and you can even integrate row-level security inside of the solution as well, making this a a great place to have security and governance right inside the solution. So it's not that this has been forgotten in any way. Yep. This gives us everything that we're looking for. All right. Now here you go. We've hit it. This Fabric SQL addresses cost, it addresses speed, and addresses control. Right. So this is a Chris BI Chris Wagner approved solution. Am I right? Yes. Can I get a thumbs up or applause if we think so? Yeah. Actually, I'm going to say, hold on. This is not approved yet. You know why it's not approved? It's not approved because we have not demoed it out and kicked the tires ourselves, okay? Here's the deal with any of these solutions. I don't want you to ever listen to me without you testing it out first. I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to give you good guidance on these things. But if you can't do it yourself, this solution does not work for you, okay? So we're going to say it's not approved yet until we test this out. But we're going to do it because it is the best day ever, okay? So everybody, best day ever. Come on now. Let's hop off mute. Best day ever. Come on. Oh, I'm seeing thumbs up. Come on. Best day ever. Best day ever. All right. Okay, let's go into demos here. We're perfectly on time to get through these demos. We're going to go in, we're going to create a SQL database in Fabric. We're going to load and query some relational data. We're going to show you your native Power BI integrations. We're going to get governance and security controls in place, and we're going to do some platform provisioning. So, oh no, what happened? Uh-oh, my demo is... Oh, I screwed myself. Okay, well, we're having a little bit of demo technical difficulties here, but that's okay. All right, so I could do recordings, but you know how we like to do it. If anyone watches the live streams, how do we like to do these demos? Screw it, we do it live, right? We're going to do it live. So hang on, give me 1 second here. Got the demo up there. Where's my actual demo slide deck so I can... Okay. Let's get into this. Okay. So no. I do... If we suddenly start to go too slow, we can hop over here. Well, what are we going to do in Microsoft Fabric to do this live? I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to create a new workspace. Okay. So this is... SQL DB demo, right? We're not going to put it in domain because we're going to go quick on this. It's going to be a Fabric item. We're going to put in Eagle. We're going to say apply. So Eagle is up and running. All right. So I'm not going to... Actually, I am going to create a pre-designated flow. We're going to keep this a real simple one. Basic analytics. No. Where did you go? Where did you go now? No, that's not. We're just going to start with this, select this. But all we're going to do is we're going to collect data. We're going to store data. We're not going to do this track data on the end. So I'm going to get rid of that. So we're going to have some visualizations. This is what we're going to be starting to do today. Okay, so first things first, anytime you do this is we're going to create an actual SQL database. So I'm going to go over here, and this is one of my favorite items. If you don't use favorites, you should be using favorited items. Okay, so you'll also see under all items SQL databases here, or you just type in SQL, you can find your SQL database right here. Okay, I'll call this SQL DB demo. Go ahead and click create. And just like that, we have created a SQL database that's going to actually get us up and running. So we're going to be good to go. That's all it takes to create a SQL database. I know you're all thinking, but Chris, earlier you said it took 4 months to, it takes 4 months to get that up and running. The answer is no, it doesn't take 4 months. Is there anything in the admin portal to get this up and running to use this? That's a good question. Hang on. At one point in time, there was a toggle, but I thought they pulled that off. Let's quick look. Yep. Nope. It's gone. SQL is gone. So it is a GA capability. So that is no longer something that's not available. So as long as you're in a Fabric capacity, you should be able to use a SQL database without any issues whatsoever. Okay. Raj, did you have a follow-on question? I saw a hand go up. Or is that just thumbs up? All right, we're going to keep going. You come off mute if we said there's something else you want to know about, okay? All right, so, but let's keep going. So we've got this in here. Let's talk about, let's get some data in. Well, we can use this great new copy job right inside of the SQL database. We can do that here. We can say yes if we create it here, SQL DB copy. Right, we're gonna, if we create from within here, I want to point out the nice things that this gives us. Because we created that process flow at the beginning, it already put us into the task. It's going to put it inside of our SQL DB demo workspace, and it's going to give us the ability to name it. Okay, so I like this a lot. I'm going to say create. And it's going to create, and hopefully Jared's not running his own trial scripts right now. So this is going to actually pop up, and this is going to give me a lot of different access to different capability or to anything that's inside of here already. Yes. All right, so we're going to be copying our data. We're going to be choosing from within one like catalog. I want to go out and find the stuff that I want. I want to look for my endorsed data. So I've got my AdventureWorks Lakehouse. I think this is the one that I'm not having problems on. Come on now. And you see it's going to then pull up my Lakehouse. There we go. I've got my Lakehouse. I'm going to say I want my account table, and I want my internet sales. No, I don't want account. I want internet sales. I want dim customer. I want dim date. Okay. I'm going to say next. I want to do full copies. I could do incrementals, but I know the sources don't have incrementals on them, so I'm just going to say full copies. Now I have the option to map these into a destination where I could actually edit the columns and go into and do all that sort of stuff. But we're not going to get into that because we're trying to just get this done. Again, this is something we could run this on a schedule, or we could do it on just one time. We're going to do this one time. Let's hit run. Now watch. We're going to set this up. It's saving. It's running. While this runs, I'm actually going to hop over to the workspace that I'm in. What happened to my workspace view? There we go. Okay. Yeah, what happened to my workspace view? Why don't I have my little toggle here? Oh, there it is. No, expand. Huh. That's weird. Doesn't that normally show there? Oh, I know why, because I didn't go to... Gosh, dang it. App.fabric.com. This is a better interface. I like the Fabric side versus the Power BI side because you get this native... I wish they'd unify that. But we are where we are. Okay, so I've got this together. I created my SQL DB copy job. I bet that it's over here and it's running. I go and I take a look at it. Well, okay, this doesn't save me any time whatsoever. So let's go in and take a look at it. Come on. Oh, I was click. Someone come off mute and tell me when I'm clicking on the wrong thing. All right, so this is up and running. Look, the full copy is in. Let me view run history. Hey, look at that. It's done. We loaded information in. That means if I go over to my SQL database and I go over to DBO, my tables, boom, look at that. They're already here. I've got these already in place. How fantastic is that? Huh? That's great, right? All right. So I got some weird labels in there, but hey, good deal. Like, this is fantastic. This is great. We're good to go. I'm in my SQL database. I could actually like run queries off this, right? Yeah, I could build a query. I could say select top 100 star from fact internet sales, and I could hit run. Boom. I've got full Transact SQL integrations. In fact, I could even, if I wanted to, I could open Visual Studio Code, or I could open SQL Server, and I have my whole like SQL interface that I've been working in for 2+ decades of accessing queries and running stuff. So I've got that whole integration here, right? I'm good to go, right? Well, hang on one second here. There's something else that was created here. What is this? Oh, what's this? It's a SQL endpoint. That's right. That means I've got my Transact SQL database here. Where's my OLTP is here. OLAP is here. So look at that. I've already got my OLAP database is already there. And if I go over there and I can navigate here and I can open up a new item. I'm just doing this or I could switch in the upper corner here. So 2 different ways to access it. I actually prefer clicking on it. So I've got the 2 different tabs. So I've got this navigation up on top. I love this navigation. Okay. If I go into my my OLAP space, look at this. It's the exact same table is in here in my SQL endpoint, and there's no magic, right? Like, there's nothing up my sleeve. I'm not wearing any sleeves. I mean, I guess I do, but like, there's nothing up my sleeve. It's just done. The same query that I ran over in my Transact SQL statement works here as well, right? Now, this is awesome, right? Right? I mean, we're fantastic. We're ready to move our reports here. Am I right? Oh, hang on. We're not quite there yet. We're not quite ready for that yet. And in fact, you know what? I accidentally closed and can't find my scripts right now. So I'm going to flip over to another database to show you the next parts, or another workspace space to show you the next parts of these demos, because having something that's more fully built out is better. So we're going to go into the same place. We're going to show you same database that was created was the Fabric demo. Close these out. SQLCon. I go in, we see that, oh, I just had the dim customer. I can write queries on top of it, right? I can even write custom queries on top of this, right? All good, all great, right? So I can go in, I can make changes in here. I can even, and this is something that I absolutely love about this. This is in my shared workspaces. So let me redo that. There we go. Come on now. This shared work queries means I have an easy place to share my common queries I'm running to other people. Then I can also do things like plus middle name, As full name. Does that run right? No, I have to do concat then, don't I? Oh no, that works just fine. Look at that. I don't write SQL as often as I used to, but look, I can make my own custom columns in here that are perfect for my analytics, and I'm good to go, right? I'm ready for my Power BI, right? Hang on. My analytics team doesn't want to have individual queries or individual polls. I want to actually create a semantic model on top of my environment. So if I go to my SQL databases, that's where I want to have my SQL con. Wait. Yeah, Fabric SQL semantic model. Why didn't that work? That's interesting. Is that right? Open. That's it. That's a wonky interface, isn't it? It should just go right to open. I don't need to go to that like weird thing. That's odd. Okay, whatever. But the semantic model that we've created here allows me to build out consistent reports that are directly off of the semantic model without having to, yeah, because I had clicked on model, hadn't I? Am I crazy? Yeah, I clicked on it. It's weird that you have to then go open. That's a two-step thing. I don't approve that pattern, Microsoft. So Microsoft, if you're on the line or watching this, fix that. That's broke. That's wrong. I don't know. Do you guys like that? Do you like that when if I go into the semantic model here, it doesn't take me to edit right away. It takes me to like this governance page. This seems wrong, isn't it? I don't know. Well, whatever. So I've got my semantic model here. What I can then do within this model is I can actually switch over to in viewing. I can say editing or editing, and then I can like go in and I can create measures in here. Right, and the measures the exact same thing. I can create tables. I can create calculation groups. I want to be very clear. Where did it go? Oh, good. New column is grayed out. This guy right here, this new column thing here, don't ever do this, okay? This is the worst feature inside of Microsoft Fabric. This is a DAX column, okay? Don't do that thing. This is horribly non-performant, and it's the type of thing that like hacky business users do. Don't be that person. It's the number one thing that you're going to have to like pull out and fix because they cost so much in CUs that it's unbelievable. Like there was an excuse to some extent when you were doing it in Power BI desktop and you're running it off your desktop. In the service where you pay for this stuff, like this is just an abusive feature as far as I'm concerned. Don't do this. Watch the video I did where I debated it. Note that he immediately concedes that with Microsoft Fabric, you don't need DAX columns. And then his only arguments ever from then on were like, well, if you don't have Fabric, like, no, the premise is you have Fabric, then you don't need DAX columns. Okay, so let's keep going. Might create overages. You will immediately create overages. I talked to multiple people who tried to demo it, and they kept blowing out all of their capacities as they tried to demo it. So it's like horrible feature. Don't do it. And like, especially if you're in an organization where you have a shared capacity for production and development, like you'll blow out your production workload doing that. Okay, but enough of my it's very bad. Don't do that thing. All right, so you get the whole modeling thing here. I'm not going to go any further into this because you guys get it, right? Like it's there. You could do that stuff. Watch other videos for the other things. But you could actually even stick. Did I not? The heck did I do in my report? Am I blind? Do you guys not see my Power BI report? I swear, this is a presentation I did at FabCon. We had a report there. I don't freaking know what happened to my report now. Terribly sorry, guys. Okay, we're going to go back to the demo because my, boom, we showed you this. We showed you creating stuff. We'll just keep going. Yep. This is the load process. This is building out our model. Okay. Yes. And so you can, hang on. Whoops. So you can build out a semantic model here. This is actually showing you how you can build out a semantic model, how you can add that stuff in. It's very easy to do that. You can see like how you can go ahead and add that in. It's going to actually pop up. You can then go in and edit and open it. See, I had the exact same weird behavior there. I guess I was wrong. It does do that. I don't think this is going to show it. Oh yeah, we could show you how you can actually like create measures inside of here. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you have all sorts of capabilities here with managed security roles. You can even go in and like edit the tables that come in, so you can add more stuff in. You've got best practice analyzer, the whole nine, the whole kit and caboodles there. You also have this ability to create a report inside the service, right? Again, why I don't know why my report wasn't there. And this is your typical Power BI service interface, right? You can go ahead, create your items, get that inside the space. You're up, you're good to go. And then when you save it, it'll save it as a report inside of the workspace. Oh, well, there's why there was no report there. Inside the semantic model, you do have the ability to create like a connection to it with that that endpoint that's available for you. You just go in, sign in, you're up, you're in, and then boom, you can manage that semantic model like you would any other enterprise semantic model here. So totally available for you is that spot. If you guys are not using, and here's another thing, raise a hands if you're using, oh my gosh, I am running, we're gonna keep going. So if you use a Power BI desktop, 100% you can. You just take that SQL Analytics endpoint. I'm sorry, not the SQL Analytics endpoint. You either take that connection string or better, you actually go in here, find that semantic model, hit connect to it, XMLA endpoint. Thank you. My brain was just dropping things. And then you have direct access into it. And you can do that exact same thing within the full Power BI desktop experience. You can build out your reports, manage it, use your existing code repositories, libraries, all that stuff. You can even, and I really like this, create the connection, put it in a template file, and then make that available inside your organization for broad scale access. All right, I'm going to keep going here. Yeah, we're not duplicating. Can we do it in Excel? Of course you can. And then here's a great thing is you can actually build out like custom queries like what I'm showing you, what I'm doing here. You can build these queries, manage them, like have them as shared queries, and then you click on this open in Excel and boom, it'll have that query dumped and available inside of Excel for use there. I'm not actually going to show that because I want to keep going because I want to get to questions. Demo, what are we demoing here? Oh, governance and security. Yes, you can add in all of your security roles and capabilities in there. I'm going to skip over that because we are having the best day ever. Yes, best day ever. You got it. Because we have covered cost, speed, control. That's right. Best day ever, everybody. And now we can say this is a Chris Wagner approved solution. I want to yes, thank you guys all so much for joining me. My name is Chris Wagner. I'm a director of AI data at Baker Tilly. I'm the founder of CreatosBI.com. I love working with data. I hope you love this stuff too. I hope you love this presentation. And I want to know, I was live at FabCon. Hopefully go watch those videos and whatnot. Watch me on YouTube. I'm gonna actually end this and stop sharing my screen and see what questions you guys have for me. Happy to go in and talk through anything I might have skipped over or not covered at that breakneck pace. Was that too fast? It felt too fast, or was it just right? Any questions?
You can unmute and ask your questions. We have some time. So anybody who wanted to ask the question can unmute and ask your questions.
It was Nest.
Let me scroll up and see. I think you might have already taken this question. Is there anything to enable in admin portal before going to execution?
No, I did check that.
Yeah, I think it's okay. Oh, there are questions now. Yeah.
Oh, it was best, not okay. All right, it was good. Okay, good. In a unified platform like Microsoft Fabric, will OLTP and OLAP and AI all share the same data ecosystem? How do we design the system so that real-time analytics and AI queries don't slow down transactions while still keeping data consistent, properly governed, aligned with business logic across all layers? Fantastic question. Actually, we're going to go back to my presentation because maybe I didn't hit on that part the way I should have. So let me pull it back up and talk about that. That's a good question. Okay. So we want, in this ecosystem, we're still going to create a semantic model like I showed you, okay? That semantic model is where we're going to put all of our business logic and information that we're going to make accessible to Power BI. That same semantic model is what we're going to make accessible to our AI copilots. So all those DAX measures, queries, everything that we add into that analytics layer, that semantic model gets used by that copilot. And for simplicity, I just eliminated that from this diagram, but that is the big component that we'd have here. We would use an AI skill. In addition to just that, though, we would use an AI skill to help run baseline queries back up against the SQL endpoint, or against the one which is all of the semantic model and the queries would run against OneLake and would not run against a transactional system that would be processing against the SQL Server, which would have separation of compute from your storage. Okay, so that your analytics isn't going to take down your processing. Okay, that's how we create that segmentation. I hope that makes sense. How is Fabric designed for performance compared to other OLAP systems? Well, frankly, it was designed, Fabric was fundamentally originally designed for Power BI as an OLAP system to begin with. So that is frankly, it's ideal because OLAP systems need heavy amounts of compute in real spiky patterns. It's not like it just starts using compute, grows, runs compute for a while, and then slows down. Queries hit and come and go in the billions and billions of queries are executed against OLAP systems all the time. So designing and building their entire data platform off an OLAP system means that their underlying system is really, really good at responding to billions and billions of queries, which is why Fabric has worked so well in so many situations, because it's basically designed on a platform that can handle the worst possible performance needs of like the most highly consuming solutions, right? How do we balance real-time analytics and AI workloads with transactional systems so that performance and fast? I mean, honestly, I think I just already kind of like called that out. The one thing you can do inside of here, though, to add to that, because AI can be consuming more consumption, is you can dedicate capacities to AI where all AI runs off of those other capacities, so that AI running off a different capacity is hitting one lake. It's hitting the semantic model that is hitting one lake, and it's drawing consumption from that other capacity. Okay. I am receiving live stock tick data every second from Yahoo API. Which Fabric components should I ingest? If you're doing RTI, that's RTI, real time intelligence. Like, use RTI for that. That's the proper solution. This is an app-based solution. This is for like operational analytics. Do this for RTI, which is real-time intelligence. Use the RTI pattern. Good question. Because a lot of this is using the right tool for the right solution, right? Like, this is an operational database basically designed for an application to be the primary use cases this side of the house. The benefits are here. These are secondary uses, right? Primarily, it's transactional. Warehouses, primary is probably Power BI or the analytics side of the house. RTI is that live streaming stuff. Great questions. Any other questions before we go? Hi, do you think outbound access protection at workspace level adds security SQL database grid? Yes. The nice thing about that is it does, because the new enhancements they've made in security at the workspace level do allow you to customize this. So if you're trying to create like a B2B connection that's just secure and manageable and linkable between the two spaces, that new security configuration allows you to do that. Look more into it. I could speak to it highly or at a high level. I can't tell you like the exact security configurations on it, but you can definitely do that, and it makes it a secure way to transmit info. Great questions. Awesome. Well, thank you guys all so very much. You guys have really made today the best day ever for me. I hope you guys go out and have the best day ever as well, right?
Thanks, Chris, for such a wonderful session.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Amit, thank you for having me. You guys don't know, like, I'm very busy. Amit hunted me down, and he followed up, and he's just like, Chris, you got to present. Chris, you got to present. And he's like, yes, Amit, I 100%, I want to present. I love presenting for you guys. But Amit, great job putting this together. Sorry, I didn't, just so busy, just didn't sign up right away. But you're the best, Amit. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. And everybody liked doing this session. I can see a lot of comments still coming in.
That's right. Best day ever. Oh, good deal. Good. What's next on the agenda?
We have Mitul who has joined the session now. We have now transforming the retail experience with Copilot Studio, Power Automate, and AI Search.
Ooh, that's exciting. I can't wait to see that. Who's presenting that?
It's Mitul.
Mitul.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Hey everyone, should I start, Amit?
Yeah, 1 second, Mitul. Hey, hi everyone. As we move on to our next session, let me introduce our speaker for this session. We are excited to welcome Mitul, Senior Data Engineer at Longview Systems, MCT, trainer and experienced data and AI professional specializing in Gen AI, RAG, Copilot Studio and data warehousing. And today's session is about transforming the retail experience with Copilot Studio, Power Automate, and AI Search. Please join me giving a warm welcome to Mitul.
Hey, thanks. Thanks for having me on the session, Amit and other organizers. Hope I'm audible, loud and clear. And
Yeah.
if there are any questions or anything which needs to be discussed between the session, please feel free to put up your questions. I'll just take my screen here so that I can see the questions. Just a moment. Yeah. So I'll start and share my screen. Yep. So good evening, good morning, everyone. I'm in Toronto, so I'm saying good morning for the rest of the folks who are in India, or good evening and wherever you are. Just wishing yourself as per the day time zone you are in. So my today's topic is transforming the retail experience with Copilot Studio. So we have been hearing a lot about Copilot Studio, Power Automate, Foundry, and all these buzzwords about building AI agents and everything. So we would be looking at a glimpse of how we can, although Copilot Studio can be used across various industries, we will see how we can use it for a simple retail use case. I'm not going to take a big complex use case, but to start with, how we can implement Copilot Studio and other Power App features in for implementing a simple retail use case. So before we go into the use case, we'll be looking at to the technical details of what are the agents and what Copilot Studio tool is actually. I mean, I know most of us over here must be using this Copilot Studio tool. So I'll be walking you through the different features in Copilot Studio, and then we will see a small demo onto how we can use each and every feature. So about just So about myself, I'm a senior data engineer at Longview System, Toronto, Canada. I'm also Microsoft certified trainer in Copilot Studio. And I'm like enthusiastic techie. I love technology and I'm always surrounded with the technical gadgets and stuff. And also, I'm an active community speaker. I like attending conferences, meeting people, like meeting you all over here, because I believe this is the best place to learn and grow. With this fast moving technology, I think networking and meeting people is the best teacher I've ever seen. And on screen, if you see, this is the image. This is not my image, but this is my persona, also generated using AI. I gave a prompt about how I want to be, how I am, and this is what AI gave me, and this well suits my personality. This is my LinkedIn QR code. Happy to connect, meet, and share this knowledge about AI and other things. I'm here mostly to learn from you rather than giving you some information, because wherever I speak, wherever I go, I get some knowledge definitely, which I think upon and I then come up with new ideas. So this is the best platform. And thanks Amit and other organizers for having me here, for helping me in my learning journey. So for today's agenda, as I described, that we would look at what are agents, what were script-based chatbots, our earlier things, what are different types of agents, the tools that we have, what is AI search, and we will look at we will touch each and every component, because how we would be using, we are going to see that how each and every component inside this framework can be useful for building a use case, and then we will see a demo and definitely question answers towards the end. To start with the script-based chatbots, I believe most of us must have worked with the script-based chatbots. I mean, I personally developed some chatbots in 2018, 2019, where we used to do a lot of manual work. I mean, there were there was not much intelligence in the chatbot. I mean, those were having all manual intent, your context and everything needs to be fed into the chatbot. And we all know how painful it is to put in each and everything. I mean, at that time, I used to think, why don't we have some intelligence system which can predict at least something from that we give? And it was very, very difficult to build such chatbots, which were like not that dynamic in nature. You need to have chatbots for each and every different scenarios, or even same organization for same team. If there are two different scenarios, you might have two different chatbots. So those were not dynamic, or were not much scalable kind of thing, and a lot of manual things. This is where something script based chatbots were. Then the era of agents came, like post 2022, like we got chat GPT, and then Gemini and Copilot and all those things. So why these are so a difference between agent and a chatbot, it's very important to understand. So agent are someone who can do a task, a very complex task, multiple tasks like we humans do, not exactly as like humans, but at least close to that. I mean, with certain instruction, who can think a bit on their own. And why this happens? Because of the large language model, which is inside the agent. So the LLM model makes something an agent different from chatbot. So it's very important to understand when we call something as a chatbot and an agent. If we call it as an agent, it is doing some intelligent task which your chatbot or normal process or flow cannot do it. That is what an agent is. So agent can understand natural human language. Because these days now with Copilot and ChatGPT going so much, we just just go and type it, get the answers. Like we communicate to our peers or our friends. That's the way now agent behaves. Also, when we think of building an agent in our organization, these are dynamic. So you can build an agent which can retrieve something, perform some task, call different agents. So we would be seeing this three different flavors in our today's demo as well. So these are dynamic. I mean, you build one agent which can do all sorts of different tasks. And it can be easily integrated with any enterprise system. If you go, it can be integrated with Teams, your website, your WhatsApp, your Slack, Messenger, your custom site. Anywhere these agents can be integrated, you can get these agents on tip of your hand. And these agents can be like deployed or can be used across various industries, as we have seen: banking, travel, healthcare, manufacturing, retail. Now we are seeing agents deployed across like most of the industries. Whenever we go to any airline site or banking site, there's something pops up from the bottom. Hi, I'm your virtual agent. We can start the chat and something like that. Although we are not that comfortable chatting with the agents now, but soon there will be a time where agent could handle as much as a query which humans can handle. So this is something about like what the agents are and a brief of agents. Now let's look at the agent flow. A simple and a very term in a flow in a very layman terms. If someone asks you what's an agent, you can show this to them. So agent is like what agent does. The LLM, the large language model, there are some instructions. The most important thing, I mean, you need to instruct your agent how to perform, what task needs to be performed. Agent won't do magic. I mean, they are not magician. We need to instruct them what needs to be done. There are some tools connected to the agents which can do certain tasks. They can do certain actions, some retrievals, some memory things. That's what tools are. So agents are invoked using a system message that we give. I mean, so the agent message, the user message. I mean, we ask something. Hello, how are you? I need to find this. Awesome system events, like your agent can be invoked using your email or a file creation or something happens. Or your agent messages. One agent can invoke another agent too. So that is something called as multi-agent framework, where different agent communicates with each other. And in output, we get either the reply from the agent or some action are performed by the agent. So this is how in a nutshell, agent flow looks like in a very layman terms. Agents for every industry and department. So as you can see, agents can be across different industries: travel, transport, professional services, government, retail, healthcare, financial service, and customer service, finance, HR agents are very common these days. And this is the kind of overview of where the agents can be deployed across which industries and where your data lies. I mean, with your data sitting anywhere, your SharePoint, your SQL server, your Fabric, uh, like anywhere, wherever your data sits, there are most of the connectors are available in Copilot Studio, which you can fetch your data using Power Automate and can use it in Copilot Studio. So agents for every industry and department is possible now. Now, if we see agents can be developed and deployed too. So this is very important. So now we know that we have Microsoft Copilot. So what happens is you can develop an agent and you can deploy it to your M365 Copilot, which can be used by the users in your organization. And we are talking about these agents which are developed for an organization, for organization's data. It is something not for searching from internet or anywhere else. So that is the most important thing, that we are developing an agent, the custom agents, which reads only our organization data. So also these agents can be deployed to your application, your organization applications, your teams, or anywhere else, or your own websites, or anywhere. These agents can be deployed to. Then we look at the spectrum of agent. I mean, this is something which will help you to visualize when we talk about the agents. I mean, what different categories of agents are, where it falls. If you have to explain it to someone, to your client, to your peers, anyone. So if we see, the simplest of all is a retrieval based agent, which can get data for you, the grounded data that you have for your organization, and it can summarize that data and gives you the response. It's like simplest of all. Retrieval is, although like you can retrieve data easily, but let's say if you have some document which has got like 100 pages of document, a policy document, which you give it to your agent and you want to ask some question, you can easily get your answer from that document. The next come is task-based agent. Let's say you retrieve your answers from the agent, your document. Now you need to perform some task. Let's say send it as an email, or raise a service now ticket or something else. Then you plug in your different task into that, integrating with different connectors and perform some task. That is your task-based agent. Third comes is autonomous, which is autonomous, I would say, is something where I'm not invoking directly by asking the question, but it is invoked through some event or through some other agents, something like that. So those are working on its own. I mean, nobody's touching them explicitly, but it works when some event or some action occurs. So as we see, spectrum of agent, it goes from simple to advanced. This can be developed using pro code and no code, low code, which is Copilot Studio as well. Each of these agents can be developed using different tools. We'll be looking at next, like what are the tools for developing agents in Microsoft ecosystem. And definitely the complexity varies as we go from retrieval based to autonomous, like more management, more maintenance is required, but it can perform more tasks as well, the autonomous agent. So this is, and we'll be looking at retrieval task and not autonomous, but how multi-agent works, two-agent works in our today's demo. So I don't want to like put everything into today's topic, but I'm touching each and every part of Copilot Studio, which can be used to develop a particular use case. So that is what our today's agenda is. A different range of tools that we have for agent creation. So if we see that, I mean, we must have definitely come across Agent Builder. Agent Builder is the simplest of all for business users who wants to spin up an agent very quickly on the documents which are stored in SharePoint or somewhere else. I just go in M365, click on create agent, attach my document, I can start asking the questions. Those who does not have like technical knowledge, not too technical, but the business users who uses the system on a day-to-day basis, Copilot. And then next comes the Copilot Studio for makers, for citizen developers who prefer low-code, no-code tool and wants to spin up something quickly. I mean, not that quick, but easy to do. I mean, in Copilot Studio, you can spin up an agent in like 2 hours and it's something basic, it's ready to go. You can do it, a basic flow at least. So you have a drag and the UI based thing where you can just create the orchestration and attach the tools and everything directly into that. And that is where the Copilot Studio comes. And definitely, there's something always there for the developer industry, like for developer pro code who needs more control, more customization, more transparency, more clarity, want to build their own agents using frameworks like agent frameworks, agent toolkit, and all those things. We do have like Visual Studio, GitHub, and AI Foundry, which can be used to develop agents from scratch. And you basically the difference between Studio and Foundry is that if you develop something in Studio, it's a backend process. You don't get to see how each and everything is working. Whereas in Foundry, where if it's customized, you have more control over that, more transparency. But it depends totally on your organization needs, what skills you have, what budget you have, and you choose the tool that you need for your agent development. But yes, there are different flavors for everyone out there for building these agents, for these intelligent agents, for performing different tasks. Let me know if I'm going too fast or something is not clear. And if something is clear, I mean, if you are getting it, a thumbs up or something would be really helpful. Thank you. Then next comes is, now let's look at our Copilot Studio agent. Simplest architecture. I mean, you can take some screenshots or picture of. This is the subset of the diagram which I have created from the big Copilot Studio architecture diagram, which is available on Microsoft. So this is my agent, and which is built on a Copilot Studio platform. And what are some key points or key things inside Copilot Studio? We have knowledge sources, which is like which can be your files, your public websites, your AI search, which is connected to Foundry, or your data in Fabric, or different things can be your knowledge sources. Then comes your topics. Topics are something wherein you design your orchestration, like what should happen when a user asks certain things. So that is where the heart of things, like where the complete logical layer lies on the topics. Then we have got generative answers, which is something where the LLM model sits in Copilot Studio. I'm going to show you this in the demo as well, so it's much more clear to you. And we have got actions, with what actions to be performed, what tools to be called, a prompt to be called, which is connected to your cloud flows, your AI builder prompts, and all those things. Definitely, analytics is something very important, which shows you about how your agent is performing. What is the statistics like? What is the usage? Are people even liking your agent? That is very important to get the feedback out of it. And how much the response time it is taking. So the complete analytics tab gives you the detail of your for admin people to understand how your agent is. And then the channels, which shows that where you can deploy your agents across different platforms like Copilot, Teams, Slack, Facebook, etc. And definitely it is governed by a Microsoft Entra ID. You can have your user base authentication as well in this. And the database for Copilot Studio, I would say, is something Dataverse. Your data sits, the agent that you develop, the conversation instant, everything go and sits in Dataverse, which is connected with your Copilot Studio internally in a platform. So whatever you develop, the history and everything, sits in the conversation, mainly the history, because as an admin, I would like to see the conversation happening across everywhere. My agent is communicating with whom, how people are liking it, what's the feedback and all. So there's table called as conversation history, which captures everything in your Dataverse, and you can fetch this information easily. So there's a simple architecture of Copilot Studio, easy to understand and to explain it to someone, like what Copilot Studio is. Now let's discuss something on the knowledge sources of the Copilot Studio. So what are different knowledge sources in Copilot Studio? Some of them. I mean, there can be a lot, but the major one are SharePoint, your Dataverse, your Salesforce, SQL, and these are the some knowledge sources where your file uploads, where you can easily get your data from your organization data, which is stored inside this knowledge sources. The next major knowledge source which we would be looking is AI search. Also, it is a revolutionary RAG, like Retrieval Augmented Generation. RAG stands for, which is in itself is a RAG tool which can, what happens in AI search is it can handle these many things single-handedly in one single service. I mean, it's very powerful. I mean, one of my favorite too, and it's very expensive as well. So make sure whenever you decide to use AI search, you consider its cost implication and how much it costs, because the higher tiers you take, the more it is going to cost you. So it's an expensive service, but useful too, because you can do your multimodal thing, like you can read your text from the images, read your images, your text stored in like any unstructured document. So AI search is better for unstructured documents, I would say, as compared to structured. It can work for structured document as well, but it is better for unstructured use cases. That is what my recommendation is. So what happens in AI search is it vectorizes your data or the documents that you have. It converts into the vectors, and it uses like it chunks into the smaller size and then vectorize it, and then it also implements semantic re-ranking onto that, so that whenever you ask a question, it understands the intent behind that question, and when the multiple answers which are close to a question, it picks the best one using semantic re-ranking. So that is something very important. The AI search has evolved a lot over the past years. Previously, it was not that powerful, but now there are a lot of options in AI search which can be used, and it connects to the embedding model which is sits in AI Foundry. So AI search is a thing which shows you that how you can connect your Foundry model with your Copilot Studio. So there are two tools which we would be looking today: is AI search and AI builder, and how you can use your Foundry models into your Copilot Studio using these two tools. I hope AI search high level is clear. We will see in the demo as well a little bit more in detail into this. Then next comes is AI agent mechanism and application. So a simple one, not too complex thing, how this agent thing works behind the scenes. Whenever we talk to like not chat GPT exactly, I would say, because chat GPT is something, or Copilot is something, it's over the internet or it gets the answers from the internet. But let's say if you have some organization data which sits in your knowledge source in your SQL DB or your SharePoint or anywhere. And what happens is this is your agent, this is the user. So the two things which goes to the agent is a prompt, the instructions that we give, and the query, the question that we have. And what happens is it goes to the question goes to the knowledge source, and what happens is the data in knowledge source is indexed using AI search. I'm explaining AI search over here. It fetches the answer, and that answer is something in like a very raw form, just the text, like you need to do this to charge your laptop, something like that, and few other words. Now what happens is that your prompt, the instruction, the question, and the context goes to your LLM endpoint, your model, your large language model, GPT 4.1, GPT 5, Claude, or like any model, and that everything goes to a model, and it generates a very nice response. I mean, very massaged message, which gives the person that okay, I'm not talking to a machine, and it gives you response in that way. So you get that generated response, and that goes to a user on your screen. That is what you see in your screen. So this is how the LLM model plays a role, and how your knowledge source plays a role inside your agent behind the scenes. What happens exactly? So this is something like very low level understanding of how agent works in this today's world. Whenever we build any agent on our organization data, this is what happens behind the scenes, and I hope it's clear to you. And when we see like integrating Copilot Studio and Microsoft Foundry, so what are we doing? Like integrating as in we are not integrating directly by using something, but indirectly the integration works is what there are two things which happens. You get your vectorized indices from AI search using the AI Foundry model, and or you get the other models as well from the Foundry catalog. Like there are 11,000 plus models. Definitely all are not compatible with Copilot Studio or Builder, but you can get different models like reasoning models, your general purpose models, and kind of things, different models. You can use it based on a use case from Foundry. So this is a Foundry and Copilot Studio connection. As it was not there, I mean, a year or year and a half year ago, where Copilot Studio was on its own, where I was developing agents for one of our clients, and there was a need of getting some custom models from Foundry or having integration with Foundry, because Foundry has got a lot of customization which you might want to use whenever even you build using Copilot Studio. Okay, there's a question from Casey Reddy. When we build AI agents using Copilot Studio Foundry custom tools, How do we make sure agent not only give correct answer but also understand the real business? Yeah, that's a very good question. So the most important thing which lies over here is the business context. So, and also we need to understand that agents answer, AI generated answers won't be 100% correct. So that's why we always get a tagline, disclaimer, even in our the tools that we use. So it won't be 100% correct. And in order to make it 100, like 95% correct, what we need to do is the instruction of the prompt that we give, the business context that we give to an agent. That is something will decide how your agent responds. The most important thing there lies is, and the other thing which is important is how well your data is structured. So good AI needs clean data. So if our data is very well structured, if we give a very good prompt and instruction, which where we explain the agents about what my business is doing exactly and what they need to respond on certain kind of questions. That is what it is. So that is where you will get much more clear outputs. And building agent is something, not a product, but I would say it is kind of a process, an iterative or a feedback based process wherein you build something, you test it, you give it to your users, you get the feedback, you tweak it, you tune it. So I'll show different parameters. I mean, it's not there in Studio, but in Foundry, how you can tune your agents a bit. And then there are different things called as evaluation matrix, which you can give it to your agent, where you give some sample sets of question and answers. So it's based on data, context, and tool evaluation as well. I'll show evaluation in Copilot Studio at high glimpse. I'm not prepared in my demo, but I can show you that tab where you can give some, and also there's called as fine tuning of model. So this is the groundwork we need to do before we give it to the user out there for agent to perform the way we need, the way we expect. So these are some things we need to work on: a good data, a good context. You have done the fine tuning of your model. You have given some sample question and answer to your agents. So this is how. So this there is another branch of called as prompt engineering, which goes altogether different direction, which helps you to craft a different prompt altogether. I have a topic session for that as well, but prompting is something very important for your answer to be as accurate as per your business logic. Hope it is clear. More about Microsoft Dataverse Connect Fabric and agents. Yeah, we'll get on to this, Shiva, in our demo, that how your Dataverse connect to your Copilot Studio agents. That's what we are going to show, and we'll go through it in our demo. So the next is bring your own models to prompt. So what happens is there's something called a very, very lovely tool, I would say, AI Builder. Also, it comes at its own cost. The credits of AI Builder needs to be taken care when we use it. But different Foundry models, if we want to use it, a reasoning model or something, and inside our Copilot Studio framework, what we do is we build a prompt in AI Builder. We connect a model to it, and then we use it in our Copilot Studio agents, and we are going to look that as well in our demo. And it is actually a very great tool. I mean, it performs very well. It can read your images and get the answers. It can read your JSON file and gives you the response, curated response very well. So this is how one thing is bring your own model to prompts. That is can be done using AI Builder. The next thing, a short branch. I mean, this is a very big topic in its own, but I would like to touch it because this is somewhere used in my demo, and the multi-agent orchestration in Copilot Studio, because now we have moved from one agent to many agents because the use cases have become so complex and complicated, so that there is a need of having multiple agents. Because in Copilot Studio, we although have topics and things to differentiate things, but sometimes it is not enough given the structure of the data that we have. Because in most of the organizations, even though we talk today, the data quality is not that up to the mark. I mean, there's a lot of work needs to be done on data. But what happens is organization is also in need of developing something into AI. So in order to balance this, if data is a little bit bad and we want to avoid the redundancy and things, we have to take an approach where we have multiple agents given to each team or each department, each functionality, each use case, which can do their own task. Although even if data is good, multi-agent is anyways required because the use cases are complex. With single agent, what happens is your tool might be, the performance might be degraded. If we bombard your agent with like too many knowledge sources and things in one single agent, there are high chances of hallucinating. So this is another thing for your question, Casey Reddy, that using a different framework, like using going into multi-agent rather than using single agent, where you can give a better context about your business to the agents and it performs well and gives the accurate answer. Also, what happens is in and there's a thing that what happens in organization is that everything is not at one place. Let's say if you have some data in Fabric, some data sitting somewhere else, and you have some agents built in Fabric, you have data agents. So what you can do is there's an option in cross-platform orchestration which you can connect your Copilot Studio agents with agents sitting in Fabric or in Foundry or M365 SDK. It can be connected. So that is a liberty we have, so that you can build a army of agents of like sitting at different places. And there is something called as child and connected agents, agents, which we will have a look later in our demo. So how this multi-agent helps? So if we see this, this is similar to the diagram that we saw earlier. This is the orchestrator, this is the topic, and so this was something there earlier. Now what is I got added is this agent, different agents which gets connected. And there is also called as connected agents. So you can connect your Copilot Studio agents with which is there in Copilot Studio or your Foundry or your Fabric data agents. And this all together can be connected with each other. And you can build a good multi-agent framework system. So this is like glimpse of what multi-agent is and how they can perform efficiently. This is what I believe I have seen, because I don't prefer giving it everything to one single agent, because it becomes very difficult from maintenance perspective as well, to our debugging perspective, troubleshooting, because if some error occurs, it's very hard to debug when you have very big orchestration build. Because even for the demo which I have built today, it's a very small demo, but the orchestration, the logic behind that is so big that if some error comes in, I have to search, okay, which node has failed exactly. So that is where multi-agent comes into picture, where you dedicate a separate agent altogether for a particular use case. There's one more thing called as parent, child, and connected agent. So, and I'll show this very clearly in our demo as well. Parent agent is something which runs on its own. You create one agent, which is the agent in Copilot Studio, which can run on its own, one main agent. Then there is parent and a child agent. So child agent is something where you need to build an agent which does not have, which should not run on its own, but a subset of your current operation that you're doing. So what you do is you build another agent which uses the topics and other knowledge sources, everything of your parent agent, and it runs with your parent. It does not function on its own. You are not publishing that agents on its own. So that is where a parent-child agent comes into picture. And then we have connected agents, wherein you have two agents. Let's say I have a warranty support agent and product purchase agent. So warranty support agents can fit into different field as well. So what I can do is I can build one agent which is on its own, which can be published on its own as well. But I have some use case where I need to connect these two agents. So I connect these two agents. So that is called as connected agents. And let's say you have agents sitting in your Foundry or Fabric data agent. Let's say some of your organization data sits in Fabric, and you have built your Fabric data agents. Those are not native Fabric data agents. To ask question, I can cover it in 2 minutes. But there are some Fabric data agents are nothing but the agents which are created in Fabric ecosystem. And if your agents are developed with respect to the Fabric data, you can get it into Copilot Studio and expose it to outer world using your Fabric data agent. So that is where this parent and child and connected agents comes into picture. And how we will use it, I'll show it in my demo. So the retail challenge that we have, which everyone must have definitely faced. I mean, even I faced, like I went to buy a laptop last year and it was like, oh my God, searching so many places, browsing so many things, filtering all these things. And rather, I just don't ask something. I need a laptop with this, get the output, and I can do my whole buying process using an agent. We can do that. I mean, we do it by calling a customer care. But this is what I thought how in retail industry or buying any products, how these agents can be useful. Because what happens is we need to now shop very fast, and there are no like guided discovery. Like there are too many products. Whenever we go to any site or Best Buy, Walmart, or Costco, or anywhere, there are too many products, and we get confused. Oh my god, which to go for? If I miss something, if the filter is not correct, what happens? I won't see a good deal or something like that. And definitely the specs comparison overloads, inventory blind spots are definitely there. So here there is an opportunity of like it's in building an AI powered conversation which can help like discovery with the product and buying it as well. So this is how this can be taken across, like in retail we can take it across like electronics or your groceries or all the industries. This can be used very well. The way with the tool is growing, it can be definitely used. So what happens in our demo scenario is when a customer asks, I need a lightweight laptop with this configuration. There's one thing, or when a customer asks, I just need a laptop, then there are two variants which I have built actually. When we ask that I need a laptop, it asks for the configuration. We fill in the configuration, we get the recommendation, and then we go ahead with purchase. A simple buying process which I have shown. Definitely, it won't. We can beautify it, polish it more, and can use it in a production system. So what happens is first is the recommend product, which happens. Then when you give your specification, it checks the inventory, which is in Dataverse, setting in Dataverse. So my inventory I have configured in Dataverse. It can be anywhere else for you. And my order place happens using Power Automate. That's where my flow comes into picture of order processing is something where it comes like updating some Dataverse table and sending out emails and all those things. So that's where I'm using Power Automate to connect with my other systems in Power App and then send updates. That is again about the order details and kind of thing, which happens using Power Automate. So this is a kind of a simple scenario that we'll be looking into today. And most important thing, whenever you build an agent in Copilot Studio, you need a Copilot Studio license definitely for sure for building an agent. But if you're an architect or thinking from an architect perspective or budgeting perspective, you need to think that you might be using OpenAI services, OpenAI models, Azure models as well. You'll be using AI search as well. You might need a storage account as well. You might need a app registration for authentication. So some services, other Azure services, you need to consider and you need to think about it before you go and talk to your client. And if you don't account for this and later you think, okay, I have to use this. And this AI search guy is very expensive guy. I mean, you just can't use it directly without informing your client because it costs a lot. And this is something you need to think beforehand before in order to develop any agents, because all the agents that we develop solely does not work with Copilot Studio. It uses definitely some of the other things, the complex agents from your Azure ecosystem as well. So I hope the theory was clear. Let's go into the demo. There might be more questions. You can ask those as well. I'll share my other screen. So this is my Copilot Studio screen looks like. Yeah. So this is how the Copilot Studio screen looks like. And what is something is you can start building your agent by just typing it in layman terms or a normal natural language. But what I usually prefer is I create agent from blank. I click on create blank agent, give the agent name, and it starts creating the agent. There's something called as whenever you start building your agents, the most important thing which you need to consider is environments. In Power Platform is environments where you dedicate a particular environment for a particular task. Let's say I can have development environment, a UAT environment, and production environment, which I create in Power Platform Admin Center. So that dev environment is for my developers, UAT is for my UAT users, and production is for my actual production users. So it separates out different things, and same like any other our code that we use or any other Java, Python code that we write, and CI/CD, we have dev, UAT, prod. We have same in Copilot Studio as well. They are deployment pipelines where your agents can move from one system, from one environment to another. So that's where I uses the environment. So right now I have my own conferences as an environment where I do my own demo and research work over here. And this is how it separates from other users' work in your organization. So you start with selecting the environment from here, and then comes out different agents. So I've got multiple agents. So what we would be looking today is this is the agent which I've already built, laptop recommendation agent. And whenever you start with an agent, whenever you have a blank agent, now we would be looking at different tabs which we discussed in our presentation. This is the description of the agent, the models which your agent should use. So we have these many models available in Copilot Studio right now, at least in my tenant, and I think it's all over the same. And instructions. So this is where your prompt lies, the instruction, like how it should perform, what it should do. That is where this is my basic demo. So I'm giving some instruction like how it should perform. So that's where the answer comes, like how do the agent understand the business context. So that is where it understands from here. And also there's one more question is in multi-agent system where agent handle different tasks, how to make sure they don't repeat work or give different answer. Yeah, so it's the same thing. It depends on your context, and it's like how well you explain your agent. And sometimes there might be a redundancy or overwritten like answers might be there. So it depends how you use your knowledge sources and other things that I'll explain you. And I'll explain you one more parameter which can be used, which is not there here, but it is. I'll explain you in Foundry how can you do that. So this is where your comes like also in this thing I have used, this is my instructions, this is my knowledge source. I've connected, let's say, let's go to knowledge source, and I've connected a knowledge source called as an AI search based knowledge source. I'll tell you what it does. I've got tools as well. Tools are nothing but your AI builder tools. So what happens is if I click on this tool, it goes into my tools section over here. You can see when you go to tools, you can see different prompts, different tools which are connected. So when I showed the first agent slide, I showed that some tools would be connected to your agent. So these are some tools which are here, which are some flows and prompts and everything together. We call it as tools in Copilot Studio. So I created one tool where definitely guardrails are very important in building any AI system because it can be misused as well. So you need to be sure that you build something wherein if something false or misleading goes to your agent, it cuts the conversation there and there itself. So this prompt, this is the AI builder prompt, and this is where you can use your Foundry models, which are created in Foundry. I'll go to it again. So whenever the user has something which is harmful, it cuts the prompt. So when it says that you are tasked to create a prompt that identify harmful messages and flag them accordingly. So that is what my this prompt does. And I'm using this prompt in my Copilot Studio agent. That is what I'm doing. So that is knowledge source. This is tools and agents. So multi-agent is I have built one agent, one another agent. This is the connected agent altogether. So what we do is I go and click on agent. We can create one child agent out of this. Or if there are any other agent built in my ecosystem, in my environment, I can use that, or I can use the Fabric agent. So there was one question, how do we connect Fabric and agents? So let's say if we have data in Fabric and we have Fabric data agents, we can connect it from here. It is still in preview. I mean, still in discovery phase, but it works well and it can be used. So this is the place where we can use our Microsoft Fabric data agents in Copilot Studio. I hope that was clear, Shiva. This is how we connect to our data in Fabric. And so if you want to connect to Dataverse, there are two options. One is directly using the Dataverse, as a knowledge source, and you can connect the Dataverse table directly here, which can retrieve your data directly from your knowledge source and give you the answer. But my use case is a little bit different today. So I've connected Dataverse in a slightly different way and not directly to the knowledge source over here. So you can see in knowledge source, there are other options like public website, SharePoint, you can upload your file as well, SQL, Salesforce, Dynamic 365. So this can be multiple knowledge sources which can be used here. Then comes the topic, the main orchestration. So what happens when you say goodbye? What happens on greeting? What happens on start over? What happens when you say thank you? So this is what you define in your topics over here. So let's say let open one topic is greeting. What this happens is this tool can handle queries like good, hi, afternoon, hi, hello, and kind of thing. And what happens on this? This is what is mentioned in this. topic. I won't be able to go much more detail inside topics, but I'll explain you what I have done for my. I have built a custom topic of laptop recommendation for my use case. So what happens is whenever a user asks, I need a laptop or something like that, what happens on that? That is something shown over here. So it asks, this is the node. So you click on this, you can design what should happen in the next step. You can either ask a question, send a message, or you can call a different topic, you can add a tool, and different things can be done using this. So I go it and I ask a question like, what kind of laptop you need? Then I give this adaptive card is something where you need to beautify your responses, where you use adaptive card, and this adaptive card, a simple card which I have built, which takes the requirement from the user. And then there is this whole orchestration, if else logic kind of thing, which happens is it asks for the confirmation, then it create, or then there's a flow called as create order. So it, once everything is done, it goes to the create order flow and it creates the order. And then it sends the email out of that. So these are the different flows used inside my topic, inside my Copilot Studio agent, which can be used for certain different tasks. I'll come back to the flow as well. And then we comes to evaluation. This is what I was talking about. A test set where you give your sample question and answers to your agent. This is one more important thing, if your agent is working well as per your business scenario or not. So this is where you use your evaluation or create a test set where you give some sample question answers to your agent so that it understands what kind of answer should I give as per my business logic. So this is one thing which can be used. Then this was the analytic tab, which shows the complete summary of how your agent is behaving, how the billings are, conversation sessions, how are user liking it or not liking it, what is the customer satisfaction, what are different agent it is calling, the complete analysis. It shows you over here. And this is very important for the any agents that you build. And you get this session history from last 180 days as well. And you can download them as well and share it, make a report, share it with executives and all other things. And then comes the channel. So where we can deploy this, multiple things. So we have deployed this agent to Microsoft Teams and this agent works on Microsoft Teams. And you can also make this available in M365 Copilot from here. This is what it happens from here. So this is the nutshell of like how this each and every tab looks like. And when I say about the flows, there are some flows. So what happens is get laptop details. The first thing when a user asks, I need a laptop. So whenever the demo which I'll show you, like maybe a 10-step demo, but the thing behind the scenes which has built this demo is there are so many flows and orchestration behind the scenes. So it goes from the Dataverse. So this is how I've connected my Dataverse from Power Automate flow. Because I want to fetch my data for specific. I know Dataverse, there's something called as Dataverse MCP in Copilot Studio, which can be used as well, but it's good to start with something basics rather than jumping onto the latest technology available. So it's good to start with where you take your table to get your data out of it, you build something, and then you gradually progress on your agent building journey. That's why even the tools have been built. Started with the basic features and then the tools have progressed with different features. So this is where I'm using Dataverse by connecting to this Power Automate flow. This is where I'm using Dataverse and getting my data from here. And there are different flows created like email, like when to send the email, what happens, how to send the email, and create an order. All these kind of flows are already created over here in my Dataverse. And if you see, this is how my tables look like, my Dataverse table, which is the inventory table which I have, which has my laptop inventory for my organization. And some around 5,000 records are there in this with this different specifications. Now we can try testing this agent as we are short of time. We are just 10 minutes left. So it also greets you with your own name. You can customize that. I will show you how we can do that. Let's say you go in system. There are some system topics which cannot be deleted or anything, which are there in all the agents that you built. It comes by default. And when you say in conversation start, I can write it as like hello username. I am the bot name. These are the variables. You click on this insert variables, and you can you click on system variables, and you can use those variables directly over here, and you can make it much more personalized, I believe, which looks good. So Hi. I need a laptop. What type of laptop we are looking for? Let's say I'll say personal usage. Then it comes with this adaptive card thing. I'll say 8 GB, storage size is 1 TB, 14-inch, and Windows 11, let's say. And I've got this laptop details, and let's say I'll ask for. Then this is something basic I've done. I was testing earlier with couple of these things. So I mean, you can beautify this response with your adaptive cards and all this thing, but this is just to show the context. I'll say, which laptop would you like to purchase? Maybe let's say I'll say 28 or 2 to 3. So it asks kindly confirm the purchase of laptops. You can also build something where it goes on click and UI based thing can be done, but I made it simple. So I'll say place order. So after placing an order, you can enter your name, your email, and your shipping address, let's say some address. You can build your validations and all those things. How would you like to pay? Different order options are there to pay. You can connect your payment systems as well from here. But right now, I don't have all those things. I've just made it cash on delivery. I know that doesn't happen here in US, Canada, but just to show as an example. But yeah, so what happens? Order created successfully. And do you want me to send this an email? And it gives you, I give it as yes, details sent. And I'll get an email. So it happens, it calls this flow. So what happens is when my order creation happens, it goes to there's a table called as laptop order details, which creates the order and the date is 10/21. This is the one, the order which is created and it has got the laptop ID. And this is how it creates the order. And I can get this detail with the customer address, name, and all those things. I can build more validation on this definitely, but this is something how we can use Dataverse and use your order inventory management thing. And you can similarly, the table that you have inventory table, you can mark is that the inventory which is purchased so that it goes out from the inventory from that table. That is what is happening. That is what can happen. So if I go to laptop inventory, this is my inventory table. I have made one is purchase column. You can mark it as yes, so that when you select next, that laptop won't come into this. A simple example of how this inventory management things works in any retail industry. And as you can see, I've got the email and this is how the email looks like. Simple, basic email, not too fancy, but laptop name, price, and what is the order number. Now I can attach my tracking IDs and all those things into this as well. But now it asks me, would you like me to assist with other laptop? No, I think I'm good. And then comes it asks all some mandatory questions like just to be sure that everything was fine. You can customize it the way you need and you can rate as well in the end. This is something very important for feedback, from which we understand how our agent is performing. And help with anything else? No. So as you see, for just like 10 step of agents, how many flows we are calling? Like the flow is getting the order details, then creating the order, then sending the email. So all this back and forth action happens, and all these things you define over here, you test it multiple times, and then you come up with this much amount of flows, use case, your agent actions that you build. So this is how I can connect to my different Power Automate flow, my different AI Builder flow, and also one thing we can test. So what I've done is I published this agent to Teams, which is here. And let's say if I ask, hi. Let's say I ask a question, I want to hack. What happens? Yeah, so this is something not a correct thing. You need to have some guardrails. So we are here to maintain safe and respectful environment. Your message contains to be harmful or inappropriate. So you need to stop these kind of things. And this is happening from the tool that we have built, which is nothing but your harmful message tool. And what happens is I mentioned in the instructions that what should happen. So there are two things. You can call your different tools using instructions or from your topics as well. But I'm not calling everything from my topic. I'm using instruction and I'm saying when you trigger harmful message, when any harmful message is detected, and restart the conversation. Now, when I also talked about multi-agent thing, right? So now let's say in retail, what happens is in laptop industry, or let's say when I'm selling a laptop, I can sell a laptop, but I can also upload some warranty support documents to my agent itself. So if my customer says my laptop is not charging, something like that. Now what happens is, see, the Surface agent laptop agent got invoked because in instruction I mentioned that if anything comes with related to Surface laptop, because my Surface laptop policy document I've updated in my agent. So invoke this agent, and then you start getting you will get answer for that particular, like what happens when your laptop is not charging. And it will take some time. And meanwhile, it generates. I'll show you what I've attached to this agent. So to this agent, I was talking about AI search. To this agent, I've connected my document, which is using this AI search, and my AI search is here. This is my AI search. And what happens is in AI search, how do I create the search index? I know I'm just 4 minutes away from ending my session. I go to import data. My data is stored in my blob storage. I usually prefer RAG because multimodal RAG is too complex. Keyword search is too basic. I go for RAG, and this is how I do it. I connect to my storage account. City or laptop, whatever it is. I've stored it somewhere in my document. I click on next. This is how I create my index, and those index are connected over here. This, and you can connect a direct file as well. And see, you got the answer over here. And this is referencing your this PDF document guide. So this is how you get the answer. So in this one single agent, I have built a purchase agent as well and a warranty support agent as well. Both things can be done in one single agent. So using this multi-agent thing is also playing a role over here. Now let's see if you want to build something without topic, a very kind of an agent, something those who understand very well, and so this agent, I have not created any topic, a basic flow also. I have not created complete flow here, but I've given complete instruction like what it needs to do. So when I go and ask, I need a laptop. So it will ask you now, what is the specification? Because I mentioned this in my instructions. So I'm too lazy to type, so I'll just go personal 8 GB, 1 TB, 13-inch Windows 11. And I get some recommendation this way. I know this is much more beautified answer because this is coming through generative AI tab in this Copilot Studio, but you can generate this beautiful answer from the answers that you get from Dataverse as well. So Dataverse is like more specific answers it will get. I would prefer Dataverse because it is a structured data set. But this is if you want to create an agent where you don't want to create a topic and just want to do things on instruction. So this is how I'm just getting the recommendation on my email. So I'll just type my email, my name, and my email address. And it will detect on its own, like what is name, what is email address directly from it. Oh, this is asking for already. This is going something weird. Okay, yeah, I'll change my flow actually for my that agent. That's why it is asking for this here. But this is where you can give complete instruction to your agent. No topics, nothing is created. There are no topics created. There's the system topics and custom topics which comes by default, nothing else, and everything is happening on instructions. And in order to do this, the important thing which you need to keep in mind is keep your generative answer node as yes over here. And also if you want to do multi-agent thing, you always need to keep this yes. And if you want this agent to connect to other agents, you mark this as yes on over here. So that this agent can be used with other agents. And there are other settings as well, which can be used from here, which are high level settings, but basic things is this, like keeping this as yes and turning this on for multi-agent. And that's how your agent will be able to respond without building any orchestration layer. But My recommendation is whenever you start building your agent journey, always start with building your topics, your orchestration onto it, and then switch on to conversational, like instruction based agents only by just connecting the tools to it. That is how you can develop. I hope I covered most of the parts of this. If there are any questions, please feel free to ask. I'll just open up. I know it's time, but yeah, just last 1-2 minutes for the questions if there are anything. I hope it was clear to you all high level, because there are a lot of things here in Copilot Studio which can be explained. But yeah, this was possible in 1 hour that I could take up for Copilot Studio, and how we can handle a simple laptop buying thing. And this can be scaled to multiple things like accessories as well and different things altogether. And yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Mitul.
Thanks, Mitul.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have Alex and Gaston joined us. Welcome, both of you. Thanks, Mitul.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Great session, Mitul.
Thanks, Alex.
Hi. Yeah. Hey, hi everyone. Let's move to our next session. Now it's time to introduce our speakers for this session. I'm excited to welcome Gaston and Alex. Gaston is a global Microsoft leader, Microsoft MVP, author, and speaker with over 20 years of experience in data, AI, and digital transformations. Alex is a Microsoft MVP and in Copilot Studio and Power Platform with extensive experience in AI, Power Platform, Azure, and enterprise automation solutions. In today's sessions, they are going to walk us through Copilot in action, building apps within Power Platform, and unlocking insights with Microsoft Fabric. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to both of them.
Thank you. All right, let's start. Let me share my screen and so we can start because yeah, we have an hour or so. So let's start here. All right. So first of all, thank you for being here. Thank you, organizers, for having us here. It's a pleasure to share with you guys. It's a little bit early here, but really happy to join the conference, the MCC for and community conference for Global Microsoft Analytics and share a little bit around agents, and how we can leverage agents in different platforms to build an end-to-end solutions for insight. So let's move here quickly. So as you know, session is going to be delivered by myself, Alex Rostan, Gaston, Cruz. We are going to introduce ourselves on the next slides. So the session is Agents in Actions or Copilot in Action, build applications with Power Platform and unlocking the insights with Microsoft Fabric. So idea is we are going to most of the time we're going to spend on the demo because we have a couple of slides at the beginning just to set all on the expectation and stay all on the same page. It's okay if someone doesn't know much around Power Platform or Fabric or something, so it's more like an alignment, and so we can be all on the same page, and then we are going to be directly into the demo where we are going to spend much of the time. So let's start with the introduction. Hey Gaston, good morning. I know it's early in Seattle, but how are you doing, man?
Hey, yeah, 7:30 here in Seattle today. Yeah, as Alex mentioned before, it's a pleasure again to participate in these kind of events. Amit, thanks for the invite, and all the organizer. I know how much work you're putting into aligning all the the amazing speakers, all the sessions, and for all the sponsors of this meeting and conference. Is great to be here. My name, as Alex mentioned before, Gaston Cruz. I'm from Uruguay, South America. I'm living in the city of Seattle for the last 7 years or so. I am Microsoft MVP in the data platform space for the last 9 years. I'm also MVP in the AI space as well. I love kind of community engagements. I've been in the advisory board for Microsoft Fabric Feature Partner Program and Fabric Engineer Connections for quite some time at this point. I'm also a Microsoft certified trainer for the last 15 years. With Alex, we run the Power Mates channel in YouTube. So go there, subscribe, like, share, and notified. It's a channel that we had with Alex to combine a little bit both worlds between business applications and the data space. I'm also a Seattle Power BI user group leader here and a member of the Microsoft Global Data Communities Council. So glad to be here again, glad to share our knowledge. I hope that this demo is going to trigger a lot of end-to-end solutions. We are going to be double down on what you need to replicate this demo, but again, glad to be here.
All right, thank you, Gaston. Okay, so quickly on my end, Alex Rostan here. I'm also from Uruguay too, so that's funny. I'm living in Canada in Toronto. I moved with my family like 5 years ago. I'm Microsoft MVP on the business applications category, Copilot Studio, Power Automate, but also on my daily basis, it's like more on the business applications with Power Apps, Power Automate, and all, but combining with Azure, combining with integration with Azure services, and of course, what we are going to see today is more integration between Fabric, Analytics, and Power Platform. I work as a cloud architect. Sarasa, and also as Gaston mentioned, I have our YouTube channel and it's PowerMate. So if you want to join the channel, it's going to be great. There's a bunch of videos that you can find pretty interesting information that we have been shared in the last years. I'm also a Power Platform user group leader here in Canada, North America, and South America also. So again, really happy to be here, glad to be here, and thank you the organizers again, because every time you organize this kind of event, is a really challenge to have the schedules together, dozens of speakers. So thank you very much for organizing, guys. Really thank you. Okay, let's start. As I mentioned before, let's start with some slides on my end and Gaston end to try to set all on the same page of what is the Power Platform, what are the tools we are going to be using today on the demo. Of course, we are going to do the same thing with Fabric. So let's spend let's say 10-15 minutes on the slide and then let's go directly into the demo. So for those maybe outside of the Microsoft world and maybe on the business applications, so what is the Power Platform on some point? If I try to define that in one sentence, it's the Microsoft low-code application platform for everyone, from DBA, business analysts, or developers. But as Satya mentioned a couple of years ago, for citizen developers, so it's users that know around the business, they can work with Excel or PowerPoint. So Power Platform is for them too. And the objective, of course, is to build applications, automate processes, analyze data, and create right now, create AI, power experience on top of enterprise data. So let's move quickly here. Let's go quickly into what are those, let's say, 5 big tools or platform inside the Power Platform. So let's start from left to right, and I can start we can start. Are you here with Gaston? Is Power BI in the right place here? Showing Power BI on the Power Platform slide. it's okay, not okay. From a Microsoft perspective, it's still on the Power Platform. It's, of course, it's out of the Power Platform, because if you start working with Power BI, you know that Power BI it's on the Fabric side of things. But yeah, from a Power perspective, like the Power, okay, it's part of the Power Platform still. But so yeah, we joke around, and sometimes we do some jokes with Gaston saying, okay, Power BI it's part of the Power Platform, is a low code tool. I don't think so. Yeah, I think because X, Y, Z. So it's a nice discussion that you can have, guys, on the back. So of course you all know Power BI is a business analytic tool for visualizing and analyzing data. Then we have Power Apps. Power Apps is I would say low code application development platform for creating custom, business applications. Of course, on Power Apps we have two flavors right now. With Canvas apps and model-driven applications. So Canvas apps, it's Canvas. You start from scratch. You define your layout, your look and feels and all. And the model-driven application is more on. It's an application that is built on top of your data. And when I say data on the Power Platform, I'm referring to Dataverse. We are going to see what is Dataverse on the next slide, but is that what I'm referring with data on the Power Platform. And of course, there's another way to create applications today on the Power App. Is the way we are going to see today on the demo. It's Vibe. Vibe is a new experience for the Power Apps. It's Vibe coding experience. So you describe what you need, and the Vibe coding agent is going to create a plan, and then the application for you. And then of course, we have Power Automate. So Power Automate is of course the tool to automate workflows and processes across applications and services. Again, on the Power Automate, we have the two flavors. The cloud-based flows are the the common flows, the flow that you add when you want to trigger if something happened on SharePoint, on a Dataverse row, it's a SQL row was updated, you use Cloud Flow, but also there's another way, the name is the desktop flow, the other flavor for saying in some way. So desktop flow is more like, you can see desktop flow more like a RPA. So it's allow you to, of course, record your screen. You can train the flow to click on different places and work for you. So it's more like an RPA side of the house than the cloud flows. So last two, because I don't want to spend much time here, because today we are not going to see much of that. You already see on the previous session what is Copilot Studio, how Copilot Studio works. So I'm not going to explain much because Mitul already explained what is Copilot Studio and all in the previous session. So, but again, if someone just joined, it's the platform to build AI-driven agents without needing of an extensive coding knowledge. Okay, and then of course we have Power Pages, is a low-code way to create a public-facing website on the Power Platform. So again, you can leverage low code to create your site. That's a good point, but then at the end, of course, you are going to need to do some coding or add some styles and all. But from a starting point perspective, you can start working with a public-facing website without coding. So let's move to the next slide quickly here. So Dataverse, and why I am showing this slide, because what we are going to show on the demo today is exactly that, is how to connect Dataverse with Fabric, because we are going to build the end-to-end, so create the application using some Vibe Vibe code tooling to create the application. But at the end of the day, where all that data resides is on Dataverse. And from there, Gaston is going to show, okay, this is how we connect Fabric to the Power Platform, to the Dataverse environment, and then we're going to see how to work with that data. That's the main objective. So Dataverse, it's a secure cloud-based platform that store and manage, business data, because what we are talking about is business applications on the Microsoft. So this is business data, and it's used for Power Apps, Power standardized, data model with built-in security, and of course you can do governance, and it's easy to integrate with other Microsoft tools. So you can see Dataverse as the database for the Power Platform. I always say the same phrases. You can see Dataverse as the database for the Power Platform, but it's not just a database. It's a group of services on top of data. Okay, that is how we can define Dataverse. And last two slides before jumping to Fabric with Gaston is vibe coding. This is how vibe coding looks like from a Power Apps perspective, and the objective behind the vibe coding is build application in days or hours, not in months. So this is designed to use by fusion teams. The new is a new concept, the fusion team, because someone that know the business can create, of course, the prompt and prompting with this tool and create the first skeleton of the application. But then developers or IT people can jump into and chime in and say, okay, let me work with JavaScript or with the style and make it look nicer, or so on. So that is why this is the intention behind is to be used by fusion teams that are combined by business users, but also IT or developer users and all. So that slide is how it looks like. I don't want to spend more time. We are going to see that in action in minutes, I promise. So let's jump to Gaston to see more around and understand more what we are going to be using from a Fabric perspective and what Fabric, of course. So, Gaston, what you can say?
Yeah, let's go for it. And I am sure that everybody knows and see this screen before, but remember that Fabric is a whole unified platform that Microsoft introduced a little bit more than 2 years ago, and within the Microsoft Fabric family, of course, Power BI, part of this bucket of the family members and the different workflows that we have here. Data Factory for ingestion, analytics for everything around lakehouses, data warehouses, databases. SQL Engine is part of the Fabric family, real-time intelligence as well. We have one more icon that we are missing here, but the IQ, Fabric IQ is the latest one that the Microsoft Fabric product team just shared with us in the last Fabric conference. And behind the scenes, remember, Copilot is part of each of these workflows, meaning that you can leverage Copilot for doing ingestion, to enable data flows, to understand how to enable notebooks and how to do Python coding and so on. So Copilot is part of the experience in every single family member in all the workflows across the Fabric family. You have one lake. One lake is really important to understand that everything is landing in Microsoft Fabric as a Delta Parquet format file. And then the last packet that I would love to mention here is the governance layer. There's a whole One Lake catalog where you can see everything in one single pane. So everything that is landing, every single artifact, you have a whole security and analytics and governance frameworks as One Lake catalog. So let's switch to the next slide, and you can see that everything from a workload perspective is, first of all, as I mentioned before, one open format to query and to store all the data across all the different workloads in Fabric. Every data is automatically indexed in Microsoft Fabric, and you also have a built-in lineage for an end-to-end traceability across all the workloads that comes into the Fabric space. The last few weeks, Microsoft announced the One Lake security layer, that is the one framework for security across all the Fabric workload that is in GA right now, and that is part of what we see in terms of the integration of across all the different workloads coming for Fabric. Let's go to the next one. And part of the conversation today and part of the demo that we are bringing with Alex today is leveraging shortcuts and leveraging the transformation in this single bucket, meaning that you have multiple ways to connect to source systems in Microsoft Fabric. One of the options is doing shortcuts, and shortcuts is not only the artifact that allow you to reference the data without moving the data itself. Today, you have the options to transform the data on the fly. So that means that when you are doing shortcuts against any other Azure item, or you can connect with an S3 bucket in Amazon, or you want to connect to the BigQuery out of Google, you can do that via shortcut. But also you can transform the data in the meantime you are doing, and leveraging that data via the shortcuts. Let's go to the next one. And as you can see here, first of all, we define that the conversion of formats via the AI bucket in the shortcuts. That means that with the shortcuts you can even transform the data on the fly. That means that you can transform from Parquet to Delta Iceberg, or JSON to Delta, or CSV to Delta. You can enhance the data that you're bringing to the Fabric space. That means that you can bring the data from an S3 bucket, and you can detect PII data, or if you want to translate the data, or doing a semantic or a sentiment analysis in top of the data, or naming recognition. Those are different AI functions that you have in top of the shortcut. So when you bring the data, you can enhance that data via AI functions that are part of the shortcut experience. And those are the transformations that the Fabric team is putting in our hands today. Let's go to the next one. And this is part of the demo that we are bringing with Alex today. Alex is going to be start prompting against Power Apps to deliver a whole experience of a new apps in Power Apps via byte coding. That data is going to be landing automatically in Dataverse, creating all the tables and all the relationships there. We are going to be leveraging the Fabric link, and that is going to be the link in between both worlds. That means that the Fabric links every time Alex is keep adding new sources or new rows or new data in the Power Apps world. Every time he is keep coming with new rows, the data is automatically replicated and landing in one lake automatically. And we are going to be start looking at that automation of bringing data to one lake and start popping up the data and leveraging that data with cleansing, transformations, enhancing the data, creating a semantic model on that data. And of course, we are going to be ending up with a Power BI report on that data. So really meaningful in terms that you're not going to have any pipeline or any ingestion that you need to do manually. This is going to be happening all automatically from Power Apps and byte coding into Dataverse, and Dataverse is going to be automatically landing data in one lake in Microsoft Fabric. So let's go for it.
Okay, all right. Let's jump into the demo. Let me switch screens. Not sure if I know how to use PowerPoint. I learned to do so. All right. Okay, let me. All right. Okay, can you all see my screen on the Vive Power Apps, right?
Yes.
Okay, just in case, all right, so here we are. This is the new Vive experience for Power Apps. Of course, you can all create, enter to make.powerapp.com. But this is the old version. The old version now is the version for Power Apps, the traditional one. So today we are going to be using Vive. So as you can see here on the top, give me a second. Okay. Something was not working. Okay, now here we are. Okay, as you can see here, now I am accessing to vive.powerapp.com. You can enter to vive.powerapp.com and see this new interface. One comment I think I always mention the same thing on every single session we deliver. It's like you don't need to buy or purchase licenses in order to play with the Power Platform or Fabric or whatever around. Okay, you can create your own M365 developer account or Power Platform developer account that is going to provide you with pretty much like a tenant, like your own tenant. For of course for test purposes, you can leverage till 2, 3, or 5 users, so you can play around. As I like to say, is like you can play around with the Power Platform, with Azure, with Fabric for free. Of course, it's a trial version, so you can play around for some month, and then if you decide, okay, this is a tool for my company or whatever I'm doing, well, you need to start paying. But from a testing perspective, from exploring capabilities, and if I validate if that's the right, for example, let's check if let's say Power Apps, but if the right tool for my to approach some challenge that I have in my company or something that I want to do for university or whatever, it's for free. You don't need to pay. So you can explore that option. Of course, if you're a company, you have M365 and all, you can start playing with that for free because it's free to create. So what Microsoft say is Power Platform is free for developers. The one who need to pay is the one who are going to be using the Power Platforms alone. But yeah, so at some point you can pay for free. So I have work IQ disabled here because what I want to show is it's a single. It's a prompt to create a conference managed application. So let's see how the prompts looks like. But you can now so say work IQ disabled, or if you don't have a Copilot license, if your organization have DLP, so data loss prevention. That means like now what that means is if in your organization you are working work IQ, you can also use a leverage work IQ to create applications. So that means that if you need to create an application for, I don't know, for human resources or something, and you start prompting here and you said it's for human resources and it's for, I don't know, for the onboarding process, since your organization have already implemented work IQ, this agent is going to also take all the insight and information from your company in order to make the application fit on exactly what you need. So that is great. That's awesome. Today we are not going to be using that because this is a demo tenant I'm using right now. So I don't have the work IQ activated. I'm not sure I have the license also, but I'm pretty sure that I don't have the work IQ activated. But also you can leverage that. This is great. So let me paste, because if not, we're going to spend hours here and then Gaston is going to kill me. But this is the prompt, okay? It's a prompt, easy prompt, formulated for build me a conference management app with these tables, okay? I'm also defining tables: venues, names, cities, capacity, cost per day, sessions. I want to have the title, track duration, room and time slot, speaker, name, title, company, buy on catering, meal type, vendor, cost per person, dietary options, and then the agenda, date, time, session, venue, and speakers. And then also we have use a modern dark theme, include a dashboard screen showing total session, speaker count, and budget summary. One comment here before click and go next is we Gaston, when we were designing this, we decided, okay, let's say directly, so let's explicit said what are the tables we are going to be using and what are the columns. You can skip that. You can say build me a conference management apps to management app to manage venues, speakers, catering, agenda, blah blah blah. And the agents are going to understand at some point that are going to create tables with the columns they think are the proper one for you. In this case, we are being explicit because on some point we know what we need in terms of data model, so we want those tables with those specific columns. Okay, that's why we've been explicit on the tables and columns. So okay, so let's click submit your project. Click here and let's see what happens. This is going to take a couple of minutes. So I have one already created with the same prompt, but let's wait some minutes and then we can review what happened, okay? So now, as you can see here at the bottom, it's a connecting the pieces, here, connecting the pieces, and then it starts, okay? So here we are, say plan, conference management app, overview, a comprehensive conference management application for organizations or for organizing, event session, speaker venue, catering, and schedule. Features a dashboard with key metrics, including session counts, speaker totals, and budget summary. Then with the design direction is what we say, modern dark theme with sophisticated professional aesthetic, blah, blah, blah. Data entities, this is explicit because we said venues, sessions, speakers, catering, and agenda. And then also it's suggesting, okay, Alex, you need probably dashboards, a page with the dashboard, with the venues, with the sessions, with the speakers, the catering, and the agenda. And also it highlights some key features: dashboard metric, budget breakdown, sessions, CRUD, operation for all entities, and responsive layout with left navigation, 5 pages. So I can say, and accept this plan and create the app. On I can say keep editing and refine the plan. What happens if I click on keep editing and refine this plan? I can say, no, I need an extra page for, I don't know, for payment. I need to add some payment method. I need to add a call for speaker page or whatever. So I can continue, refining the plan and all, or I can say, as I am going to do right now because we don't have time, accept this plan and create the app. Okay, so I click on submit. And this is going to start creating the application. Right now, it's reading 2 files, creating documentation, for MD and the MD file and it's the app. And I would say rating up is because it's starting generating all the project and all. So if you have been using some kind of code or all those MD files that are generated in the back is pretty much what the agent here on the Vibe Coding and Plan Designer are creating. All those configuration and context files that the agent needs to continue creating the things. So let's wait a couple more minutes here. If this doesn't finalize on 3-5 minutes, I can jump to the one already created here. Because if not, that sometimes it takes 15-20 minutes, so have no sense to have all of you waiting. So let's jump and see what happened. Okay, so this is the one already created. Okay, this is the plan. Now it's the same prompt. So okay, I want to show you that because it's the same prompt I'm run before. So what it's doing on the plan is defining the user role, saying, okay, you have an event organizer, and then it's, pretty much saying, okay, more like user stories. As a user, I need to, then I have the program manager to plan sessions, track rooms, and build agenda, speaking coordinators, operation manager. Here is some. Here, okay, great. And then operation management, manage venues and caterings and details, blah, blah, and then the user story. So also, in the same time we are creating, you can say, okay, no, I need an extra user role. I need a speaker, or I need the crew or general manager, whatever. I can start also adding other user roles to the plan. Then I have data. This is pretty much as an entity relationship model from data. With the tables, we define the speakers, the agenda, venues, catering, and session. As you can see here, we have the table, we have the columns, relationship with the tables, the primary keys. But also, I can click for data. Of course, I can come here and say add table, because maybe we miss a table that we need now, like, I don't know, speaker, another table for hotels, for example, or transportation or expenses. So we can create here a new table. And what happened when we are working on organizations is like probably we have already creating tables, I don't know, for hotels, So because my company, or if I'm an event organizer, I have a list of hotels that I am willing to use on different locations or cities. So I can say, okay, let's add an existing tables on Dataverse and include here. So you can do that also. Of course, you can came into the every table and see view data. This is sample data, but you can also see, okay, that makes sense. So for the speakers, I have the speaker name, the title, the company, the bio, headshot URL. Maybe, but would be great if I can have here the LinkedIn profile. So okay, let's add a new column here, LinkedIn profile or something like that. So you can also continue working on your data model on top of what was already created by the agent. Okay. And then, okay, let's see how it goes. So let's continue working. So let's continue with this other one. So the last piece, of course, is the app. Let's click here. Let's click on the app. Okay, this is this because something happens. Demo gods are here. It's going to take some minutes, but don't worry, it's going to load faster than this one. That is still okay. No, it's working now. So as you can see, like let's continue with this one. This is the one we just create. So the plan is still working. Okay, it's still working, but as you can see, the app is still looking good. We have the 5-6 pages that we define, that the agent defined, the dashboards. The venues is still working. It's still working. As you can see, say 404 not found. It's still working. But the dashboard, it's still because what happened? What is this is saying here? This app used draft table for testing. Data entered won't be saved. That means like in the meantime, we are defining and designing the application. It's using some rough tables that are not, it's not being created already on the Dataverse, okay? So let me go back to the already created application. So this is the one is working. As you can see here, we have the app, venues. I can check the venues. I can edit one of the venues. It's not Grand Ballroom, it's another one. The city is San Francisco. Capacity, okay, no, we got 100 more. It's like 600, or it costs per day 15,000. So we can work. It's ready to use application. It's a ready to use application. So and we create that in what? In 8 minutes, 10 minutes. So let's assume that you can on the plan. As I mentioned before, this is a plan. You can edit the plan. Here you can add sessions to speaker, assign the LinkedIn, iCalendar for view. This is what is suggested in the agent, but you can add more and more and more. For those on the analytics, because we are in analytics, you can say, no, let's add a page to embed a Power BI dashboard or report. So you can also connect that, and you can continue prompting and doing things. Okay, so the last piece, of course, if you are okay with the app and all, is to publish. So let's go to publish, conference management app, description, the data environment. Data environment is draft, but then the data is going to be on our environment. The environment is the PowerMate environment. So let's click on publish. And this is going to start preparing all, publishing my table, preparing my app data, building my app, and deploying my app on that specific environment, okay? So, because that could take some time, I am going to jump into the Power Apps portal, again, make powerapps.com. So the environment, as you can see, I am on the environment PowerMate. I have other environment here, but the environment is environment PowerMate. Environment, it's where you work on the Power Platform, and also from a Dataverse perspective, you are going to have one Dataverse instance per Power Platform environment. Okay, so it's 1-to-1. So And when I say Dataverse, are tables. So I came here into the left navigation pane, go to tables, and as you can see here, we have the tables created for Katrina. Of course, we have the second one here because since I am creating the second app, that are the same tables, of course. So this has been created by the agent. So you have all the tables here, the Catherine, probably if I go into the speakers, and all. So the tables are already here. So what I'm going to do next, and this is what now Gaston is going to show us, is okay, we are going to connect that to Fabric and then leverage Fabric Analytics on the back. So if I click on Analyze, I am here on the tables on Power Platform, on Power Apps, but it's in the Power Platform. So on the Analyze, as you can see here, we have three options. Analyze with Power BI, link to Azure Synapse, or link to Microsoft Fabric. So what we are going to do right now is, okay, let's link that to Microsoft Fabric. Let's click. So, and this is going to move me because I have already connected to Fabric. So now Gaston is going to show us how to continue working with that data. So what you need to do when you, okay, give me one more second, Gaston, before showing to you, is when you click here, what this is going to do is going to put a pop-up, sorry, because and it's going to make you as the Fabric admin, you need to select the workspace where you want to connect, and so create the connections, and then it's going to redirect exactly what it did, redirect to the Fabric, and you can continue working from there.
Awesome,
So
Alex. Let
Yeah.
me know when you can see a screen, and we can pick up from there.
Yeah, I'm seeing your screen.
Awesome. So, couple of things around what just Alex mentioned. Kind of battles on the field with Alex in terms of understanding how to make this connection here. Remember a couple of things. One is your account needs to be in the same region as the Microsoft Fabric account. So if you are doing this with Power Apps, remember to check the region, remember to check the account, because that account should exist or have access to this environment in Power Apps, but at the same time should be in the same region and has the rights in the Microsoft Fabric side of things. So that is really important. The second thing is you can see here in the custom option in tables all the custom, fields and that Alex created in the vibe coding experience. So you have agenda, category, events, and so on. So a couple of things. One is Alex show the link to Microsoft Fabric. That is a link that is connecting to our workspace in Microsoft Fabric and landing all the data automatically from here into Microsoft Fabric. Again, you need to go and do the link. If your account has permissions in the workspace, you're going to see all the workspace and you can link and say, hey, this data should live in this workspace in Microsoft Fabric. It's going to create a whole lakehouse for you, and it's going to be landing all the data in that lakehouse. The other thing here that is linked to Azure Synapse, I love to show this one because when I click in the Synapse option, this Synapse option is also linking to Fabric. And what I would love to share here is if you need to analyze which data is landing effectively in Microsoft Fabric, this is a really great option to see all the tables, and you can see the sync status here, and you can see the Fabric status and see, hey, this is coming from Dataverse and is already create this table in Microsoft Fabric. And if you click in this option here in the top, view in Microsoft Fabric, it's going to go directly to my workspace. It's going to be open the lakehouse, and in that lakehouse, as you can see, it's switching from Power Apps right away to Microsoft Fabric. Is opening this lakehouse. In this case, the name is Dataverse, PowerMates, blah, blah, blah. And you can see all the tables. And if I click in the search option here, because I know that all the tables from Alex start with CR, you can see all agenda, gathering, event, location, everything is landing automatically here. As you can see, there's no pipeline. There's no ingestion methodology here. What it's doing is automatically every time Alex is landing new data, is automatically coming all the way around here, and all these columns are creating agenda 1, 2, 3. Everything is coming, and you can see the names of the conference, venues, and the creation and all the stuff that is automatically landing from Power Apps, from the vibe coding experience into the Lakehouse in Microsoft Fabric. So remember that what we did was just provide that linking from Power Apps into Microsoft Fabric. Then, after this, what I'm going to be doing is, of course, I can set up the Lakehouse. The next steps is clicking in this option here that is new semantic model that allow me to, based on this lakehouse experience, I'm creating a whole new schema, new semantic model. I can click in each of the tables, and of course, you can have the name here and conference 2026 semantic model, and then you can select all the data from any of the tables. I can see all the tables coming again because all of them start with CR. So I can only click in those tables that I need, and I create the semantic model in top of this data. And then after I create the semantic model, I click in all the tables, I hit confirm. I'm going to show you this one that is already created by me. But this is the semantic model. Of course, I need to spend some time. Remember that it's really important to spend some time into this bucket, saying, hey, how you're going to be connecting the agenda with the venues with sessions. Take your time to build all the relationships in your model. This is really important because that is part of how your semantic model is going to respond to any questions from business users. So after you create all these model, after the creation of this, of course, from this semantic model, you can go to file and create a new report in top of your data. And that is the experience that you always bring to the table, creation of the report in top of the data. And in my case, of course, I hit the option of Copilot, and Copilot was checking my semantic model and is creating all these, all the sessions, all the comments, from each section. I can provide all the session schedules, speaker insights, even overview. And of course, I can hit the edit option and go to the Copilot option again and say, hey, I would love to create, or I would love a suggestion to create a new page in top of this data. Remember again, what we mentioned before with Alex, the option of Copilot is there based on the workloads and the user role or persona. So if you are a data engineer and you're working on a notebook, the experience of Copilot is going to be helping you with that notebook, writing all the scripting and Python scripting to mash up your data. If you are a data engineer, but you are using or leveraging a data flow tool, the Copilot is going to be helping you to create or develop transformations and power queries in your data flow experience. The same happens with data warehouse. If you are leveraging a data warehouse, Copilot experience is going to be helping you to create SQL scripts, store procedures, new views, and so on in all the queries in the T-SQL command. So in this case, what I'm doing here is, hey, I would love a suggestion for a new page. So my Copilot experience here, editing the Power BI Copilot experience, is asking me, or leveraging Copilot with experience and say, hey, I would love to create a new page that is going to be for the event overview. So I create or hit create the option. Is going to be reading, and again, remember one of the analogies that always Microsoft brings to the table. You cannot expect something amazing if you are throwing garbage in to your Copilot in Power BI. you're gonna get garbage out. So spend the time, building all the relationships, building all the business logic, building all the DAX implementation, and then you are gonna be having a totally different experience leveraging Copilot in Power BI. In this case, it's creating the whole page for me of an event overview with all the start date, the event name, the number of events that I have, the number of locations. You can see that I can handle from San Francisco, Austin, Chicago, New York. I have, options. Of course, this is Power BI, so anytime I click in any of the venues or the locations names, I can see only, the sessions and the event names that I have in that city. So in this case, of course, I have a couple of events in San Francisco, and I can start searching for them. But this is the experience that you got so far in the Power BI. And remember, when we start with Alex this demo, we start the process of building a whole new low-code app. Again, as Alex mentioned before, you can set up this by your own because there's developer experience and developers licensing and subscriptions in Microsoft where you can set up a new trial tenant just for you. That applies to vibe coding, to Power Apps, and then you can do exactly the same with the Fabric experience. Using the same developer subscription, you can set up your Power BI, your own Power BI tenant, and in the Power BI tenant, you can enable a Fabric trial version to see this end-to-end. So, recapping here, we start the process with the vibe coding in Power Apps. We create the whole Power Apps experience in vibe coding. We land the data right away in Dataverse. As Alex shared with all of us, he created the whole Dataverse entity or relationship model back there with all the tables and all the relationships. Then he set up the connections between Fabric and hitting the Fabric link. I show that there's two links. Fabric link that lands the data right away in Fabric, the Synapse link that allow you to check, to monitoring what was the creation of all the tables and see the latency and how you're landing effectively the data into Microsoft Fabric. Then we switch to my screen where I showed exactly how the data was landing right away into Microsoft Fabric. That data was landing right away into a lakehouse, all the tables there. From all the tables in the lakehouse, we create a semantic model that allow us to develop the relationships, the business logic, and so on. And from the semantic model, we create a Power BI report. If Alex keep adding more data, more conference, more sessions, more speakers in Power Apps, I don't need to refresh anything at all because that link is live, meaning Alex is going to keep adding new rows. Those rows are coming right away into the Microsoft Fabric experience. I'm going to see the data coming right away in the lakehouse. The semantic model is building in top of direct lake connection into the lakehouse. That means that it's going to be automatically refreshed with the latest data, the latest updates, and my Power BI report is also leveraging the same semantic model. So it's going to refresh automatically with the latest rows coming into the Microsoft Fabric environment. So that was a little bit of what we would love to share with all of you today. Alex, if you don't mind and you want to share the screen with the latest or the last slides, just to capture our our data, and if anyone wants to connect with all of us via LinkedIn or email or any of the sessions, you can connect with us, and of course open the mic if anyone have any questions or they want to add any comments, or if you want to share any insights in top of the session, totally open to do that right now. And of course, Alex is sharing right now all the links and to our YouTube channel, to the website, and to all the ways that you can connect with both of us.
right, Gaston. So yeah, this is another one. Yeah, if you want intervene, you can scan the QR code and do that. And of course, if there's any questions, so I know in the chat there are two questions. The first one said, in a Power Platform setup where multiple agents, flows, and database tables are auto-generated by AI, how do you control and validate the data model so it doesn't become inconsistent or messy over time? Okay, this is the first question from Kesideri. Sorry if I am not saying that in the right way. Sorry. So what we show here, it's okay. Yes, multiple agents are creating flows, database table, and all, but this is the starting point. So on my point here is you can use the vibe coding, or you can use the plan designer also for Power Platform, and now you can use Cloud Code if you want to generate Power Platform and all. So on my point is you can use all those tools and agent and AI to generate, but you need to own that. Someone needs to get the ownership of that. So after the agents and all create a Power Platform solutions, that means the flows, applications, tables, and all. I think on some point you are going to end the building your solution and design your solutions. And once you are comfortable and you are okay with your data models, with the relationships and all, you are going to be okay. This is my solution now. Now I'm going to deploy that into some environment. So I am not envisioning, at least for now, that the co-work it's all the time. I think okay, let's leverage those new technologies for say some way to create those solutions and all. And when you are okay and happy with what is their user interface, the tables, the flows and all, then you go into your environment and okay, now you're owning that, so you can on some point you can assure that you're not going to have the messy that you mentioned. There's another question here. Not sure if it's for you, Gaston, or not. I'm going to read that and then you say, if an AI-generated application keeps evolving with new prompts and features, how do you maintain governance and version control so that all logic doesn't break existing reports, Power BI dashboards, or downstream flows?
So there's a couple of components on this question.
Yeah.
One is the component of the governance from the Power App side of things, and then the kind of the governance on the Power BI side of things. So in Power BI, you have all the time the data lineage option that you can set up to see the end-to-end solution once you land the data in Power BI. So once you land the data in Fabric, you have a whole end-to-end, lineage to see what's going on with your data. And that is the way to see if something is breaking. In the Power Apps, Alex, what is the governance framework back there?
So since you are all using solutions, so again, solutions has versioning. Also, you can connect your solution to Git. So in terms of version control, it's not a problem, of course, because you have all the lineage. But from a solution and development perspective, if we start seeing like what we saw today, what we checked today on terms of vibe coding, so vibe coding is code, it's a project. So on some point you need to, again, the same thing I say on the previous question is when you are okay and comfortable with what the AI had designed and developed for you, you need to get all the solution of the project from a code perspective and probably use Azure DevOps or GitHub and start working from there. But from a Power Apps also, you have Power Platform, you have solutions, so you can version controlling and the governance. It's going to depend how you define who are the ownership, the people that can collaborate in your solution, your options and all. But yeah, hope it helps a little bit to understand more. All right. I am not seeing more questions there. So again, okay, there's a lot question here. Yeah, we have one more minute. So how do you ensure real-time Fabric Power BI links don't break data consistency during live updates?
A couple of thoughts on that one. One is with the monitoring hub in Microsoft Fabric itself as a kind of a admin of your Fabric capacity. Second, the link that I shared before, the Synapse link on the Microsoft Power Apps side of things. That is the best way to see what is the synchronization, what is happening, what is the latest update, So Synapse link in the Power Apps is one of the monitoring frameworks on all of this, and then the monitoring hub in the Microsoft Fabric experience as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Great. So appreciate the time from everyone jumping on this one. Again, appreciate the invite from Amit and the organizers and support from all the sponsors to be here again.
Thank you very much. Have a great rest of the conference. I know tomorrow is going to be another busy day. So yeah, take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Alex. Thanks, Gaston. I really appreciate your help in this regard and having a session with us. Hope everybody enjoyed the session and got your answers. And if I'm going to share the LinkedIn emails, LinkedIn URLs for both of them, and you can connect with them and ask more questions.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, we have Perry with us now.
I'm good to start, Amit.
Yeah, well, the moderator is not there. What happened? You don't need moderator.
Oh my God. Let me know when you want me to start. I will do whatever I can.
I think we are ready to start. I think it was a long day. We started at 7 a.m. and I think some of those guys have attended most of the sessions. I really appreciate all of you stayed such a long day. I know as an organizer we have to stay, but I can see some of you consistently there in most of the sessions, and I can see one of the room even on the YouTube at least 5-10 people are continuously there on there also. And managing so many people till the last session is I really appreciate everyone, and please welcome Perry. Perry is Power BI community super user MVP, and he is one of the very few people who has started using Power BI from day one. And Power BI community celebrates its anniversary after Perry's anniversary on the Power BI community. So he has so much of deep expertise. And when I was on community, and when Perry comes in, just solution, and it's so fast he's in giving those. So a lot of learning. People like me who went little later onto the community has learned from his solutions. The way to solve the problems, how he think differently about every task, and can it be done or not. Typically it's not like, okay, it cannot be done, what's the workaround, how can we make it achieve for the customers. He has deep expertise working with customers, and that is where he share with community. So please welcome Parvinder, Chana, Perry with me, and he is going to discuss some amazing things with us. And please take the full advantage of this last session to ask any questions you have from him.
Awesome. Great. Thanks, Amit, for the introduction. You are a superman, let me tell you that. I don't know how you do these things, but amazing to see what you do in the community and how much you are involved. Kudos to you. And thanks for inviting me for this as well, for your initiative and to your team. Thanks everyone who joined. I'm going to today talk about calculation groups versus user-defined functions. Calculation groups is very close to my heart. On my YouTube channel, you will probably see a lot of videos on calculation groups. But before I start, I guess you guys see my screen already. How many of you guys are using calculation groups or used calculation groups? Just put it in chat like, yes, yeah, okay, Chetni, thanks. J, great. Cool. Amit, of course. And so few of you guys started using it. Thanks, Pressure. Is Prem here? Yesterday, somebody reached out to me on LinkedIn and said he's looking for my session. So I'm just calling his name out. Anyway, yeah, okay, data tray, yeah, no, okay, great. Because I just want to make sure how deep I should go in calculation groups. And okay, how many of you guys have used user-defined functions, or you guys know what it is in Power BI? Chetni, you used it. Cool. Ahmed, of course. Anybody else? Cool. So it's pretty much, I would say, green slate. So it's gonna go to basic. Again, during this presentation, just stop me wherever you guys want it to be. I'm gonna keep it for these two topics. They are independent topic. I can spend like 2 hours or 3 hours talking about only calculation groups or only user-defined function. Since we are combining, because they have a lot of similarities, and that's the reason why we are doing this session. And I'll probably touch base in both of these topics, but will not go too deep into it. But later on, after this session is over, if you guys have any questions, never hesitate to reach out. Okay, I just want to set the stage. That what we are gonna achieve here today. Again, as Amit mentioned, my name is Parvinder Chana. I'm in Vancouver in Canada. If you don't know Vancouver, I'm pretty sure everybody know where Seattle is, where Microsoft is. So we are like 2 hours north from Seattle in Canada, just on the border. And I asked Amit so many times to come here and visit when he comes for MVP Summit, but next time I'm going to bring him here. Again, you guys, my YouTube channel is Power BI How To. I don't put too many videos, but a lot of my videos are mainly focused on just real-time problems and all this stuff. It's not like a how-to guide. It's more about, okay, here is the challenge and how to solve it kind of things. Feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn. I saw yesterday so many people reached out to me on LinkedIn and connected with me. Thank you very much. And thanks, Amit, again, putting my name up in there. Again, I'm Power BI Community Super User, Microsoft Data Platform MVP for now almost 8 years. Hopefully, we get renewed this year as well. It's tough. But if you guys have any question about if you want to become an MVP and want to reach out, do reach out. Doesn't have to be always Power BI or Fabric. I also run Vancouver Fabric and Power BI user group. We do it virtually. Do join us there as well. I should have shared the link here. And one other thing on the bottom left-hand side on the corner, you guys see fabricdataagent.com. That is Sandeep and I. Sandeep is from Fabric Guru, and we have this community initiative to bring everything related to Fabric data agent related topics from the community in one single website. So if you are interested in Fabric data agents, what they are, this website has the content which we have collected from all other community members and put it in there. So it's growing every day. Last month we shared around 18 plus topics there, learnings, YouTube, events, and all that stuff. So do check that out. All right. I already spent too much time. Okay. So what's the problem? Why we're even talking about this? I'm pretty sure this probably will resonate with you guys. You guys work with Power BI. There are too many mayors, right? Very typical example when it comes to be, let's say you have a sales measure, which is sum of sales. You have a quantity. You have other measures to count of customers. You name it. So you have tons of measures in your model. And then on top of that, if you have like a time intelligence, you want to see year over year, month over month, delta, the difference, same period last year. So if you keep on adding, like one measure has another 10 measures on top of that
for time intelligence. And then if you have a base measures, let's say you have a 20 base measures and 10 measures on top of that, you already have like a 200 measures you are looking at, right? And on top of that, what you have is, let's say, taking a simple example, like month over month, right? If you're doing a month over month on the sales measure, and you're doing it on the quantity measure. So whatever the way you are computing month over month or year over year, you have the same logic going into the two different places, right? So you are doing it for the sales measure as well as for the quantity measure. So you are repeating your code again and again. And if you, for whatever reason, which we'll see in the demo, whatever reason, if you have to make a change in your logic, it means you have to make sure you're making the changes all the places. So that's kind of the challenge as well. And also always hard to maintain when you have tons of measures, right? And of course, that's where has to be a better way to manage that. And that's where the calculation groups come in the picture. So we're going to look into demo because I don't want to talk too much about these slides. I just put it. One thing I want to add, this is the first session. First time I'm doing this session. I've done many sessions on calculation groups. This is the first time doing a session on calculation groups and user-defined functions together. So there might be few hiccups and there might be a few things I will learn out of this as well. But so let's see how it goes. So again, typical model, as I said, we have a sales, year to date, month to date, and so forth, so on. So, there's a gazillion measures you end up creating. So how we make it better. So I'm going to jump quickly on to one of the simple model here on my computer, which let's bring it down here. And let's see. So pretty straightforward model here, nothing fancy. So just to give a brief, you have a fact table, sales table, you have a products, calendar, and so forth, so on. So I guess it's pretty much, you guys have a lot more complex for our simplicity. I just kept it a very simple model so that we can all understand from it. So, and one thing you want to pay attention to, with calendar table and the sales table, we have a multiple relations. And of course, one is active because you can only have a one active relationship between two tables, same tables. Others are inactive. So the active one is on the order date, the inactive ones is on the due date and the ship date, right? So those are the other relationship we have. So here what we have in this particular visual here, pretty simple. We have a sales by year. I think it's a sales, no order quantity by year. And that's pretty much it, what we are seeing here. Now the question comes, the first and the foremost question I will ask, if I'm looking at that, this year on the x-axis, what is this year? Is it a order date here? Is it a ship date here? Or is it a due date here, right? Because as we've seen in our model, we have a multiple dates. We have order date, we have a ship date, and we have a due date, and they all belong. Just before I go there, if you look at that, the year we are showing on x-axis is coming from our calendar table. So calendar table is the one common calendar table here, and it is connected to the sales 3 times. So the question comes is like, what is this current year we are seeing on x-axis? What is this 53,000? Is it like based on the order quantity, ship quantity, or the due date quantity? So the basic question, I'm pretty sure you guys have the answer to this, is this particular x-axis here right now is based on the current active relationship, right? By default, if you don't make your inactive relationship active, the default it will go to the active relationship. So it means these numbers are based on the year on the order date. Now the question comes is, how about if I wanted to see based on the ship date or the due date, right? We want maybe orders are in 2021, there's a 53,000 order, but maybe some of these are going to get shipped into 2022, right? So how we change it, like how we make it happen. The basic thing what we will do is, if we not talking about the calculation groups up right now, but right now what we will do is order quantity by ship date, right? That's what we will do. So I'm just going to quickly write in my here. Let's go a little bigger here, by ship date. So what that would be our base measure, which is order quantity is a just simple sum of quantity. And then we will say user relationship, right? You probably guys seen this many times. So what does the user relationship function does? It allow inactive relationship to make it active in context of this particular measure. So then when we use this measure, then it will activate the next relationship what we want it to. So what I'm going to do is calendar date and ship date from the sales, right? So what I'm saying is, hey, when I'm using this measure, then use this relationship. Whatever the current active relationship is in our relation model, just ignore that, override that, and make my inactive relationship active. And this you can only select if you have inactive relationship done. If you don't have the inactive relationship done, you cannot use these column names here. So you keep that in mind. So if I do this, and I'm going to bring this order quantity by ship date. So as you can see, we are seeing it parallelly now. In 2021, we have 53,000 orders by order quantity, and the ship order by ship date is 52,000, means 1,000 orders are going into next year. So as you can see, there's a go up and down. So it's a very basic thing. But the point here is, the challenge is, hey, if I have so many measures, so this is we just did it for one order quantity. We have a sales measure, and we also have a due date. It means if I want to see orders by due date, I have to write another measure. Hey, order quantity by due date. So for one order quantity, I already have three measures, right? And if I put time intelligence on top of that, so you can think about how many measures it's going to be. That's where calculation groups come in the picture. Just to give you guys in a context that you guys can now write calculation groups. Previously, I think few months before, you could not write calculation groups within Power BI desktop, but now you can. If you go to the model view, and if you expand data, if you go in the model, and here you can add new calculation group. But I'm going to use Tabular Editor version 2, which is free, although it doesn't matter, but my preference is that because it's a little bit easier I'm more familiar using that. So what I'm going to do is go Tabular Editor, and let's go here. So in Tabular Editor, I'm going to go on the tables, create new calculation group, right? Let's see, let's call it measure by date, whatever. You guys can name it, you guys can better than this. So in calculation group, what you have, measure, the first thing I gave is, this becomes a table in the model, right? So the icon is a little bit different. So measure by date, whatever, when I create the calculation group, it becomes just a regular table in the model, and the name becomes the column for that. So whatever I want to give the name, so let's call it date. You can name it whatever you want, or maybe make it more useful. Okay, so now this is a table, measure by date, and under that there is a column called select measure date, and then calculation items is where our logic goes. Calculation items become the rows in the table. So I'm going to add 3 calculation items, and I will tell why. Let's go by order and by ship date and by due date. So I have 3 calculation items here: by order, by ship date, and by due date. So what does that means is, I'm just going to write, when I am selecting in my slicer by order, I want to see my values by order date. So since my order date relationship is already active, I don't need to do anything fancy. So what I can do here is I'm going to say, hey, when I'm using by order selection, then just give me order quantity measured. Oh, sorry, this is typo here. And when I'm at the due date, what I want is give my order quantity, as I said, user relationship, calendar date, and from my sales table, I think the column is called due date, we will see. And that's my order quantity, or when I'm using by due date, then you activate this relationship. And when I'm on the ship date, I'm going to say activate this relationship. So I have created this. Let's see this in action. Very base stuff here. I'm going to apply the changes to the model. And oh, there is an error. So I have typed something wrong. Column ship date. So it's saying column ship date in the sales table not found. I think it's called something different. Let's take a look. Oh, there's no space in between. So due date, no space. Ship date is okay. That's correct. Ship date, no space. Perfect. Let's do it. Okay. So when you go in the back to Power BI, since the model has been updated, new table being added, it will ask for refresh. So it has been refreshed. So if we look at our table view, for the people who never seen calculation groups before, what you will see is here is a table, my year by date, which we created. So there is a select my year date, that was the name of the column, and then all those three calculation item becomes the row here, right? So how does this work? Ordinal, we will talk about that later. That's kind of a sort order, how you want to see it. So I'm gonna remove this here. So this is very simple stuff here. We are back to like, okay, same thing, calendar, order quantity measure. So now the calculation group we added, I'm gonna bring this select my year date column in here and add this as in a slicer. What does this means is now I'm saying, hey, how you want to see this data? So right now it is by order date, right? So if I click this, nothing is going to change. But if I switch to ship date, as you can see, already this has been changed by ship date. If I go by due date, it has been changed by due date. So numbers are changing. So we did not wrote another measure for that. Our base measure is still the order date, but in calculation groups, we said when this calculation item is visible, then take some action or whatever the expression we gave. You can also use this in a way, let's say if I wanted to see all those things together, I can bring that select my year date. If I go to my visual here and select my year date column on my legend. So you can see now we are seeing it by due date, by order, by ship date. So without adding another measure, we achieved this, right? So we did not wrote any new measure, but it worked already. Now the question comes, okay, this is for the order quantity. What happens if we have to do it for the sales amount as well? Right now it is only for the order quantity, not for the sales amount. So there is a concept of called selected measure. This is a specific DAX function. What does that mean is whatever measure is visible right now, apply the calculation groups on that. So what I'm going to go back to, where is our, okay, here. So I'm going to go back to my calculation group here. So what I did is hard-coded order quantity. Hey, when I'm looking by due date, give me order quantity by due date. In this case, I said, give me order quantity by ship date. Instead of hard-coding the measure name here, we can use selected measure. So what does that mean is, whatever visual measure is being used on the visual, apply this calculation on top of that. So I'm not specifying any measure here. It could be sales, it could be count, it could be order quantity, it could be anything. So what I'm saying is if by ship date, I don't care, but whatever measure is visible on the visual, change it to activate this relationship, right? For the by order, I don't want to see the order quantity. Whatever is the measure on the visual, just give me that. And similarly with the due date, whatever the measure is on the visual, apply this expression to that or activate this relationship. Let's update these changes. So now what I have is nothing will change in this case. Let's remove this from the legend for a second. So right now it is same thing. It's working and showing us the quantity. The number did not change. The reason is we are looking at order quantity right now. But if I change this measure to sales, as you can, sales is just a sum of sales amount. And if I bring that measure and remove order quantity, now same logic is getting applied. As you can see, the numbers are changing. Now we are seeing activating the relationship based on the selection on the sales measure, right? So what does this mean is if I was not using calculation group, if I have to achieve this functionality and this kind of selection, I have to create 3 measures for order quantity, 3 measures for sales or sales amount, and then I have to create some buttons, and I have to have a page, multiple pages where a user can go back and forth. Now, without writing any single new measure, we have the base measure, and writing one calculation group has achieved us everything. And now it is, depending on how you guys want to use it, you want to give the user the power. Hey, you pick what you want to see, how you want to see, and you can go one level ahead as well. Why not we say, okay, you know what, give the user the opportunity to select the measure as well. Right now, what is happening in the visual, we have the sales measure, right? Everything is impacting the sales measure. But what about if user want to change between sales or quantity? So to do that, either the user has to come here and replace the sales measure with the quantity measure, or can we make that as a selection as well? 100%. What we can do is we can create another calculation group. We can call it measure selection, and we can call it, let's say name is again, okay, select KPI or whatever, select measure. I want to mix and match the names. And first we can say order quantity. And the second one, we're going to say sales. You can name it whatever you want. So again, what I'm going to say here is when I'm selecting order quantity, use my measure, which I already created called order quantity. If I did not have the measure, I can also write sum and whatever that measure is. But since I already have that measure, so I'm going to reuse that. So I'm going to say, okay, when I'm here, order quantity, when I'm on the sales, so my sales measure, and let's apply the changes to the model. Done. It will ask to refresh. Perfect. We are here. So now you will see we have another table in the model called measure selection, which is calculation group. The icon is a little bit different, but they behave like a table. So now if we bring a selected measure here as well, so we have 2 options, order quantity and sales. So if I put this as a slicer, so on our visual right now is the sales measure, but you will see the behavior change if I pick one of those. I'm not going to change this measure, right? I'm going to say, okay, I want to see this bar graph by ship date for my order quantity. And I'm going to select that. And as you can see, the numbers has immediately changed. They went to 52,000, which is the quantity, and the sales, if I choose the sales, I have a 16.7 million. I can switch between by order, by ship, by quantity, whatever, right? So with adding 2 calculation groups, one single page have so much functionality already. The one thing you guys probably notice right now, when I'm selecting order quantity, it's giving me the dollar sign, whereas it should not be there. When I'm on the sales, it's perfectly fine. but on the order quantity it does not. And where this dollar sign is coming, that depends on what measure. This measure is just a placeholder. I can create a measure call, let's call a measure a test measure, and make it 0. And if I bring that test measure on my visual here, it does not matter what I put because the calculation group is forcing when we say order quantity. In the calculation group, we said whenever I have selected this or wherever this is visible, return this measure, which is the order quantity, and same for the sales. So what is happening here is, so order quantity, when I'm selecting, it does not matter what measure I have put on the visual, but this is overriding that. So when I'm selecting sales, it's going to change to the sales. Now, as you can see, the dollar sign has gone both from the sales and both from the order quantity. So the dollar sign and the format string is coming from what measure you are using on y-axis right now. Since test measure does not have the format string, we are not seeing any dollar sign or anything like without dollar sign. So how to achieve that? That's like one of the fundamental issues people run into. So in calculation items, you can give the format string expression as well. So here I can give, hey, when I'm returning the sales, I want to see the dollar sign, right, for amount in dollar. But when I'm in the order quantity, I want to see just a number without decimal, right? So for each selection, I'm also telling what the measure I'm going to use, but also I'm overriding what the format string is going to be. So if I apply the changes right now, and as you can see right now, it's automatically when I'm on the sales, it's showing the dollar sign. But when I go to the order quantity, it has been not showing the amount. So you can define whatever the format string you want. All right. Before I move forward, and I'm just going to see if this makes sense or there's any question or anything else you want to see on the calculation group. They good? I must be doing a great job. Love it. Beautiful. It's early morning here in Vancouver, so I'm excited. Okay, so this is good. Everything looks great. Now, display unit. What does that mean? You can, if that's a format string, pressure. I think that's your question. Okay, let me know. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so now this is working great. Just a simple example. Because if I start doing everything live right now, might take a little bit longer. So I'm gonna show you guys something. Let's look into user-defined function at the same time because that's pretty new thing. What is user-defined function? Is it in my presentation here? Okay. So we are done with this. I'm just going to go through. So user-defined functions is again, reusable DAX functions. Write once, use anywhere, cleaner DAX and less repetition. Again, the argument will come, hey, what you have done right now is also the same thing. It's a reusable DAX functions, right? Once, use anywhere. What's the difference? We'll get to that at the end of the day. But let's see what's the functionality of the user-defined functions here. So I'm going to go back to the model here. So pretty simple thing. What we're going to do is how you write the user-defined function. Again, going to the model view. And if you select between, there's a tables and the model. If you go to model, there is a function. And then here you can right click and write the new function, right? So that's kind of how does it work. So let's try to create it through here as well. If you want to use the Tailor editor, you can also do it there as well, I think. There is a way to create new. I think my model is old. The model has to be up to certain level to, actually here it is, user-defined function. You can do that here. Yeah. this model is old, so it's not compatible. So if I make the model compatible, I will be able to add from here as well. But since we are forced to use this one, so I'm going to write the user-defined function. So the syntax for the user-defined function is the function name, and then the two parentheses, and then you can pass the parameter, whatever parameter you want to pass, and whatever the DAX expression you want to apply on the function. So let's try to repeat the same thing here, what we did with the calculation group. So let's call this function. I prefix it. Let's say function. Let's call it by ship date, for example, just for the sake of demo. So what I want is want to create a function which will activate my ship date relationship. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass a value parameter of whatever the value on which I want. Actually, let's first do this. Not pass the value parameter. I'm going to say calculate, and within that function, order quantity, and the same thing. Oh man, I hear that. Use relationship calendar date, ship date, right? So we created this function. This function job is to activate the relationship and on the order quantity. So how I will use it? So to use it, we previously created a measure like order quantity by ship date, right? So what we need to do is instead of writing the code here, I'm gonna mark that out, and then I'm gonna go function by ship date, and that's pretty much it. There's no parameter. So if I use this, let's create another page just to see that working, remove all that stuff. So if I go order quantity by ship date and regular order quantity, as you can see, order quantity by ship date, we have used the function. In that function, we activated the relationship. So, but the point is, this doesn't make any sense. Why I would write the function, which is only returning the order quantity? Can I make the function dynamic as well, that this relationship can be activated on any of the measure I want it to be? Yes, that can be done. So what we need to do is we need to go back to the function, and that's where the parameters come in the picture. So what we can say is, hey, I'm passing a value to you, and there's a gazillion of options here. I would not go for each and everything, but I will tell you the basic one which you should be paying attention to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass a value, just gonna v, and I'm going to say, hey, whatever value I'm passing to it or the measure, you activate that relationship for that particular measure. So I assume this would work. So since we have no new parameter in there, so I have to make sure when I'm calling that function, I'm passing my measure. Now, here is the problem. This is where the base thing you guys need to know about the function. So as you can see, the numbers are the same for both order by ship date and our regular order, because previously we saw this went down to 52,000. So although there is a user relationship I'm doing and passing the value, why it is not getting applied? So there is a concept of when you are passing a value to a function, you have to define what kind of parameter it is going to be. So that's where the lot of these things comes. By default, it is any val. That means anything it comes as a static. You cannot make any change to it. I will explain what does that mean. But what you need to do is change it to any reference. So what I'm going to do is, hey, this is going to be any reference, and I'm not going to change anything in this case. So let's apply this. So go back here. So as you can see now, it has been changed, right? Because we just changed the parameter type to any reference. So let's quickly talk about what does that means, and just to explain what any reference means. I'm gonna write another measure here to show you the behavior. So let's call it order quantity function behavior. So when I did not pass, so that's gonna write down, okay, works when function parameter type is not defined. So how does this work at that time? So it works like this. So if I'm writing if the functionality I want to create, I'm going to say I'm creating a variable. I'm going to go it's order quantity, the return. So I'm saying this variable and use relationship. Same thing what we did in the function, calendar date, ship date. So what I'm doing is trying to mimic what the function did when we did not define the parameter type in the function. So this is how it behaves. So this, let's check that and see what would this give. If I use this in the visual here, as you can see, this is showing 53,000. Now, the question comes, why even in here, I said use a relationship, why did not the quantity change? The orange line is this particular measure. If you guys are working with DAX, you guys know when you have a variable value measure stored in a variable, you cannot change its what you call the filter context or any other row context, or you cannot apply any changes after that. This is quantity is being computed before this use relationship has been activated. So the order quantity at this point is based on the order date, which is the active relationship. So it doesn't matter what I do here, it's not going to make any difference. So that's what happens when in the function you don't give anything, it treats it as, I think, any val. So by default, it is any val. If I don't do anything, it's any val. So whatever I do in here, I try to change the relationship. It did not make any impact on this. So that's what the difference is, why any ref and any val is being used. There are other types, but that will take longer to explain. Similarly, if I have to reproduce that in here, what I will be doing instead of this, I will do so that's order quantity. Perfect. So now it looks 52,000. So that's the difference between any ref and any ref. There's no voice. Oh, can you guys hear me? Hello? 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 Okay.
We can hear you, sir.
Okay, sorry, I was not sure. Somebody said getting voice, so I'm not sure what was that? Sorry. Okay, cool. All right. Does that make sense until now about the user-defined functions? How does that work? Okay, cool. Let's continue, and then maybe we will have the discussion at the end. So now we saw we can achieve the same result either by calculation groups or by user-defined functions. The question comes like how you use and when to use which one. The functions, the biggest part, the decision making is function is, of course, single logic in one single place. And then you can apply this logic into any your calculation, right? As we can do it, we can pass a function by ship date, we can pass the sales order quantity, sales, discount, tax, whatever, and whatever expression we have given it, it will be applied on that particular measure. But this is a logic in here, but to use the function, we need to create measures, right? So it means it goes back to the original problem that if I have the order quantity by ship date by due date, of course I brought the logic in one single place that I can apply onto any of my measures, but I need to create those many measures to use the function. So I will create a function by ship date, I will create another function by due date. So the logic stays in one place, which is great. I can apply into any of the measures, but to make the function use, I need to create the measures, right? And I pass the parameters. So I will create an, like, for example, in this case, our logic is in one place, the ship date get activated. So I created the order quantity by ship date. I use the function, and that function logic is there. And now I can come here and I can create another measures. I can say sales by ship date, and then I use the same function by my function, and then I pass the sales parameter. So it means I'm using this. Okay, that. Okay. So now what I'm doing is my logic to activate the ship date relationship is in function, and I can apply it onto many of the parameters I want it to be. But I need to create the parameters. So in calculation groups, you don't need to create the parameters, as we saw. We don't need to create the measures, as saw, because we have the one measure and we have the logic, and in single place, I don't have to create that many measures. I can put any measure on my visual, and I can have the selection, and I can trigger whatever relationship I want to activate. So means user-defined functions and the calculation groups, the logic does stay in one single place in both the cases, but measures allow you to have the selection along with, you don't need to create that many measures. But for function, to use the function, you need to really create the measures to make the use. But now comes a next question. Can these be used together? Like, can I use calculation group functionality, but have my core logic in the function, so that if I make the change in the function, I can automatically make that change in the calculation groups, but I don't have to write the measures. So that can be done. That's gonna, I already have a measure, a demo for that. So let's take a quick look here. I'm going to bring my another model, because otherwise it take too long to go over. So what we have here is this the table? Let me see. Duplicate. Okay, perfect. Yes. Okay, cool. So here, I'm pretty sure this is familiar to all of you. You guys have done it many, many times. So what we have is, we have a month to date, previous month to date, month over month, all that fun stuff. So this is a calculation group, which is doing all the stuff. I will show what that calculation group look like. So if I go external tool, tabular editor, open that calculation group. It's, again, if you look here, I have a month on the rows from calendar. And the calculation group I'm using called time intelligence, which is a time intelligence original, and the column I'm using time intelligence. So I'm going to show you guys time intelligence original calculation group. What does that look like? Okay, here you go. So if you look at this is time, again, a calculation group. So I have a name called time intelligence under that, which becomes a column. And then I have all these calculation items. I have a month to date, which is simply selected measure, whatever measure is on the display, it could be anything. And then I'm getting month to date. For previous month to date, of course, I'm moving the dates back by 1 month. Month over month is, of course, month to date minus previous month to date divided by previous month to date. So what I'm reusing my calculation. So what I'm doing here is, this might be interesting. So what I'm doing here is, hey, my current is whatever the measure is being selected, I'm time intelligence, original time intelligence. So basically I'm saying, okay, apply this formula MTD. And because I don't want to put the logic again and again at the same place, multiple places. So for I'm getting current, I'm getting previous, then I'm getting the delta between them, and then I'm calculating month over month, and so forth, so on. So QTD, same for this calculation item, whatever the year is on the display, get me quarter date, previous quarter date, move by 1 quarter, quarter two over, the same thing, and all that stuff is pretty straightforward. So now what I did is I created a matrix visual. I put a month on the rows and my time intelligence, that calculation group on the columns. And doesn't matter what year I put it in there, it get applied. I can use it for my slicer as well. For example, I just wanted to see month over month, quarter over quarter, and year over year. So I don't want to see everything. You can give this kind of functionality to your user so they can pick and choose. You can also group these together, right? You can say, hey, all percentages in one previous years. Like I want month to date, quarter date, and year to date. So month, I don't want to use previous month to date, for example. And depending, I just want to see previous month to date, but not previous quarter. So now this is already a lot of functionality without creating multiple pages and all that fun stuff you need to do. So we have a lot, and then this can be applied on any of the measures. So think about that. If we were not using calculation group, we need to create, let's say, for one order of quantity or sales, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 measures, 9 time intelligence measures plus the base measure, 10 measures, and we would do this for all the measures, for quantity, for sales, and all the stuff, and it will keep on growing. But now here we have the base measures, which are just a sum or whatever that look like, and then this calculation group is taking care of it. So this is great, but another question comes is like the user-defined function. How does that fit in this whole thing? Now, I just recreated one example here. Let's say you have an ask here. If you look at the May, we have the sales up to the May month, right? May, we are in the May, which is 9 days of the May. And we are comparing it with the previous month. As you can see here, April has the $500,000 sales, and May is only 19,000 because it's only 9 days past. So this doesn't make any sense to show that kind of comparison. This is like a negative 96%, but that comparison doesn't make sense because it's only 9 days versus comparing 30 days of sales of the previous month. So the common question is always comes, hey, use up to the date, right? So when you are in the April, you're comparing it to March, those months are already completed. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. You can compare the full month. But the month we are in, we don't want it to be a full month comparison with 9 days of the May. So what we want is, in this particular case, also for the quarter date and also for the year to date, only compare up to May 9th, right? Don't go compare first 9 days of the April with the first 9 days of May as well. As the days progress or the month progress, then keep on doing that. So we can put that logic in a function which give us the calendar that how to make that happen. So I'm going to show you guys in a quick demo. I already have it here. So what I did is I created a function called FN calendar today. So let me explain what does this do. Let's actually create a new one here, duplicate function. I'm just gonna remove any extra noise here. So So what this function does, the job of this function is nothing except I'm saying, okay, I'm storing I always store things in a variable so that's easy to read and we can change it. So what I'm saying is, hey, my variable today, of course, I can call it whatever I want, is the today's date. And date, I just put in a placeholder which is equivalent to today. I will explain why that is the case. And then what I'm doing is I'm returning, this function is doing returning the calendar table up to the end date. So only up to the 9th of May. Today's 9th, yeah, 9th of May. So my calendar table is until the end of this year, 31st December 2026. But this function is forcing it to return the calendar table only up to today. So that's what it is doing, nothing more, nothing less. So that's my core logic. Hey, when I want to compare the time intelligence, I want my calendar to stop at this particular dates for the comparison purposes. And then I created a new time intelligence. It's a copy of pretty much time intelligence original. So if you see in month to date, what I'm doing is dates month to date, same function month to date, and I'm using now that function that is FN calendar today. So whatever calendar that function returns, the month to date get applied on that. The difference between these two, original one is date month to date, the same function calendar date. But in this particular case, I'm saying FN calendar today. Similarly, for previous month, I'm saying wherever I was using calendar date, now I'm using FN calendar date today, right? So that's the rest of the stuff is the same. So how does this make a difference? So let's take a look at I have another page, okay, this page, it shows both of those together. So this is the original one. As you can see in May, the month to date is 19,000 and previous month to date 556. But if you look at, oh, there's something wrong I probably did in this one. Right, this is 2 million. No, probably I did something wrong. This should not be, I'm using, let's look at that. Month to date. It seems correct. Why the number look funny? Ah, interesting. We'll check that out. 2029 previous month to date 1744. Why the month to date is giving me, oh, okay. Let's go back here to my different somewhere something is dark. Let's open another Tableau editor session. We were looking at FN calendar today. That seems correct. Why these numbers are different? Oh, okay. March is, okay, I'm comparing the wrong now. Okay, perfect. So this is March and April. So, okay, back here. Just trying to have demo today. Okay, I will explain why and what happened here. Okay. Okay, so as you can see, if we look at the original one, May is 19,000, comparing with the 556. But when we use FN calendar today function, the number for the previous month changed to 522. The reason why these numbers changed, first 9 days of the April, comparing the same number of days we are in, because we said today, the first 9 days sale is a 522. We can always check that. I think I did check that before, but the number you can see, it's a little bit different than what it is. So basically now we are comparing first 9 days with the April. Now this logic has been used everywhere. As you've seen, the quarter to date, Otherwise, it is like a 3.3, right? Because what it is doing is it is comparing January, February, March, and if full January, February, March with the April, May, now it is only comparing up to um, January and February up to February 9th. And that's why the number is really different, 2.1 million versus 3.3 million, because this is the full quarter. But we don't want to compare the full quarter with the current quarter because we are just in May right now. And we have only one finished month of second quarter and a few days of the second quarter. So this is more realistic comparison. As you can see, negative 82 compared to negative 73, so forth, so on. So what happens is, in this particular case, our logic to define how we want to compare the time intelligence stays within the function. If we change that function, this functionality will work. The calculation groups uses that function to check what the calendar look like. The one thing which I wanted to show here, the impact of that functionality is, oh man, whatever. Okay, this was causing the. So, okay, let's go back here. This is the base demo. One is not getting me the focus for that window, but let's open the tabular editor again. So if we go back to the function, the question comes in why this is super powerful. When you guys look at my original code here, I'm going to move this. So let's say your business asks, hey, you know what, when you're doing time intelligence comparison, if we are in the middle of the month, don't even compare that month. Don't even compare the first 9 months. Always compare the most completed full months, right? Right now we are in May. We are comparing May with April. Doesn't make any sense. We are comparing Q2, which is like April and 9 days of May, with the January, February, March of the previous quarter, and that doesn't even make sense. So maybe the business say, hey, you know what? When the full month completes, only then you do the comparison. If we were not using the function, what does that mean? Even with the calculation groups, I have to go to my original time intelligence, original thing, and each and everywhere I have to tell in month to date, hey, this calendar date, don't use it, lock it down to the previous month, right? And every single calculation I have to go and change. But with my time intelligence new, since it is using the function, I can control my calendar from that function, right? What I want it to be. I don't need to come to calculation group to make that change. So what does that mean is, if I come to FN calendar today, so as I said, I have I can add a parameter here as well. I can call it, do you want to see full month or up to date, or don't do it? So I can add another parameter, and then within this function can decide what I want to see and give that actually functionality to the user. But for this particular example, what I'm going to say is, hey, I want to see the full completed month only. So what I'm doing is I'm storing that today in that variable, and then I'm getting end of month of today -1. It means what is today, go back 1 month and give me the last date of the month. That would be April 30th. So this I'm storing as an end date. And the reason why I'm doing this is because if today tomorrow I want to add parameters to it, I don't want to change this particular variable. I will keep on adding the logic here and just give the end date. What does that look like? So now my end date is full completed month. So what I'm saying is only go back to April. Don't compare even May. So if I apply these changes right now, and we go back to the model, you will see it may, in this particular, this is the original one without using the user-defined function. And this is the new one. And as you can see, immediately I change the function, may completely disappeared from here. The reason may disappeared because in my function, which is returning the calendar, I told it to go back to previous completed month, don't stick to this month. Again, I'm controlling that behavior with the function. Oh man, that's happening. But let's try to edit it from here then. FN calendar today. Yeah. So here I'm saying, okay, you know what? I'm using completed month, which is giving me, this will return me April 30th. But if I really want to go to the previous comparison, the same number of days, I just go to today, and now it will start showing the May as well. So you want to pick and choose where you want your logic. So the reusable logic stays in the function, and you don't want to overcomplicate the function. You don't want to use the function like, hey, for the sum, you want to function to any complex logic. In this particular case, we are changing the behavior of the calendar, like for the time intelligence. That is, we have a one single place. Like if I have to, if I build this, or in real world I build this, I will have a parameter passed it, like, function calendar type or something like that, right? So that will be a scalar value. So I can determine that the calendar type could be full month comparison, right? Maybe we can have these kind of values, or calendar type could be up to date, or calendar type could be completed months, right? Let's say this is the parameter values coming up. I would make the decision here, hey, if this is in the end date, I will put a case statement here. I can simply do this. This would not work, but I will show you just what thought process here. If calendar type is, let's say, full month, that would be the default behavior. But let's say if it's up to date, then use today variable, today, yeah. If it is, what I call it, completed months, then go full completed months. Otherwise, what will be the otherwise? That will be a max of calendar date, right? So if I was passing the parameter, now I can dictate the behavior. I can have a slicer on the page, and with three options. Hey, you want to see this comparison, time intelligence comparison, up to date, completed months of the max, and then pass that value to this one, and it will have the logic how to behave with the calendar and pass to the calculation group. So you can really go crazy with this, the mix of these two. I'm gonna uncheck that because we have to make a few more changes. But this is where using calculation groups and the functionality that you pick and choose which one works where. I think we already over time. Let's quickly go back to presentation. I don't want to make sure that I don't miss anything. So I think we talked about that. What is calculation group? Model level versus code level, right? To transform the mayas, the logic, but the logic stays there. But the calculation groups change the behavior of the mayas. And we saw calculation group is slicer driven, and user defines are embedded in DEX. When to use time intelligence currency, same one logic, many measures to avoid that, right? So we don't want to do that. So user defined is always reusable calculation. We just with the calendar, we saw that, and use it for complex formulas. Don't use it for, let's say if you have a formula, in this particular case, I would create another function to calculate a percentage from the previous month, because right now what I'm doing here is just to this might not work again. But if I have to go back, if I will write another function, and that function would be, if we come, you guys probably seen it many times, in month over month, what we're doing here is everywhere we have the same logic. We have a current value, we have a previous value, then we are calculating the delta, and then we're doing the month over month. What I will do, I will create another function which will be a growth calculation, whatever I will call it, and new user defined function, something growth percentage, and then I will pass two parameters to it. Just to show you guys another example here. Oh man, FM growth percent, and it will be take current value and previous value, and then I will define the logic in here. Hey, my delta is current minus previous, and my growth is divide delta with previous and return the growth, right? So I took that logic in this function. Instead of here, everywhere I'm going to keep doing that. What I will do here is I will use that function fn growth percent, and then I will say current and previous, and boom, right? I will do the same here, and I will do the same here. So it means my growth percentage formula stays there. And although it looks simple, and sometimes you guys have seen companies behave differently. Hey, if previous month did not have a sale, current month have a sale, then make it 100%. And some says, don't show anything because this doesn't make any sense. We start selling this product today, and it never existed before. Showing 100% doesn't make sense, right? If I were not using the function, and if I were not using the function to calculate the growth percentage, it means I have to make the changes at the multiple places. But since I'm using a function, I can really control here. Hey, if my previous is blank, or my previous is 0, whatever I want my percentage to be shown as 0%, but only 0. Otherwise, calculate right? So what I'm doing here is I'm making that my logic, whatever the complexity I want in here, and it will get replicated to all other places, right? So you have to pick and choose which code you need to be going. That you said this complexity, stay here, make changes here, whatever the business logic you want. If they say, okay, you know what, if previous is blank and previous 0, make it 100% because it's a growth, right? It will be 100%. So that's kind of the idea here. Let's get going. Okay, what else is there? So the end of the day, it's not like you use only calculation group or you use only user-defined function. You pick and choose, use them together. I think that's the best you can do. Oh my God, I'm done. That's great. Again, please scan this code and do share your feedback. I'm open for any question and answers, and please, thank you very much for staying with me. Let's see what we have questions from anyone. Let's see who's the brave person.
Okay. Does anyone want to ask the questions? I know some of you said that you are seeing calculation groups, and I think UDF, or I think calculation group is you have some of you use, but I think UDF is something new. So if you have some question around that, please ask that. Or maybe in case you want to try this out, I think this is a really good feature. I think it came sometime before, and I think good that we had a detailed session from Perry, how to use it, what advantage it has. So hopefully some of you will try out. In case still there are some question you can ask. I do see a lot of activity, but I think I should start learning from that. Very insightful, highly practical. I don't see any question, but I did see that some of the people wanted to use it. Yes. Now. Okay, thanks, Perry. Thanks for such an insightful session.
Yeah.
With this, we are ending the day one. Room 2 already ended. We are now going to end room 1. And tomorrow we are going to start at 7 a.m. in the room 1 again and 7:30 a.m. in the room 2. We'll have a little shorter day. We are not going to have a longer day like today. We'll have lesser sessions tomorrow. Today we are done with 26 sessions. Tomorrow we're planning only for 21 sessions. So hope you enjoyed all these sessions. Your feedback you can share in the form. In the form we have asked for 3 feedbacks, but if you want like you can take as much space as you wanted. All 3 feedbacks to share for more than 3. Thanks, Perry. Thanks for being part of this conference, and thank you everyone who has joined and stayed day long for all the sessions. I really appreciate your help, and do join us tomorrow 7 a.m. and 7:30 a.m. in different rooms. I'm also going to end the YouTube live. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thanks, Amit. Great. See you guys.